Sue Redfern and Jasmine Naim. Lauren Winfield Hill leading our Northern Diamonds. Ellen McCorn and Leanna Southby opening the batting for Southern Vipers.
Good morning, welcome from Headingley for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy round 13 match, top of the table clash between the Northern Diamonds up there on 37 points and the Southern Vipers 3 behind them with, well, points and semi-final places at stake, and both these sides going into this trying to cement their semi-final opportunities. The news from the toss is that the Vipers have won it and have decided to bat first. Beautiful sunny morning at Headingley. Jonathan Doidge with you throughout the day, along with Kevin James of BBC Radio Solent, and also the president of the club, the lady herself, Dr. Jane Powell. She loves all these intros that I give her, you know. She's giggling away at the back, but just behave yourself today, ma'am. And we might let you on now and again.
Some would say you should behave yourself.
Well, you know me, Kev, you know me. Jasmine Naim and Sue Redfern are the umpires. And, yeah, we're looking forward to a good day's cricket.
That's for sure, yeah. We're very much at the business end of the competition. I would rather be in Northern Diamond shoes than Southern Vipers. Southern Vipers not only need to win one of their last 2 games, and if they don't, they need Blaze to lose one, the way things are going to get into the semi-final. But you just feel that they're very much clinging on at the moment, the Vipers.
Erin Burns to open the bowling for the Diamonds from the Howard Stand end. Neither side obviously at full strength with other commitments. I can give you the Diamonds side quickly. Lauren Winfield Hill, Emma Marlowe, Rebecca Duckworth, Esther Callis, Erin Burns, Catherine Fraser, Phoebe Turner, Sophia Turner, Abby Glenn, Katie Levick and Rachel Slater. And the Vipers, Kev, you want to take us through this first over?
Is it me?
Yeah,
oh, sorry,
so
apologies. That's turned away on the outside. We will, yeah. Ella McGacken is facing. They've made 2 changes from the side that lost to the Central Sparks at Worcester in the last round. Naomi Titani, much travelled. She's on loan for the last couple of games. As Burns bowls, and that's McGacken turning her away square on the leg side. First runs of this game, that'll be a single. And Rebecca Tyson, who's not a particularly familiar name, but she's been playing in the Sunrisers second team. She's been playing for Hertfordshire. She's a slow left-arm bowler. And the 2 that miss out, Lindsay Smith, part of the England side, that's going to the UAE in October, and Mary Taylor, the seam bowler. She's not playing either, as that's turned away by Rihanna Southby, new to the opening spot. She's done the last couple of games, promoted up the order with so many players missing from the Vipers.
Who you know lots about, having covered them so often this season. I've been sort of in and out in between the men's games covering the Diamonds.
Yeah, very much me as well. There's that first run for Rihanna Southby. Vipers move on to 2 without loss. Yeah, they were, before all the 100 started, they were top of the table after 10 matches, but it's been a bit of a struggle for them halfway through these last 4 games. They need to win 1. They know they need to win 1. They've lost 2 since the 100 competition as McGacken plays that back to Burns, and there is no run. With the Northern Diamonds, you guys are in great run of form, aren't you?
Well, yeah, they have been. I mean, I covered quite a few of the T20 matches. They were sort of tinged with disappointment, really, but not in this competition. You know, it's been a stellar rise, really, in that respect, to the top of the table.
That's for sure. Won 7 out of 12. So won 8 from 12 of the Diamonds. They've won 6 from their last 7 with 1 abandoned. So they are the form team. First over completed here at Headingley. The sun is coming out as well. And all is well with the world. And it certainly will be if both these sides qualify, because they have dominated this competition over the years, haven't they?
Yep. Diamonds, obviously, with that win at Lords a couple of years ago. We were talking about this not so long ago. The reward for getting to the final this year isn't going to Lords.
It's close.
It still begins with L. Andy, I suppose.
Just trying to. Oh, it is. Yes,
sorry,
of course. Yeah.
No, forget the.
I had to think where it was. Yes, so I've just remembered. That's all right.
It's still a final, isn't it? At the end of the day, and it would be if the Diamonds got their last ever match under this guise, of course. So, to open the bowling from this coastal lane end, Rachael Slater. Wait for the bunny hop. There we go, halfway through the run-up, and left arm over the wicket. First delivery. There is some in-swing to Rihanna Southby, who turns that into the leg side, and there's no run. A smattering of interested spectators. They probably won't be too far short of what they were at the men's game the other day.
Was it that bad?
200 and,
really?
Yeah, 200 and something on day 4. Slater then. And she comes again. She's just dropped that one leg side-ish, but top edge. It's going to drop safely out backward of square leg. And Southby back for a couple. Strength, from what you've seen of the Vipers, would that be with the batting? Would that be a case of, you know, take your advantage while you can, get the runs on the board, or bowling?
Well, it feels that that's been the decision, doesn't it, really? As I say, with so many players out, I mean, I could go on for the amount of England players that aren't in the Vipers side. You're looking at about 7.
Yeah, Slater in again, once more. Bit of induck to Southby, who plays it well. So
effectively, from what would be a full-strength Vipers side, there's no Lauren Bell, there's no Maya Boucher, Charlie Dean, Freya Kemp, Lindsay Smith and Danny Wyatt. I know you're missing a couple. You're missing
Bess Heath and Holly Armitage, yeah,
which are 2 big players for you, especially Holly Armitage, who's been in great form, hasn't she? So, yeah, there's some big players missing.
Yeah, Slater in again. This one fading down the leg side. Sue Redfern is walking away to give us a decision on what she thinks happened there.
It's actually a shame, isn't it?
It looks like there was a tickle on it because no bites. 1 run.
It's a shame because we are now at a really important stage, aren't we? It's imperative that you finish in the first 4. It's imperative you finish in the top 2 if you want a home semi-final, and then of course that coveted final as well. And being the last year of this competition as well, it's a shame. Just taking this game alone, there are so many big players not playing.
Yeah, it is. You want to, well, apart from the fact that you want to give yourselves the best chance, to do justice to the competition itself as well, as this one is turned down to fine leg for a single. McCacken, if that's the correct pronunciation. McCacken, my apologies, McCacken. She's got a slight misspelling on the scoreboard over there, unfortunately. MVCAUGHAN.
Wow, where's that come from?
Maybe you can't do a small C or something. Slater in again. Ooh, aerial, but on its way down to the 3rd man boundary. And that's going to be 4. And after 2 complete overs, the Vipers have got off to a bit of a start, their 10 without loss. Yeah,
I love watching Rachael Slater bowl. Left armer very much swings the ball into the right-hander, as we've already seen this morning. And well, she's got a World Cup to look forward to as well, hasn't she, with Scotland next month. First time Scotland have been in the T20 World Cup final. Catherine Fraser, of course, will be there as well from the Northern Diamonds team. Now, they've got a training camp mid-September, so will they miss? They'll miss some fixtures if Northern Diamonds get through. With Scotland, they've got a mid-September training camp ahead of the World Cup, so they're going to be missing as well.
That'd be a cruel blow for a semi-final, wouldn't it?
Well, the Vipers will lose Georgia Adams as well, going to Ireland for that. Erin, excuse me, I've just taken a cup of coffee. You shouldn't have done it right at the moment. Erin Burns bowls and it's turned away quietly on the leg side. That's so unprofessional.
Erin Burns, of course, went back, I think, after the T20s and has just returned for the closing stages of this. So that's an indicator in terms of the serious nature the Diamonds are taking it.
Southby cuts that away on the offside. Can't find the gap. No run. Erin Burns was at Central Sparks last year.
Yeah, she's an impressive player, I think. Indeed, the cap wearing is also very impressive, I reckon, when you're bowling, Kev. Did you ever do that?
No, I didn't. I must admit I didn't. Mind you, then I didn't have any long hair to worry about putting through the back. Don't know about you, Doidgy.
Oh, come on, you must have had a bit of a 70s, hangover thing there. Yeah.
No. Outside the off stump, that's a miscut shot there from Rihanna Southby, who's currently on 8. McCacken is on 3, with the Vipers 11 without loss, having won the toss and elected to bat first. 2 changes in both these sides from their last matches. That's pushed back to the bowler quietly by Rihanna Southby. And Southby's been moved up the order. She was batting sort of lower middle order for most of the season. That's driven to mid-wicket. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. And the Vipers are 11 without loss. And there have been 3 overs this morning. So Rihanna Southby in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy competition has been opening the batting in the last couple of matches, as I say. 36 against the Blaze at Arundel and 36 against Central Sparks at Worcester, both in defeats.
A quick look at what has started elsewhere. Sunrise has won the toss and have put the Storm in, who are just a 4 without loss in the 3rd over. Both sides, I guess, with a bit of an eye on that one. Blaze, 9 without loss. Maybe eyes on that one as well. They're playing Thunder, of course, who won the toss and put them in. That's at Sale. And the Stars 6 for 1 in the 3rd over against the Sparks, who won the toss and decided to bowl first. Rachael Slater bowling to McCacken.
So both these sides are hoping the Blaze lose today. I know Vipers more so than Diamonds, because you're looking for a home semi-final. The Vipers, for me, are just looking to get into the semi-final. I know they're 2nd at the moment, but they are slipping a bit.
Here's Slater again, and solidly blocked by McCacken. So Blaze lose. Both these sides definitely in the semis. Just whereabouts they play it is the key. Yeah,
exactly right. Yeah, Blaze are the only ones that can get themselves into the top 4. Disrupt that top 4, which includes South East Stars. And who's the other one? I've forgotten now. I'll have a look.
Here's Slater coming in again. Kirks to the lane end once more. There is some in swing. And she's squared up McCacken, but she's got a thickish outside edge on that down through 3rd and will get 4 runs. Once again, Erin Burns 2 off her first over and 1 off her second. Rachael Slater proving a bit more expensive at this Kirks to the lane end. She's gone for 12 so far from 9 deliveries.
Yeah, Sunrisers the other side, of course. I've just not used to saying Sunrisers up the top. Mind you, they have improved the last couple of years.
Yeah, that was one of the T20 disappointments suffered by the Diamonds, losing to them down at Northampton in a double-header earlier this season that we covered. Sharp in ducker this time from Slater. Played handily enough by McCacken, who's on 7 now. Southby on 8.
Just beautiful shape on this ball.
Yeah.
It really is. Just almost straight from the hand, though, but even so, it's a dangerous delivery coming into the right-hander.
Here she is again. Now then, she starts that wide, and this time it goes straight on with the arm. That's so often the ball, isn't it, as a left armer?
Yeah.
Used to manage to occasionally get. I didn't know what I was doing with it, to be fair. I'm sure you knew much more about what you were doing with it. But that one where you're naturally just bringing it back into the right hander, and then one suddenly you're not trying to particularly make it go on. And they get an outside edge.
That's right. And everybody said, well bowled. He said, oh, yeah, I meant that.
Yeah, absolutely. Slater drags one down the leg side, and that is a wide signal by Sue Redfern.
Now, she's only played 4 games in this competition so far. There's Rachael Slater. This is her 5th. 4 wickets at 28 apiece.
Turns again then. And then she comes once more. Again, there's sizable swing in the air here at Headingley with that white ball this morning, but that appeal always looked hopeful going down leg, and is a dot to complete the 4th over of the match then. 16 without loss. If you're just joining us, welcome along. Kevin James of BBC Radio Solent, myself, Jonathan Doidge, and Jane Powell with you to bring this one live and in full from Headingley. The Vipers won the toss and decided that they would bat first, and so far have suffered no losses.
Yeah, a bit of swing for Rachael Slater and Erin Burns maybe just getting the odd one to hold a little bit in the wicket, but not too much for her. Looking forward to seeing Phoebe Turner bowl a little bit later on. 6 wickets in the last game. I watched the montage of those 6 wickets. Looks like she bowled really well at Southport. Burns bowls. On the back foot there is Southby. Just quietly plays that out to short extra cover. Sun getting a little stronger as well as we move through the morning. Here at Headingley, Burns bowling up the hill, short and wide. Southby cuts that away through extra cover. Runs here. Applause, I guess, from her teammates just below us, but only a single.
Don't sound so surprised. It does occasionally break out in north of Watford Gap.
What, the applause? Has clapping reached up here? Slowly but surely. 17 without loss. Now I'm just having a look at the Vipers contingent. They were just below us. I think they might be. Yes, they are. Just sitting directly below. Burns bowls, and McGacken is right in behind that. Very watchful. And there is no run now. Ella McGacken, 21 years old. She's been playing in the Vipers for a few seasons now. It's tucked away a little stronger this time. Just of Burns is right, but she picks up on her follow through. McGacken playing her 11th match. She has scored just under 300 runs this season. That's tucked away behind square on the leg side, and there is no run. Just under 300 runs, and he's averaging just under 30 in this year's competition, which is an improvement over her overall career, actually. Oh, that's a lovely cut shot, and that's going for 4 runs back of the square. Lovely piece of time in there off the bat of Ella McGacken. Ends that over from Burns. Let's watch that again now, if you're watching the live picture feed, and that's played very late. Wasn't that short? Just waited and used the pace of the ball. Beautiful piece of timing. 21 without loss.
Yeah, first boundary conceded by Erin Burns, who has 29 wickets this year in the various competitions for the Diamonds. So she's certainly been worth flying her in for, and she's averaging under 20 with the ball and under 5 in terms of her economy rate. Rachael Slater, good delivery here. There's a big appeal. Southby is beaten for once. I think Sue Redfern just giving an explanation there to Rachael Slater. It's not out, love, basically. No.
Done a little too much.
Yeah.
Isn't it? That's a great
dismissive
delivery.
shake of the head by Sue.
Oh, yeah.
It's missing leg, isn't it?
Yeah, but it came back a lot.
She's certainly getting some swing. Rachael Slater. This one started a little bit too wide. An opportunity to flat bar that one away by Southby, but she's found the field.
Yeah, she's asking that one to do too much. That's a dangerous ball. We've seen that ball before. Left armour swinging the ball in, pitched on, but just strained too much.
Here she comes again. That one on its way again with a bit of hoop about it to Southby, but she'd be getting used to this now. Rachael Slater has bowled on 30 occasions previously during the last 3 seasons for the Diamonds, taking 26 wickets at just under 6. Economy rate wise, that is. Average wise, just under 26. She's in again here. Once more the swing for her, but well played. Bit of cloud. I think the forecast is okay, isn't it, for the day? I've not seen any threat of rain. There is a bit of grey gloom on the sort of western, southwestern side of the ground. Bright enough away to the east. Slater in again, and once more tailing in quite sharply there. Southby stepping away to the leg to play it. How's things on the other side of the fence, commentary-wise? It was a good win last week for the Hampshire boys, wasn't it?
Up at Old Trafford.
Old Trafford, yeah.
Yeah, it was inside 3 days.
Did you go back home after that?
I did, yeah.
You'd have thought you'd have paid for it to stay up here for a couple of days, you know, in Yorkshire, touring Yorkshire before you came to this one.
I wanted to go home, get warm, come back up.
Slater in, that's pushed into the offside and fielded there by Abby Glenn. No run to complete the over at 21 without loss. That's much better from Rachael Slater and a maiden, the first time for her, the first time in the match. Yeah,
looking dangerous actually, because some of those balls are swinging in a little bit more than others, and then every now and then one's just holding its line. So batter's having to be quite watchful there, but she's maybe just guilty of bowling a couple of sides of the wicket every now and then, just allowing the batters to get underway. Yeah, but it's nice to be back here. Last time I was up here last year, double header with the Vipers, a T20 double header. And back here again. Always a nice ground to come to. You've got to be here once a year at least.
Of course. Do you think, in your considered opinion, having watched the lads in Division 1, that Kent and who would be coming down? Kent are struggling, aren't they?
Yeah, they're struggling. It's interesting. I would have said Worcester a little while ago, but they've picked up. I don't know, Lancashire?
More so than Notts?
Or Notts. That's going to be the most interesting part of the table this year. I think the top end Surrey have just about got it cleaned up, although it's not totally certain. We've got to change of bowling here outside the off stump.
Yeah, Abby Glenn.
Abby Glenn, 23 years old. Right arm medium pace outside the off stump to McGacken. So yeah, well, it'd be nice to have Yorkshire in Division 1 next year.
If they prove good enough to get there.
Well, yes. I should imagine the table won't lie come the end of September. Glenn bowls and McGacken strokes that up towards mid-on. There's no run.
I think it did last year, but yeah, I don't think you could accuse it of lying this year.
You guys just sitting behind Sussex. I think that would be the ideal scenario actually. Sussex up, nice little trip along the coast, and then Yorkshire up. We'll come up here. That's cut away. Backward a point. Gone down towards the third boundary. That's fielded by Katie Levick. And that'll be a couple of runs there for Ella McGacken. That takes her on to 13, and the Vipers on to 23 without loss, having won the toss and elected to bat first.
Yeah, I think that should be part of the criteria, to be fair. A bit like franchising, you know, you've got to satisfy all boxes, and there should be at least a commentator's vote on who wants who in which division, because they enjoy either working with a certain person or going to a certain venue.
Well, I'd like, yes, nice drive out and extra cover, but fielded. I'd like to say you'd enjoy coming down to the Utilita, but I don't know.
I do.
When you say about the commentary, I mean...
No, I do. In fact, I love the fact that you can just get out of bed on floor 1 or whatever and walk to the commentary box on floor 3 or whatever it is.
And you're still claiming 24p a mile. That's pushed up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Yorkshireman, I think that's about 8p to get from the bedroom to the commentary box at the Bowl.
That won't get you much in that hotel, I can assure you. 23 without loss. We are in the 7th over here. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy group game, penultimate group game. As Glenn bowls, good length delivery to McGacken, and that's the end of Glenn's first over, which has cost her just 2 runs. McGacken is 13 and Southby on 9. Now I think this is too good a ground, and I know there's been all sorts of issues here over the years, but whatever they've been and wherever stage we're at now, and of course next year it'll be Yorkshire women as well as the Yorkshire team that are based here. But it's you need this ground to be hosting top all-round cricket, and I know for the women it's going to be a couple of years before that will happen, but for the men hopefully it'll be next year.
Slater then coming in again here to bowl to Southby. Nicely played in front of square off her legs. In comes Emma Marlowe. Good arm, Emma. In fact, so good it's way off the top of Lauren Winfield Hill, 1 run. But she's not the sort of the tallest, is she? And she covers the ground pretty quickly and fires that one in. And your commentary cohort, the the development squad that you've got down there, the Emily Winters of this world and such like. Obviously, we've seen Melissa going to the top of the tree as that one is swinging in and pushed out into the offside by McGacken. No run. Any new names that since I was last down there?
Oh gosh, Charlotte Taylor's been doing quite a bit with us this last year. She's got sort of 1 or 2 injury issues, so hasn't been featuring with the Vipers at all now for all this season. So she's been around a lot, doing a bit of the 100 as well, actually. So she's very much in the thick of it now. Melissa's not with us so much.
No. Slater, I think that was out of the back of the hand and nicely played by McGacken.
There's 1 or 2 others that are just starting to come through now. There is a girl called Regina Sudahase, who was the MCC's Young Broadcaster of the Year, I think, announced about 2 months ago. She did her first game with us, Vipers game at Arundel against the Blaze. Yeah, so I think she's going to be around with us for a bit more.
Slater in again, turned to leg by McGacken, no run.
So hopefully she'll be there next year when you're down at our place, which I'm sure you will be.
And there's Stanley
Marissa,
yes,
former Zimbabwe A batter. Yeah, he's been doing a bit with us this year. We've got actually, was it this year new on board? Anthony Clapham, who's plays for the Hampshire and England disabled team.
Okay,
he's part of our commentary team now as well. So yeah, that might be a new name to you. May not have worked with.
Yeah. Slater's in. Oh, now then, that's Ariel on its way into the leg side to Phoebe Turner, who's at mid-on. 1 bounce before she makes the stop. So still 24 without loss. Another tight over here from Rachael Slater, who's kind of found the range a bit more after those first couple of overs.
So yeah, I think that would be the only new ones. That Gemma Green's still with us. Well,
yep.
Yeah, I know. Well, they're all either playing or you've got other things at times. So you need a pool.
Yeah, as she's in again. That's worked backward of square leg this time by McGacken, who's going to pick up 2. She wants a second at least, and she's going to get that. A good arm by Emma Marlowe, but not quite able to get the throw off quickly enough. So that's scuppered the second successive Slater maiden, but she's 4 overs for 16 now. He's 26 without loss after 8. And of course, David Allen will be doing his usual.
He's still with us.
I've tuned in once or twice. You don't get a lot of chance to do that, do you, when you're doing your own games? But once or twice when Yorkshire have not been playing and you have. I think I might have sent you a message at one point early in the season. Yeah, I think Dave was on that day, yeah.
Yeah, you did, yeah. Which was nice. The man at Dave, who's the reception manager at Old Trafford, sent an email.
Oh, yeah,
Were down there before,
top man, Dave, isn't he?
Dave Halliday, yeah.
Morning, everyone.
So it's nice, yeah.
Oh, you missed yourself.
Oh, I missed it. Oh, apologies. So, Abbey Glen will continue from the football stand end. It's the rugby, or rugby stand end, isn't it? What do you call it?
The Howard stand.
Howard stand. There we go. It's all of those, but mainly the Howard stand. Abbey Glen, with the keeper standing up, is driven on the leg side by Rihanna Southby. Will go out towards deep square leg. It will be pulled up just on the ropes, and they'll come back for 2. Sophia Turner down there with the blue sun hat on. One of 2 changes in the Northern Diamond side for this game from the side that beat Thunder at Southport. Sophia Turner and Rebecca Duckworth into the sides. Ooh, first plane of the morning. Turned away on the leg side again by Southby for a single this time. 29 without loss. Just feel myself fighting the aircraft there for a minute. Can't see it because the clouds are a little low. Coming into Leeds Bradford.
Yeah, you get 50 overs grace on the Howard stand, and if you don't get it right in the second innings, you're off air and you don't get back on.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Right,
you whipped out of the commentary attack.
I better be careful then, hadn't I, really? There's a nice drive out towards point, half stopped, which has certainly stopped a boundary. 2 runs to Ella McGacken this time. Takes the total on to 31 without loss. Yeah, so, right, Howard stand. I'll write out 10 lines. Howard stand. But it used to be called the rugby stand.
The football stand,
Football standard, yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean...
Is that new for this year?
Nobody really bothers too much if it gets called the football stand, but it is officially the Howard stand these days.
Is that a new name for this year?
No.
Pulled away, fielded at mid-wicket. No run.
This must be... I would have thought year 3 or 4, something like that for the Howard stand. Yeah.
Oh dear, right, I'm way behind then.
It'll be on Google, no doubt.
Of course. Abby Glenn again with her right arm medium pace has driven again to one of 2 players at mid-wicket. Can't find the gap through those. This time that's fielded by Ster Callis, the Netherlands player. He's one of the stronger batters in this Northern Diamonds lineup. Though Holly Armitage, that's a big plus for the Vipers, big minus for the Diamonds with her amount of runs. That's driven to mid-wicket. Good accurate end to that over from Abby Glenn. So 17 to McGacken, 13 to Southby. The Vipers are 31 without loss, 9 gone.
I shall try and find when it was opened as the Howard stand. I remember it was still being completed in my first season, or possibly more, in the commentary seat. So and that's 6 years now.
Oh right.
By the end of this season. So I'd have thought 4 years. Yeah.
I can remember it being. Well, it was rebuilt, wasn't it? Because there was a stand there anyway, but it was looking a bit tired, wasn't it?
Here's Slater coming in to Southby, who turns that one into the leg side. Now, so the 2019 test, it was full, so it had to have been done by then when Ben Stokes was performing his heroics.
Oh right, yes.
So 2018, 2019, yeah. Thanks, Jane. So it's his 6th full season. How time flies, Kev.
It does. It's quite scary.
And the older you get,
well, yes,
quicker it goes.
I know.
Slater in again. Wide of off stump. Aerial. Oh, has she taken that catch? That's a very good catch, diving to her left in the covers. And it's the end of Rihanna Southby for 31 for 1. I was just going to say the Diamonds, they've bowled okay, but hadn't really looked like creating a clear-cut opportunity, but she's not quite managed to get over the top of that. And it is Abby Glenn, I think, possibly, or is it Rebecca Duckworth who's taking the catch? We'll get you an ID on that. Couldn't pick up the number from this distance. Another thing that goes with age.
I'll tell you what, it was a top catch though.
It was Abby Glenn. I was right first time. Yeah.
That is a top catch.
Erin Burns, in fact, now.
Oh, right.
There we go. Howard correcting himself. I better do the same. So Erin Burns with a very good catch. 1 down.
Yeah, that ball, I think Rihanna Southby's expecting that ball to straighten a little bit because her front foot was a long way away from that. And she's kind of thrashing that a little bit. No real control over the drive, hence why it goes in the air. She's not really got the angle because she's not in control of the shot. But even so, that is an absolutely top catch. And Southby goes, first wicket down for the Vipers in the 10th over. Georgia Adams, the Vipers captain, strides to the crease. Adams this year, 301 runs, averaging 30 in this competition, with a top score of 65.
Slater in, slanted across. Georgia Adams, who's just having a flick at one wide of off stump, through to the gloves of Lauren Winfield Hill. No run yet. I did, for some reason, a couple of years back, do an interview with Georgia for Planet Sport, I think it was, the website, yeah.
Yeah. She's been a top player for a few years now. Actually averages overall in her career, Vipers' career in this competition, 41. So she is a little down this year.
Tall figure, turns this one to mid-wicket. Sophia Turner, I should say, doing the fielding, and there is no run.
It's been picked up by the Sydney Thunder, the recent WBBL and the BBL draft. I think it was earlier this week, actually. She was at Adelaide Strikers, the current defending champions, but she's now moving to Sydney Thunder.
Slater in again, Adams dropping one into the leg side once more, and it's a 3-woman game at the minute. The last couple of deliveries go in the same direction. Bring in Jane in a mo at the end of the over, or you can do it now if you like. 3 minutes past 11. We'll bring Kev back in half an hour or so as Slater slants one across. Adams, he pulls the bat inside the line, and there is no run. So 31 for 1 the score at the end of the 10th over. And Rachael Slater, I think it's fair to say, has found the range after just taking an over or two to settle for the right sorts of lines and lengths here. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. She's got the breakthrough. And we've got the breakthrough in the commentary box because Jane Powell is alongside to replace Kevin James. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning to everybody listening. It's a lovely day, isn't it? You know, it's good to see some good quality cricket out at Headingley again.
Yeah, Abby Glenn bowling to McGacken, who's just turned one into the leg side there. No run, positive start for the Diamonds?
Yeah, very positive. And I was just thinking then as you were saying the catch, I think you were right first off. I think it was Abby Glenn, and it looks like the scorers have changed it now for that diving catch in the last one, and this is played out to mid-wicket fairly comfortably by McGacken. But 10 overs gone already. You know, they're moving through the overs very quickly this morning. You know, I looked at some of the other games and they're still on 6 overs, 7 overs, and here we are. We're in the 11th over here at Headingley.
Yeah, I'll have a look at the scores elsewhere in a mo once again. Do you want to do this over? Yeah.
Abby Glenn into bowl, and again Georgie Adams is playing very circumspect at the moment. Just forward defence, which runs out to short cover. And, you know, whilst Adams knows that she's got to play a linchpin in this Vipers team, they're obviously missing quite a considerable number of their England players, and she knows that she needs to score some runs, so she's taking it easy. And with that, she just plants her foot forward and strikes it, not middling it, but struck it well enough to go out to the point boundary for 4 runs. She's a quality player, really, you know, and it's she's one of those good club players who, you know, is reliable, and if she's out early, it's because it's either a very good ball. It's because it's a good ball. You very rarely see her lose her head early on in her innings. Glenn comes in again, and once more it's defended out into the covers.
Yes.
They look like a completely different team to when you see them at various stages in the year, because they have such an influx and outflux depending on the demands by England. So it must be quite difficult for them to develop that team awareness as Glenn comes in again. And this time it's played backwards of point, but there's no run.
So the end of 11 and 36 for the loss of 1 wicket at the end of that Abby Glenn over, 5 runs from it. So nearly at the end of the 10th over at Radlett, where Western Storm are 34 for 1 against Sunrisers, who stuck them in. An eye on the game between the Blaze and the Thunder, which is taking place at Sale, and Blaze are still wicketless, 37 without loss after 9 there now, having been put in by Thunder. And the Stars 34 for 1 in the 9th over now against the Sparks, who decided that they wanted to bowl first. That's what's going on elsewhere in the competition today, as it's going to be Rachael Slater from this Kirkstall Lane end once again. 1 for 16 from her 5 2 maidens so far. Nice in-swinger once again. McGacken just stroking that one back past the bowler. No run. McGacken 18 off 34. She's been out there since the outset, 37 minutes now. So should be getting herself nicely in and acclimatised on what looks a typically good Headingley pitch. 2 boundaries to her so far. And Slater's in again and punched up to mid-off this time. And there's no run. Yeah, they've. You're right. They've managed to decide to keep it at Glen. It was Glen, then it changed, and then it's back to being Abbey Glen as the catcher of Rihanna Southby. Just got underneath one, drove it to her left. Nice little dab of a late cut by McGacken here. There's a chase on, and she wins the race down at 3rd man to save the boundary and keep them to 2.
And that sort of fielding is so crucial, and it can be crucial later on in the game, but the idea that you stop the boundary is paramount in the fielder's mind. So a good chase there to restrict that to just 2 runs.
Slater coming in again. McGacken solidly behind this one, turning it into the leg side for Sophia Turner to field. So no Holly Armitage today, and no Beth Heath, and of course no Beth Langston either, who obviously spent a long time on the sidelines with injury. It's been good to see her come back and put in some performances, not least the other day, but missing out today, and you just wonder if that's maybe have a breather before hopefully bigger games to come, and hopefully it's not a setback as that's dragged down the leg side.
You would
wide
hope
ball.
that it's just future-proofing Beth Langston, because she's added so much to the team when she's come on, both with bat and with ball. So it'll be good to make sure that she's available for hopefully the semi-final and potentially a final.
Here comes Slater again. Once more shaping towards the right-hander. Fielded out there in the offside, no run.
It's interesting seeing Erin Burns at cover there, because that's the position that Holly Armitage is always in. So you're so used to seeing number 57 stopping that drive, but Erin, as the senior player, has obviously taken that on her shoulders.
Slater in again. Once more, there's some shape, and nicely played late cut by McGacken. Brings her a single to complete that over. 12 of them now gone here at Headingley, and 40-1 the score. Diamonds, well, this could, it's possible as we sit here, Jane, could be the last time the Diamonds play at Headingley. We've still got a game at Chesterton Street against the South East Stars on Saturday that we'll be covering on BBC Radio Leeds. Paul Shaw is going up there with myself, but it's a possibility this could be the last time we see the Diamonds at Headingley.
Yes, it is, and it's always very sad, isn't it, when Kia Super League changed to the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. I can remember lots of angst amongst spectators, but the good thing is that we'll still see good quality women's competition, because I do know that Yorkshire will be looking to develop a team of note as they go forward.
Yeah, this one just slung down the leg side by Abbey Glen. That's going to be wided by Jasmine Naeem. And
some of these youngsters will no doubt carry that mantle, as well as some of our more senior players. But this ground deserves a good women's team. There's been county cricket in Yorkshire since 1936. I don't see that changing in the future. It'll just get stronger and stronger.
Emma Marlowe comes into field one at cover off McGacken. Yeah, I think the Diamonds has obviously done a great job and served its purpose well. But things will change. They are going to change. It might take a few years to rebuild in the way that the county wants its women's team to do. Richard Pyra coming back in next year, of course, as the new head coach. But you would expect Yorkshire to be resurgent in the non-too-distant future as Glen is in, and that's punched up to mid-off this time, no run. So things are certainly going to change in terms of playing personnel over the next 12 months or so. Given the circumstances, that can't be helped, I don't think.
No, and as Glenn comes in, that's hit out, but fielded well, just gullyish. You know, the good thing is that you've got lots of people who are in the right positions to support the girls as they go forward, and the women as they go forward. I hope that doesn't offend anybody when I say girls. I guess in my stage of life, most of them are young, much younger. But Glenn comes in, and that's driven firmly, and that's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot there from McCacken. Lauren Winfield-Hill taking on the mantle of captain today in Holly Armitage's absence, and she's directing the field and manoeuvring it round. It's lovely to have somebody of that experience, isn't it, to fill in when your captain is not available because she's on England duties.
Yeah, not a bad spot to be doing it from, either behind the stumps. I think that was a shot of the day so far for me.
Yeah, lovely shot. Firmly driven as Glenn comes in again. And that's helped round to fine leg, and that's beaten the fielder chasing round the boundary. So that the first one wasn't a bad ball, but that second one was a poor ball from Glenn. She almost overcompensated and gave a free hit, which was gratefully received as McCacken moves on to 29. It's funny, when you have 2 boundaries, you think, oh, they're racing away. But actually, the run rate's not racing away at the moment. It's only 3.82, according to the scoreboard over there. But that's helped round again. But this time, I think the fielder will get it. And so that's just a single. Good field placing.
Yeah, I think if you're going to accuse her of anything in that over, Abby Glenn, she's just a little bit too leg stumpish, isn't she? She's been driven just to the onside of straight. She's been helped away through fine leg, and then she's had another one turned down through long leg. Just needs to make a slight adjustment to that line, but it's not disastrous. 4 overs for 22. 50 up.
There's always that danger that when somebody drives you, you think that you've pitched it too far up and then you drop it shorter. And I think most of the players now in this league know that if they've managed to drive, then they should be expecting one a little bit shorter. So if you're good at moving off the front foot and the back foot, then it's relatively easy to then just wait for it a little bit longer and then just help it round the corner, which is exactly what McCacken did.
And it's Katie Levick with a leg spin from the Kirkstall Lane end for the first time today then. In she comes, and immediately she's got McCacken cutting and missing. Slip has been brought in, no surprises there. Ball turning away from the outside edge of the right-hander, and in comes Levick again, and there she goes. She's struck straight away with a clip onto her stumps by Ella McCacken, who started pretty well but has now gone for 30, and it's 50 for 2.
I think the age-old problem of trying to cut a leg spinner or an off spinner, you know, it's a very risky shot to play against any spin bowling, is that cut if you're not going to move your feet. And she didn't move her feet, and she just stayed within a crease. I think we can see that on this replay. Stays on a crease. No movement of her feet, and then just chops it down onto the stumps. Great ball for the Diamonds, but not such a great shot by McCacken.
No, it's missing by the stumps by a country mile, isn't it? She's done the classic play on.
She had
46
a very
minutes.
open grip, you know, just looking at that replay, her bat looked like it was shaping up to go out to the covers without any movement whatsoever as Elwys comes in to replace her. Elwys is their top scorer in this tournament this year with 423 runs. And Levick moves up now to 16 wickets in this year's competition. So it's a good contest, this one, with Katie Levick, not quite the highest wicket taker in the Diamonds team because young Phoebe Turner took that role after the last game, now bowling against the highest run scorer for the Vipers in Georgie Elwys.
Yeah, 4 fours and 47 deliveries for McCacken. 30 she made, but yeah, first victim of the day for Katie Levick. And this is a big partnership now for the Vipers. this pair. This is probably the key partnership, so if the Diamonds can get in among and break it fairly quickly, then that would serve them well as far as the outcome's concerned, as Elvis goes back foot first up and pushes it to Erin Burns in at extra cover. No run. Levick in again, gives that one plenty of air. And Elvis watchful.
Slip in place as well.
Yep. She's going to be watchful as well here. Just got to make sure there are no slip-ups against Lev, who is in again. That's nicely played cut shot. There is a sweeper out there in the deep, and it's going to keep Elvis to 1, but she's off the mark. Just the 1 to come in this Lev opening over. He was up here in the com box with us for a day or so last week during the Middlesex match. Cow corner has been dispatched. Sophia Turner, Emma Marlowe, the deep backward square leg, plus the cover sweeper. And in comes Levick. Around about leg stump this time. Georgia Adams off the pad, and Lauren Winfield cleans up. End of the over. Applause, because it was a wicket taken over for Katie Levick, her first foray into the attack. 51 for 2 after 14.
Yeah, great over there from Katie Levick. Just the 1 run off it, but quite crucially for the Diamonds, the wicket off the second ball off getting McCacken, who would look fairly set, to be honest, on her 30 runs. Had just built up to be set and then was removed a second ball against the leg spin of Katie Levick. And Abby Glenn is replaced by Phoebe Turner at the Howard stand end, and Phoebe Turner in the last game took 6 wickets, was the best return for any bowler in this competition this year, 6 for 20 I think, and she showed good shape with the ball over at the Lancashire Thunder. She comes in and it's on the mark straight away. Good first ball from Phoebe Turner. Played that just down the ground, did Georgie Elvis. It'll be interesting to see how this pair play this now, because if they were to lose another wicket at this stage, that would be quite a key moment for the Southern Vipers.
Yes, 6 for 20 you mentioned. She's in the last 3 seasons now, Phoebe Turner, 25 wickets at 21 and coming in at under 5 and over, so always something for your skipper to work with.
She got some good bounce out of the last ball, and it'll be interesting to see if she does generate some bounce out of this wicket. A little bit short on that one, and it's punched out to the cover boundary for 1 by Georgie Elvis. Got quite a sort of straight at that first couple of strides when she pushes off, all from the hip. Here we go. That's an edge, and it's running down to the 3rd man, but the young Katie Levick comes sprinting round to stop that from going for a 4. Wait till I see you next time. Stay on your feet. Stay on your feet, love. I was just thinking just before that ball, you know, we've got a deep fine leg, a deep square leg, 3rd man and cover on the boundary, and it would have been interesting just to have seen a slip potentially in at this stage of the competition, and with that, you know, there was that one that just took the edge and went down. I mean, I'm not saying it could have been a wicket, but it would have kept the pressure on. She's obviously got the confidence to come in and bowl on the spot, and so she'll be hoping to force the batter into an error where she punches that out to the cover. Georgie Adams again watching it very well and just playing it out there. Yeah, so just 3 off Phoebe's first over, which is a tidy start. 54 for 2 after 15, Jane. And not many wickets have fallen elsewhere, to be fair. This
is the game where the most have fallen. Western Storm 58 for 1 in the 14th against Sunrisers. The Blaze 62 without loss, near the end of the 14th over there against Thunder. And the Stars 57 for 1 after 12 overs against the Central Sparks. That's what's happening elsewhere.
As Katie Levitt comes in to bowl her second over. Only gone for 1 run in that first over, so she'll be looking to continue in that vein.
First ball sees Elwes go back foot. Nicely played, confidently played out to Abby Glenn, who's the squarish sweeper on the offside. 1 run, but she timed that very nicely.
Yeah, she's a good, experienced player. Is Georgie Elwes, as is Georgia Adams.
Who's stroking one back to Levick. That early wicket, just, you know, in the batter's minds, might just be a bit of extra respect. Better make sure we don't give up another one quickly. Nicely stepped into there, Georgia Adams. Strokes it back past Levick, but fielded at mid-off.
I think you're always nervous when a spinner comes on and they get a wicket early. You start thinking they're doing a lot more than they necessarily are at times. The mystery of spin.
Oh,
that
she's
was very close then.
Georgia
to the
Adams,
same thing.
yeah, clips it nearly onto the stumps. I think this one's just gone wide of off stump. Beat Lauren Winfield Hill, and they get 2 runs for it, but that was dicey to say the least. Georgia Adams' perspective.
Thought it was almost a replay of the wicket that she took earlier.
Levick again. Oh, and she's gone back foot here. And, well, I guess credit her for watching it all the way on. She's played it very late and dead batted it. Katie Levick will be encouraged by this. Just sending mid-off Rebecca Duckworth all the way out to long off before firing this one in wide of leg stump and bowling it wide. Final ball of the 16th over when it happens, and she's here again. And this time hits the mark and Adams defends. So just the 4 off the over. 58 for 2 come the end of it. Adams on 8, Elwes on 3, and Levick with 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 5 against her name. The cut-off time 1:42, but the way they're going, they're probably going to be significantly inside that. Already seen 16 overs off, and we've got 4 minutes to go before the hour mark.
Yeah, it's nice to see the pace of the overs turning over quite quickly. You know, I do think recent times we're getting slower and slower bowling the overs, you know, so there's no reason why this should be unusual, but actually it is for the cricket that we've seen this summer. Sometimes it's been down as low as 12 and 13 in an hour, isn't it, when we've watched the Men's County Championship. As that struck out to the cover boundary, fielded there, and again only 2 off that one. And these runs will start to be crucial as we get into the depths of the game. You know, anything that could easily be a boundary, the Diamonds girls are chasing hard to try and prevent the ball going over the boundary. So in the last few overs they've saved about 4, so that's quite a number of runs when they start to add up. As Phoebe Turner comes in again, there's a stifled appeal. I suspect that was going down leg side.
Yeah, you're talking over rates. I think the men's game, Yorkshire started +19 here the other day against Middlesex on the start of the final day. So much spin had been bowled. It was unprecedented. The first time in 6 seasons of doing commentary where all 96 overs had been bowled at least 15 minutes before the end of the scheduled day's play, twice in succession.
Good shot there from Georgia Elwes as she just drives it through the leg side for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot, isn't it? Just over pitching, I think, there. Phoebe Turner on leg stump, and she just helped it on its way, timed it really well.
Phoebe Turner coming up the hill slightly from the Howard stand. And that's another well-struck ball out to the cover, but this time just one run. She's not quite got the length right yet, has she? She's either over-pitching or under-pitching, as they say. So Georgia Adams and Georgia Elwes are too experienced to not pay dividends from when a bowler is just mixing up their length. As she comes in again. And that's a much better one, and that's just an edge, and it evades Lauren Winfield-Hill. Oh, but a football slide for Katie Levick on the boundary to stop that going for 4 runs. That's the old slide tackle coming in there. That must be a Sheffield Wednesday skills coming out there.
Just going to say, yeah. Yeah, a bit of Sheffield Wednesday for Lev.
We fall out frequently because I'm Sheffield United.
Yeah.
So it's Sheffield Wednesday, Sheffield United. Never the twain shall mix. As Turner comes in once more, and that's defended straight back to her firmly by Georgia Adams as the end of the 17th over.
So 67 for 2, that one proving fairly expensive. I think it's probably time I disappeared and left you with Kev for half an hour.
So 17 overs gone, 67 runs, 2 wickets down, and it's really in the balance at the moment. The Vipers have got their 2 most experienced batters at the crease, so this is a key time for them, that they need to build a partnership, not lose another wicket, and Diamonds will be very keen to take another wicket to not allow them to start to dominate from a partnership perspective. Already it's 17, the partnership, as Katie Levick comes on for a 3rd over. Welcome back, Mr. James.
Yes, hello, Jane. First time working together?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
So Levick comes in once more, and that's just a bit of a trundler, that one outside off stump. I'm not sure that did much, but that's the mystery of spin, isn't it? Where you can do that and just say, oh no, that was my arm ball. Little bit like the wobbled seam these days, isn't it? Used to call it a bad ball when I was playing, but nowadays it's, oh yes, that's my scrambled seam.
I agree. Anybody that bowled with a scrambled seam, it was like, well, once you learn to get the seam up right, then you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Now it's like, it's okay, that's good. Quite
a crucial partnership, this one.
It is. Elwes, we were talking before the start of the game, really. I mean, for me, Georgia Elwes is the main player at the moment, with so many players missing for the Vipers. You're looking to Elwes's experience. And Georgia Adams, as I say, hasn't really played a big one yet this season. Is it me? Sorry, are you commentating? Is it me? Sorry.
No. Either way.
I'll leave this over to you then.
Yeah, as Levick just was defended back out by Georgia Adams. Levick's coming in again. And again, just pushed out into the offside, and there's no run there. So that's the end of the 18th over. Levick has bowled 3 overs now, and she's 1 for 6. So a good start by Levick.
Looking at some of the other games, because we're all keeping an eye, aren't we, as to what the Blaze will do, because they're in 5th. They're the only team that can break up the top 4, of which both these teams out there are very much top of that tree, with Northern Diamonds in 1st place and the Vipers in 2nd. Top 4 qualify for the semi-finals. The Blaze are 69 for 1 in the 16th against Lancashire Thunder. So
they lost a wicket. They'd not lost a wicket the last time.
It is one of the Bryce sisters. I'll have to check which one, but out for 34. Michaela Kirk is not out, 28 there. I know, I love him watching Phoebe Turner bowl here, as that's pushed out in the offside by Elwes for a single. Total moves on to 69 for 2. No, she picked up 6 wickets in the last game. What a nice action she has.
Yeah, she's a good young bowler coming through, and coming through very comfortably as well, not being over bowled, you know, being monitored and being developed nicely by the coaching team.
from the Howard stand end up the hill. Length ball to Adams, who's played back to the bowler. Yeah, just 21 years of age, playing her 28th list A game for the Diamonds today.
And of course the semi-finals may well be upset by players that aren't available rather than players that are available. Blaze will of course lose 2 or 3 if Scotland do have a training camp.
Of course, yeah, both the Bryce sisters, weren't they? That's pushed to mid-wicket, no run.
And they're key figures in that Blaze team, aren't they? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what teams are available when it comes to the semi-finals. And it will show the depth of talent that we have in the country.
It certainly will. Just having a look at the semi-final dates, because the last round of games is this coming weekend. Bit of width there, and that's smashed away out to deep cover by Georgia Adams, who now moves on to 11, and the Vipers on to 70 for 2.
14th of September, I think, the semi-finals.
You're right, same as T20 finals day for the men at Edgbaston. That's weird. You would have thought one of those could have been on a Sunday, wouldn't you? Well,
yeah, and then certainly from a Diamonds perspective, if they were to make the final, it's the same day as an international here at Headingley. England men are playing Australia in a one-day game. So, yeah, there's so much congestion in the fixtures calendar, and especially if you want to follow both games, both matches.
Yeah, not the easiest. But we're at that stage of the season where you just want to be involved.
Yes, absolutely.
That's for sure. Phoebe Turner then, right arm over. Comes in and bowls, and that's a length delivery, which Elwes just pushes off the front foot out towards mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. So Turner's completed 3 overs, none for 14. Katie Levick's 3 overs, 1 for 6, and the Vipers are 70 for 2, with Georgia Adams not out on 11 and Georgia Elwes on 12. Very much the experienced 2 out there for the Vipers, and as you said earlier, Jane, I think the Vipers will be looking to this partnership to really give them some backbone throughout this 50 overs to get what they will on this wicket. I think need a very good and decent score.
Yeah, I think what we find at Headingley is the wickets are usually very good, very competitive, and the outfield's like lightning. So particularly if it stays dry all day, it'll just get quicker out there. And on the money straight away from Katie Levick, and that's defended back to her by Georgia Adams. It's a real game of the experience here at the moment, with the experienced Levick bowling to Adams and Elwes, and that's played out really nicely through the covers for 4 runs. Just guided that. It didn't seem to be a great big push shot almost. It was just pushed out there and it just raced, which just reinforces what I've just been saying about the outfield being very quick. Certainly one of the quickest grounds I've seen this summer. And that's defended this time straight back to Levick.
Sorry, apologies, I've been out of the room for the last half an hour, so if I mention a couple of things that you've already been talking about, do say, not this one, Kev.
Oh, it's all right. We can always reinforce things about Levick had 15 wickets before this game, and now he's on 16, so she's building. She's building. You can usually rely on her to pick some wickets, and normally it's as we get into the depth of the game, so to pick one up early is very good. Particularly as McCacken was going well at that stage. She'd built herself up to 30 and looked fairly set, and then just chopped that one on to her own stumps, as that's driven down the ground for a single by Georgia Adams off the last ball of the over. So that's 20 overs gone.
30 to do. Getting through them quite quickly here.
Yeah, we were saying that, you know, the cut-off time is 13:42. I don't think that'll be a danger. I've got a feeling we'll be finished well within that time.
That's what I love about the women's game, is they don't hang around.
No.
They just get on with it. Bowl, turn round to the back to their mark and just bowl, and it doesn't matter whether somebody's played a rubbish shot or has hit something where it shouldn't have gone. There's no sort of standing there, hands on hips. No. They just turn around and get on with it, which is quite refreshing, really. So Emily Windsor next into bat for the Vipers, then Abby Norgrove, Naomi Jitani on loan. They're the next 3 batters to come in, but we're watching Adams and Elwes out there, and Phoebe Turner from that Howard stand end. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Adams defends that one out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Is there a lot of disappointment around here about the regional competition coming to end? Because Northern Diamonds, I mean, these two sides out there now have been very, very dominant, haven't they, especially in this competition?
Yeah, very competitive, haven't they, and played each other in finals on a number of occasions. And yes, there's always going to be disappointment because Yorkshire is a very proud county, as you well know, for cricket. So the fact that suddenly they won't be allowed into the Tier 1 competition next year is quite a disappointment. Yeah,
I bet, yeah. Is there a feeling, though, that obviously Northern Diamonds is a spread area, isn't it? It goes over to Durham Way, and at the moment, anyway. Is there a feeling that it's better being Yorkshire, even if it's Tier 2 to start off with? That's pushed out
I think
the offside 1 run.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to be loyal to their county, so I think the members are certainly looking forward to seeing a Yorkshire women's team. I think some of them have associated with Northern Diamonds, but a lot of them haven't. And I think that once you get a Yorkshire women's team, then we'll see a lot more members coming to support as well.
Yeah, so it's a positive thing then.
Yes, I think so. Ultimately it will be. It just take a few years.
That's flicked away fine by Georgia Adams. A little too straight there from Phoebe Turner. That's a good piece of fielding. Just about on the... that's a Katie Levick, I think that is there.
Yeah, she's saved a couple of boundaries so far. One of them, I don't know if you were around, but she did a sliding, bit like a sliding tackle in football. So I was saying that's obviously a Sheffield Wednesday roots coming out there. But that time she went down with her hands and cut that one off, and again protected the boundary.
Yeah. Tuttle moves on to 79 for 2. Phoebe Turner in again. Keeper standing back. On Winfield Hill. That's wide outside the off stump. Cuts away. And it bounces just in front of the fielder and races away through backward a point for 4 runs. Bit of width there. Maybe should have been stopped.
Yeah, disappointing, I think, from a fielder's perspective, because whilst it was cut firmly to her, she didn't quite get anything behind it, and it raced past her. And I think they're the things that the team pride themselves on, is their fielding, and so they'll be disappointed with that one, because they would have thought anything that comes within 2 metres of you, left or right, should be stopped, and that one literally did go within those 2 metres either side.
And Catherine Fraser it is at backward a point as Turner comes in again. That's straighter. That's a better line this time from the pace bowler, and that's defended, and that's the end of the over. So we've had here 21 overs. Vipers put into bat, 83 for 2, Southby for 13 and McGacken for 30, the 2 players that are back in the pavilion. Rachel Slater and Katie Levick with the 2 wickets for the Northern Diamonds.
Encouragingly for Vipers, the partnership now is 33, and that's certainly a key moment, or a key partnership in this game at this stage of the game.
I was reading an article about you, Jane.
Oh dear.
Like you do.
Bedtime reading, so we can go to sleep.
I read it. Well, funny enough, I read it this morning, actually, and it's quite interesting. You know, you're sort of talking about your time as president here at Yorkshire, which of course encompasses Northern Diamonds and will encompass Yorkshire women next year.
As Katie Levick comes back in from the pavilion end, and that's played out into the covers for no run.
2 easy questions to ask you.
As that's helped round the corner, but fielded well. So that's when your fielders really help you, is when it's not a particularly good ball, it's hit firmly, but the fielder stops it, and then that keeps the pressure on the batter, because that should have been 4 runs, really.
Definitely.
As that's eased out into the covers for 1 run.
So, what is it? Because you were thrown in the deep end, really. When if that's the right phrase, and it probably isn't the right phrase, but you know what I'm sort of saying, really. I mean, you became president at a difficult time for the club. Hopefully, it's all coming out the back end. But
Katie Levick comes in, and that's cut past the short point, but the sweeper picks it up on the point boundary, and there's just 1 run.
What have you enjoyed most about it, and has it been anything like you thought it might have been?
good questions. I don't know if I had any expectations, because I never dreamed that I'd be in this position. So that's the first thing to say. So as Katie Levitt comes in, and that's pushed out into the covers, just forward of point really, for one run. I thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, I've met so many incredible people. I've seen so many good things happening in Yorkshire, you know, and I get a little bit tired of the press rhetoric, really, of the difficulties of Yorkshire. You know, so many good things, not the least of which will be as there's a chance of a run out, but come through quickly for the one run. I don't, you know, not the least of which is on Friday we're playing a disability game on out in on the main field here at Headingley. You know, Yorkshire Disability 11 playing an England Select Disability 11, and just the opportunity to be able to promote all aspects of cricket in Yorkshire has just been a fantastic thing to be able to do. And there's so many incredible people doing so many wonderful things. Any given Saturday in Yorkshire there's 1,000 games of cricket. That relies on a lot of volunteers, and they're just invaluable to the club. And I think that's, if I've tried to do anything, I've tried to raise the awareness of how important they are to the club, because without them you wouldn't be finding the Harry Brooks of this world, the Katie Levicks of this world, the Holly Armitages. You know, you would not be finding them if it wasn't for those wonderful volunteers who start these youngsters in the clubs when they first come along.
Sure.
So amazing.
And I mean, obviously, yeah, you're right about the media attention on the club, rightly or wrongly or whatever, but you guys have been singled out, I guess, a little way. As full delivery, work to backward a point. Throw comes in from Fraser. Oh, Elwes would have been out. Elwes was a goner if the throw had hit.
That's good fielding.
Oh, dear, that would have been.
Slater, yeah. And she took it and threw it all in one go, and I think it just bounced over the stump.
Wow. Two batters having a chat there, because that's the last thing they need with these two at the crease being run out. Well, that was a mistake. Good piece of fielding, as you say, though, Jane. 88 for 2. That's a nice drive from Elwes. Oh, it's a misfield at extra cover. Bonus run there for Georgia Elwes. Takes her on to 16. 89 for 2. Have you felt part of your job has been maybe to knit everybody together?
Yeah,
almost to repair.
Yes, I think
the damage.
so. You know, I wanted people to see that when people talk about Yorkshire, it's a massive county, and there's a lot of people who have an allegiance to the county, to cricket. So I've looked at Yorkshire cricket and not just the county clubs. So whilst I have watched the men's county championship games, I've watched the women, I've been out to watch the disabled, I've been to clubs, I've been to schools, I've supported a school called Beckfoot win the table cricket championships. You know, there's just so much more to Yorkshire when you talk about cricket than just the county club, although sure. It's a very important club, and it's one that I feel very honoured to be representing as president.
Sure. And what have you found the most difficult?
Trying to change that rhetoric, really, because literally, you know, Yorkshire is no different to society, I would suggest. That was poor fielding there. Casual fielding almost, going for it with one hand, especially when you're fielding behind the covered strip. Yeah. You know, so you can't go for it with one hand when you're doing that. So
yeah, that coconut matting just in front of you.
So yeah, the rhetoric, I think, and just trying to say to people, look, there's so much good going on in Yorkshire. You know, there's just so many positive things. I've been to box cricket, tape ball cricket. I've never heard of box cricket, but I've been to a box competition. It's played by the Indian community in Leeds in a sports hall, and it's played with two adults, two adult men, 2 adult women, and 4 children. They're on each team, so it's a family game. But you know, there's things like that are going on, run by the Yorkshire Cricket Board, that are just phenomenal. And you know, the board and the county club are working closely with each other on a number of these things, and just a really good setting. You know, the idea that anything that is going on at the club is looked after by the club. This live streaming is run by the county club, but it's just important.
So 90 for 2. We've got a change of bowling. It's going to be Catherine Fraser. That's pulled away by Georgia Adams, hammered away on the leg side, and that's fielded. 2 of them out there. But that'll be 3 runs to Georgia Adams. Takes her on to 29, I think that is. Just that might be a few more than that. Yeah, 29, 92 for 2. In fact, it's a couple of runs there for Georgia Adams. All yours, Joan.
Fraser comes in again from the pavilion end, a little bit short, and allows Adams to go onto a back foot and just push that out into the covers. No run.
And in the time, because it sounds like you're so busy, you haven't got time to breathe.
Again, off the back foot this time. She has pierced the gap, and she's beaten the 3 fielders who are converging on it, and that's a good stroke through the covers for 4 runs from Georgia Adams, who's moved herself up to 33 runs in quite quick time, I would suspect. 45 balls, not as quick as I thought, but she's hit 4 fours at the moment. And I think she's just playing herself in. I think she's very aware that this partnership, which is on 46, is the key one, as that's punched out to the short cover and fielded by Erin Burns for no run.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Fraser comes in again, and that's defended for no run.
Would you like to do this job for the foreseeable? You know, if all being well.
The presidency.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I get so many opportunities to meet so many amazing people that I would never have got. You know, and I still pinch myself every time anybody says Yorkshire president, because it's like, wow, I never thought I'd have the opportunity. You know, 160 years of male presidents, and you know, I'm the first female president. You know, and it's quite nice to think you're a history maker. But you know, I just enjoy representing the county, and you know, I'm a proud Yorkshire woman. So you know, as far as that's concerned, my dad would have been the proudest man in the world to know that his daughter was president of Yorkshire, and he would have loved sitting with Dickie Bird watching games of cricket as well.
Because you would have taken over from Dickie Bird. Is that right?
Jeff Cope.
Oh, Jeff Cope, of course.
Jeff Cope.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So Jeff was in between Dickie and you?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
You know, the great Sir Geoffrey Boycott was another president, you know, and Brian Close. And you can just reel off the great Yorkshire cricketers as the 11:50 or the 12 o'clock plane flies overhead on its way to Leeds Bradford.
Sophia Turner to take over from the Howard Stand end. The right arm medium pace. A cut away by Adams down to 3rd. It's fielded by Katie Levick, and 98 for 21 years of age. Sophia Turner, one of the 2 changes in the Northern Diamond side for this game, alongside Rebecca Duckworth, both come into the side at the expected. Beth Langston, what was the story there, do you think?
Yeah, we don't know, so we're just guessing, but she has been out of the game for some time with injury prior to the last few games, and I'm just guessing they're future-proofing her for the semi-final and the final, because she's such a good key player for the team that, you know, they'll want her for that semi-final.
Sure. Yeah.
So.
Holly Armitage, the other one making way, who's with the England team out in Ireland. Created a gap there, has Georgia Elwes just opened the face, just in front of square on the offside, and she moves on to 17, 99 for 2 in the 25th over here. At the Vipers here at Headingley. Sophia Turner with the keeper standing up, Lauren Winfield Hill, who's keeper and captain today for the Diamonds. That's driven out by Adams into that gap on the offside. There's the 100 up for the Vipers. Most of that applause would be from the Southern Vipers team, who are in the dugouts just away to our right. There are a few spectators here as well, of course, joining in. And that partnership is also worth 50 between Adams and Elwes. And also, do you think having a female president here, do you think that's kind of helped the Diamonds feel part of the setup probably more? I'm sure they all felt, there's a drive there, maybe inside edge onto the pad there from Elvis. Has that helped them feel part of this setup? And also ultimately moving forward, of course, Yorkshire, when they become the Tier 2 side here. Do you think that's all helped knit things together?
I think so, and we did a retrospective cap awarding ceremony a few weeks ago now, and I can remember Katie Levick, who's out there on the field, as she was given a Yorkshire cap, saying that, she aspires to be in the position in future years. So, the fact that the girls are now seeing the presidency and saying, yeah, I can do it, or I'd like to do that, it wasn't something that any of my generation ever thought about, because it just wasn't anything that was open to us. So, I think if that encourages those younger than myself to aspire to these positions, then that's great, and Catherine Sibber-Brunt coming onto the board and different things like that is now showing the girls that there is a role for them post-cricket as well as during cricket. So I'm hopeful that, there's a number of things that are changing, and that being one of them. I hope they felt more included. I've certainly been to a number of their games where I've been the only person travelling to see them play, and they very much know. I mean, they do silly things like call me Mum and Madam President, and I keep saying, look, I'm just Jane, just call me Jane. But I hope they do feel like they are as valued as they are at the club.
That's good. We're in the drinks break then, because we've had 25 overs, of which there are scheduled another 25 overs, as long as the Vipers can last that long. 101 for 2 then. Adams is 36 and Georgia Elwis is 18. Rihanna Southby for 13 and Ella McGacken for 30. The two players dismissed. They were first one, Southby out in the 10th over, 31 for 1, and then in the 14th over, Ella McGacken dismissed for 30, 50 for 2. Of course, I guess a real challenge for you here, Jane, and for everybody here, is that the Northern Diamonds are no more, a bit like everywhere, all the regional sides, but Yorkshire women are Tier 2 for 1 year. Lots of talk elsewhere about what the Northern Diamonds players are going to do, and I don't know, there's a feel from afar that most of them are going over to Durham. I don't know if that's the case, but what's the challenge really there? Because is Yorkshire women on the back foot for that first season?
I think they will be, in so much as a lot of the current players are being given 3-year contracts by various counties. So that automatically means that when Yorkshire do become Tier 1 in another year's time, then theoretically those players won't be available. And so, but having said that, we've got 308 women's and girls clubs. We've got a depth. We assess 436 girls in the winter for the pathway. We've got a strong pathway group, so most of the team are quite young as it is, so it'll be easier for youngsters to come into that situation as well. So it will mean that we won't have the experienced players necessarily, but it does. I think we've got the depth of females playing the game in this county that they'll be able to call upon.
Yeah, and I suppose, and of course there's a lot, like in the men's game, there's a lot more player movement now in the women's game, isn't it? So even all these players you're talking about that will be on 3-year contracts, but of course at the end of next season there's still player movements.
Yes.
So that you can pick up some players there as well, I guess.
Yes, I guess you can always say, what are you being paid? We'll pay you an extra, and persuade people to come back. I mean, we're in the business world now, aren't we, with women's cricket? I said to you earlier, it's way beyond my comprehension of when I was playing, but good on them, and good luck to them as well. And the other thing is that you give them contracts based on them being around potentially for 12 months if some of them then pick up WBBL contracts. I mean, both Lauren Winfield Hill and Erin Burns have just come back from the Caribbean Premier League, so they missed a game because of that. So there is that potential of working out contracts with individuals depending on their age and stage. Where are they at in their playing career? and certainly the youngsters, you'd want them around for 12 months, but some of the more mature ones, you'd probably let them go and play in some of those leagues.
Sure.
And that tops up their contracts anyway. So there's all sorts of business arrangements that goes on that's way beyond my, I was going to say pay grade, but I don't get paid for anything that I do as president. So it's way beyond my understanding of that side of it.
But do you like all that? Do you like how the Yorkshire women's team will unfold and the challenges that they will face? Do you look forward to all that?
Yeah, I do, and I like to think that I might be able to encourage a few as well to come to Yorkshire, because we've got the support, the backroom staff and the facilities to enable players to play as we go back to the cricket and Fraser comes in and that's defended back out into the covers.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I can imagine you would enjoy that because I mean it's quite exciting, isn't it? Really.
It is, and what's even more exciting is Mr. Jonathan Doidge has come back into the room, and I'm going to pass over to him.
Thank you, Jane. That's Jane Powell, Yorkshire president, former England player, former England manager as well. Who's managed out in Australia, the England team. Am I going over this side? Right, I'm moving as well. Jonathan Doidge doesn't like sitting on the right, as that's playing a miss there outside the off stump by Georgia Adams. So, move those grapes, Doidge, that's the one. Grapes? What's the grapes doing there? Fraser. They're off breaks. Adams is forward, prodding that out on the offside, and there is no run. Score remains on 102 for 2. That means I've got to swap these headphones over as well, so there'll be a break for a couple of seconds. That's seamless. So again, defended by Georgia Adams. Score remains on 102 for 2. Welcome back, Mr. Doidge.
Yeah, I can only apologise. It's just that I don't have that many quirks, I don't think. I know there may be other ones that you might want to throw at me, but certainly sit on the left-hand side is just one of those things I like to do because I'm a lefty and I just like to have things out to my left.
Mate, no, I'm the same down at our way at the utility. I like being on the left as well. So if you remember when you last
not
commentated
broadcasting down there anymore.
Well, you were on the right.
Yeah,
if you remember rightly. Did you
I think with quite a big expanse of desks, that was okay. I could cope with that. It's when, it's sometimes you're just so compact and. Well, you know what I mean as a lefty.
I do, yeah. No problem.
So I'm just going to take advantage of being at home. Well, I can.
Quite right. It's your game. It's yours and Jane's game. I'm just here as a guest. 53-run partnership for the third wicket so far between Adams and Elwes.
Yeah, playing well. And it is Sophia Turner coming in from the Howard stand end. First delivery, punched out into the offside by Georgia Adams, fielded by Emma Marlowe, and they pick up a single. That sun that we had to greet us this morning has disappeared behind cloud, but it's pretty high, and I don't think there's still any threat of rain. Conditions, you'd say, are good, and certainly mild enough for a decent game of cricket. No chilly fingers out there, as Elwes turns one backward of square leg. Fielded out in the deep by Phoebe Turner into the gloves of Lauren Winfield-Hill, but they've picked up another couple. So what do we think score-wise? I think anything north of 200, which is looking on while ever these two are in, certainly. We'll take a bit of chasing.
You can see the planes now above us.
Yeah, and she comes again. That's pushed out into the offside square, and there's no run. Same old in terms of plane volume.
It's nice to be able to see them, which means the clouds must be getting a fraction higher, do you think? Still full cloud cover though, but.
In comes Turner again. Turn backward of square once more by Elwes. She's certainly made a few runs from that shot since she came in. Moves on to 21. 56 now the partnership, 106 for 2.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say. I mean, the last time these two sides played here, back in September 2022, Vipers got 226 for 9, but Northern Diamonds chased that down for the loss of 6 wickets. So, would 220 be enough?
Yeah, Turner in, that's pushed into the offside now run. I would think that batting wise Diamond would probably had a stronger side that day. You would think Holly would have been playing.
Yeah.
And probably Bess Heath.
Yeah. Winfield Hill got 100 in that game.
Yeah.
100 not out, but I think you're right. I think when I looked, they were, yeah.
So I think 200 will still be, it'll present its challenges, no doubt about that, as Adams solidly behind this push up to mid-on to complete that 27th over then at 107 for 2.
Yeah, I'm just looking this year as well. Diamonds beat Western Storm by 10 runs. Diamonds got 275 for 9 that day. Western Storm 265, which is pretty good effort for them because they've been on the weak side a little bit. Western Storm this year. That's the only other game that the Diamonds have played here this year.
Yeah.
So I don't know, somewhere between 220 and 280 then.
Yeah, they've been at Scarborough. They've been at. They have been at Durham, of course.
York.
York. Yep.
Yeah, that's a nice ground, isn't it? We did a game there last year, didn't we?
Yeah.
It's Catherine Fraser then with her off breaks, and that's cut out by Elwes onto the offside. She moves on to 23, I think that is now. Yes, it is 108 for 2 then, and we are in the 28th over. So they're making steady progress here, the Vipers, towards what we think probably would be 250 in the air, and it's gone through mid-off. It's a diving effort there, but it's hit hard. Probably just a little too far away for that to be deemed a chance.
Yeah, Rebecca Duckworth it was, diving to her left, but I think, yeah, just beyond, probably, at a guess, 6 inches or something beyond grasp.
Catherine Fraser, who we mentioned earlier, will be going to the World Cup in the UAE with Scotland. Scotland's first time ever in the T20 World Cup. That's cut away by Georgia Adams, who moves on to 43, 113 for 2 now, the Vipers, as the sun starts to break through the clouds here at Headingley. We are keeping an eye on the Blaze because they are the only team that can break into the top 4. I think the Vipers are keeping an eye on the Blaze more than the Diamonds. Diamonds from a point of view of wanting a home semi-final. The Vipers just to qualify the way things are going at the moment. That's pulled up to mid-on by Elwes, and there's no run. The Blaze are 105 for 3 after 25 overs against Lancashire Thunder.
Yeah, I think if the Diamonds win this today, I think right in saying, Kev, that will be a guaranteed home semi.
Yeah. Sounds about right. That's turned away on the leg side by Elwes, moves on to 24, 114 for 2. And, the Blaze would, I think it's fair to say, from a Vipers point of view, the Blaze would have to win 2 and with the bonus point to match the Vipers' points as things stand right now, with the Vipers in second, Diamonds top. Fraser, a couple of paces up to the wicket. Oh, played a missing outside the off stump there. Georgia Adams, fortunately for her, she doesn't get an edge.
Didn't bounce, did it?
No,
it didn't bounce at all.
Very low.
Yeah, so a bit of a giggle between Catherine Fraser and Georgia Adams, still laughing now.
So yeah, I'm just having a look just to keep abreast of the table.
Yeah, the Storm are struggling out there, 84 for 5 against Sunrisers, who look like they're on for, well, certainly setting things up for a win there at Radland.
Yeah, Sunrisers might yet break into the top 2. I guess they'll be hoping to. Point behind the South East Stars, who are 3rd. Vipers 3 points ahead on 34, and Diamonds 3 points ahead of that on 37.
Just have a look at that game, actually. Who's got the wickets? Sophie Monroe 2. Kopak and Maxsood with 1 apiece, and a run out affected by Sophie Monroe, so they're going well, the Sunrisers. So it's going to be Sophia Turner once again at the Howard Stand end. First ball, ooh, not so far off getting a nick, and Georgie Elwes has been playing well here, but she'd want to rewind the video and start that one again. 114 for 2, so 7 off that previous over. thought I'd set my little score sheet up perfectly. I said I normally have a printed one, but I'm running out of space already. As Elvis turns 1-2 at square leg. That's why I always want a printed one, because it's all set out there and you can just complete the boxes. First world problems, I know, folks, but you know, we like to do things our own way in the com box. I just have my own little sheet that helps me out. Keep abreast of what's going on out there. Turner is in, and Adams plays that one wide from her body, I think, and then drags the bat back as if she played it with a perfectly straight blade in front of her body.
It's what you feel comfortable with, Doige.
It is, isn't it? Sounds as though there's some mowing going on somewhere around the ground, isn't it? As Turner is in again, and perfect forward defensive push this time from Adams. 43 to her. 65 now, and the Diamonds it's becoming increasingly vital for their chances of success here to break this partnership. Here comes Turner again, this time down the leg side.
Good take.
Yeah, it was, and not wided by Jasmine Naeem.
I'm trying to think where else the grass area around here is. It must be the football, the rugby ground, isn't it? Where else is a grass area here?
Could be the rugby. It sounds like a fairly industrial mow, doesn't it? Unless it's one of the gardens away over the Western Terrace or just to our left here at the hotels on Cardigan Road. As final ball of the over is defended by Adams. So tidy over by Turner, just one run coming from it. 115 for 2 after 29.
Must be a big garden. It's one of those gardens nearby. It's been going for a while.
So the rate they're rattling through the overs here. Cut off time 1:47. I think they should be done before that.
Yeah. Adams and Elvis having a long chat together there, just talking about what the ball may or may not be doing off the pitch.
Katie Levick.
On the coastal lane end, Rachael Slater.
Oh, Rachael Slater, I should say, coming back on from the coastal lane end.
Open the bowling from this this end. Now commentary end. 6 overs, 1 for 20. Picked up the wicket of Rihanna Southby. Well caught by Abby Glenn out in the covers. Now, will she get as much swing as she did with the new ball? I guess she won't, which of course means she'll have to keep the line nice and tight. She's got the keeper Winfield Hill standing up. That's nice and tight line. Equally played, as well played by Adams. So 115 for 2. We have just over 20 overs left of this Vipers innings. And you would say these two can just extend this partnership for a little while, and however long that is, 250's on, isn't it, really? Minimum, you would think, and that's what they're going to need, really. And this is a good wicket. That's nicely and neatly played by Elvis down to third, down at the far end of the ground. Just used the pace, just opened the face. And Elvis moves on to 26. She's comfortably the Vipers' top run scorer in this year's competition. Came into this game with over 420 runs. Charlie Knott, who's no longer, sadly, with the Vipers, the Australian, just under 350, but Elvis, the standout performer, averaging nearly 85 in this competition this season. Slater bowls, Adams drives, goes up towards extra cover. And there is no run. A few people scattered around. See one or two there. There's an interesting bag there on the picture feed. Was that a picture of some bananas on the outside of the bag? See there? Slater comes in again. Ambles to the wicket. That's outside the off stump and angled even further, and that's a play and miss there from Georgia Adams, trying to drive that away through the covers. There's that bag. A few bananas there. Looks like a hot drink as well, that lady's. It's not that, it's all right out there, temperature wise.
Yeah, it's quite mild there.
Don't necessarily need a hot drink.
No, t-shirt order for one or two people.
Colourful bag though. Slater bowls. Adams pushes that up to mid-off. Can't find an angle there. That keeps a little low as well there. She's just looking at the pitch and just prodding it a little bit. Just felt the ball died a little bit as it reached her. She just sort of kisses the surface, really, doesn't she, Rachael Slater? Last ball of her 7th over coming up, 1 for 21. Doing a good job, though. Comes in again. Past umpire Sue Redfern. That's again angled across Adams, but can't find the angle as it goes out to point. And that's a good over. 116 for 2, 30 have gone.
Yep. Well bowled Rachael Slater, who now has figures of 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21, so going towards the end of her 10 over allotment today. Lauren Winfield-Hill just trying to sort things out in tandem with Sophia Turner field-wise. What have we got here then? It's a packed offside field, I think that's fair to say. Just about all in front of the bat, barring Katie Levick, who's just backward of point. Cover sweeper, extra, there's 2 in really in the extra cover region, plus a mid-off. Can Turner bowl that line? Well, she's bowled a straight one first up. Pushed back down the pitch by Elwys. Does look a typically shirt front Headingley pitch as they are these days.
Doesn't it?
You still have to kind of think to yourself before you say that here. Growing up watching cricket here, it was never ever that was the case. But much different these days and not easy as a bowler here anymore, as it used to always be, that seamer's paradise sort of feel to it. As Turner's latest delivery pushed out into the offside, no run.
Was that sort of in the last year or so?
No, last quite a few years really. If you actually look back at the scores, nobody's getting rolled over cheaply here, as that one is just down the leg side and is going to be wided by Jasmine Naeem. You know, Yorkshire, the men have had 1 home win in 3 seasons here. And that was a contrived finish in the last match against Worcestershire last year. It's hard to win games of cricket here over 4 days. Another leg side wide, despite the fervent appeals from the Diamonds.
Winfield-Hill looked
not going to be conned there.
She looked convinced, Winfield-Hill, didn't she?
Yeah, as did Stir Callis.
Yeah.
Here she is again. Oh no, that was... Oh, same again. It was, in fact. I was looking at the screen and thinking it was a replay, and it was actually another wide down the leg side. So it's a curious line from Sophia Turner, because, as I just said, she's got 5 fielders packed into the offside, and she's dragged 2 down leg.
Yeah. She just looks like she angles it into the right-hander a little bit. She's just starting it a fraction too straight.
Here we go again. And once again, she's not ideal. She's been clipped off her legs. Phoebe Turner doing the fielding. They get 1. So she's got to make some sort of adjustment here.
Yeah, you're right. It's, what, 5 fielders on the offside?
Yeah.
So it's 5-4 in favour of that offside. Yeah, she's bowling 2 straight, 2 leg sideish.
Bless you. As she's in again, and that's wide of off stump, and oh dear, Katie Levitt makes a meal of that at point. And they're going to get a run out to Emma Marlowe.
Yeah, I think that mat has caused some problems there for the cover fielders. It's just in an area you don't really want it, is it? You're on the 30-yard circle, and that mat is just in front of you.
Here's Turner again, short, pulled, 4. And again, yeah, she's not got it right in this over at all. Just 1 scoring shot through the offside, given what she's trying to set herself up here. 1 ball to come in the 4th, 18 without loss. Something to think about for Sophia Turner. It's not an area she'd really want to be getting hit through. She's got 2 fielders set back over there as well for the just in case. And she has finally finished up with a delivery that has been pushed into the offside. So end of the 31st, 125 4-1, 4-2 even. And a partnership so far, Kev, worth 75 and invaluable as far as the Vipers are concerned.
Yeah, it is, and you know, you're pinning your hopes really on the batting of these two, especially Georgia Elwes, the form I mentioned earlier, coming into this game averaging over 80 this year and you know, they haven't batted great, if I'm really honest. Yes, I know they were top of the tree for a little while, but you know, the Vipers, there's a certain standard that's expected from the Vipers, a bit like the Northern Diamonds, and they haven't always reached it. Lots of reasons for that. One of the main ones being they haven't always got their England players with them. So when there's so many England players taken out of their side, it's very difficult to then pack the side with proven players because they don't play, and they're all youngsters. So it has been an issue. But Georgia Elwes is the one player when you look at it, and Georgia Adams, who has not quite been on top of her game this year, but she's still there or thereabouts. But Elwes has been the real one. There was a game at Chesterfield where they chased down the Blazers total, and Elwes got 100, and it really was. If it wasn't for Elwes, they wouldn't have won that one. That's turned away. Start of a new over from Rachael Slater. Turned away down to fine by Adams, and she moves on to 45. So she's very much an important player. And even in the last game where they didn't play particularly well against the Central Sparks at Worcester, where they got a very below par total of 184, so 183 all out, Elwes was 64 not out. So she's so important when the players are missing. That's full, and that's driven by Elwes up to mid-off. She's calling Adams through for a single, or she could be run out here. Oh, has she gone? Sue Redfern with her finger up, a bit belated. And she's on the floor there, is Georgia Elwes, looking at the umpire. Is she saying, I thought I was in, or is she saying, I can't believe that I've made that mistake? But there was a mistake, and that's a great piece of fielding. And Elwes goes for 31. That partnership's broken.
Yeah, cracking throw. Like to see this one again. That gut feeling you've got is that was very tight. Oh,
she's out, I think.
Yeah.
It's difficult on that angle, isn't it? Little bit to swing as well for Slater. And
there's Rebecca Duckworth with the throw. Yeah, we're going to see it again. Those who are watching the stream, and partly because Rachael Slater's standing behind the stumps, which she's perfectly entitled to do. The throw is coming in, and she's just, you know, waiting to take that throw if it misses. So she's not obstructing anybody. And to be fair, Georgia Elwes she ran a fair way down the middle of the pitch to start with, and then she went a little bit wider, and then because of that adjustment, she's back down the middle towards the end. She might have given herself a lot more chance had she just run in a diagonal straight to the other side of Rachael Slater. But ifs, buts and maybes and all of that, in the moment, she did what she did, and it cost her a wicket.
Yeah, that's the mistake. And the Northern Diamonds have taken full advantage of that. Emily Windsor walking out to the middle. Now, she's had a couple of good years, Emily Windsor, but this is not quite a vintage year for her. This is her 9th innings, only scored 87 runs, and she's only averaging 10 with the bat. And a top score of 41, which came a couple of games ago against the Blaze down at Arundel. So she's looking for runs. Georgia Adams it will be facing. It's turned away on the leg side where there's a big gap at square. And Adams moves on to 46, so a lot rests now with Captain Georgia Adams for the Vipers.
And how many times in a game of cricket is it when the partnership is well set, the opposition don't seem to be able to find a way through with the ball, it's a run out that changes it? It's weird, isn't it, in that respect, cricket?
Yeah, Elwes, I don't know, it's one of those where it's a split-second decision. When you hit the ball out, you've got to go. If you're going to go, you've got to go early. And probably as she was running, she was thinking, oh, I'm struggling here. Field's changing for Emily Windsor. She made 49 not out. I talked about the game back in September 2022. She made 49 here. Hopefully uses that as a positive. That's driven back to the bowler. And there is no run.
And the Diamonds can at least be happy to have had 2 excellent pieces of fielding, because that was a cracking catch by Abby Glenn. I think we finally settled on to see the back of Rihanna Southby, and then the direct hit there from Rebecca Duckworth.
It makes a difference, that is for sure. That's cut away by Emily Windsor. Square on the offside. She's away. 128 for 3 now. The Vipers in the 32nd over. So yeah, that's a big blow. Just shows how important fielding is, doesn't it? Whether the ball's being caught or whether there's a chance of a run out, it makes such a difference. 2 of the 3 wickets that have fallen have come to good pieces of fielding, as Doidge says. There's Slater down the hill, bowls and cut away by Adams, but only as far as point. And that is the end of the over. 32 overs done then, 128 for 3.
Yep, I mean, you can quibble over 1 or 2 bits of fielding, certainly as well during the 32 overs so far. But I don't think there's a lot more really that the Diamonds could have done with the ball. It's a good deck. There's been some aerial movement, but I think largely, you know, with a run rate of bang on 4 to back this comment up, I think they bowled pretty well.
Yeah.
And that if they could, you know, for them the target is clearly Georgia Adams now, and if they can see the back of her, then they could really maybe put the squeeze on in the back third of this innings, as opposed to looking at chasing down a big score. We'll see. Katie Levick is back into the attack. 5 overs, 1 for 15 so far, and she's this time bowling at the Howard stand end. First up is a delivery that's cut by Emily Windsor, and handy throw once again coming in from point, this time by Rachael Slater, but couldn't prevent Georgia Adams getting home. She's on 46, 129 for 3.
Yeah, with Emily Windsor, so struggling a little bit. Her shot is sort of square. She's got to trust that shot. That's the shot that gets her a lot of runs. So I'm sure she's been trusting that recently. Levick
is in. Adams struck that quite cleanly, and a tumbling stop from Sophia Turner.
That's a good stop as well, with that mat right in front of her.
Yeah, she's one of the better fielders consistently in the side, I think, Sophia. As in comes Levick, and that's swept. She's let that one go wrong. She'll know that. 2-leg stumpish, and it's a good sweep as well by Georgia Adams, who's got to 50 as a result from 74 deliveries in an 84-minute stay at the crease. That her 6th boundary. Still takes a bit of doing to get it as fine as that. There is a fielder backward of square leg. She made sure she got that right with a very fine paddle. Levick gets the line right this time, and that's pushed to extra cover, no run.
The 3rd half century in this year's competition for Georgia Adams.
And she's done an excellent job so far, and if this is going to be a winning score for the Vipers, then she's played a sizable part in that, as she sweeps another one out to Phoebe Turner down on the northeast stand boundary. 134 for 3, final ball of the 33rd over. There's Lev again, wide of off stump, and Emily Windsor cuts. You say that's the shot that she gets a lot of runs with. Yeah. So probably handy for her to be facing somebody like Katie Levick, turning it in that general direction. If she can get the shot off, she just helps to get herself in, doesn't it, to get things ticking out there, to feel confident, feel bat on ball. There we go, Georgia Adams up on the board.
Yeah, it's I sort of had a brief chat with her the other day about it, really, and yeah, when you're out of form, you kind of think all sorts of different things, and you kind of forget the shots that you play that keep you in form, and one of her strong shots. It's a bit like Danny Wyatt. You know, she's very strong sort of around that point area, either in front of point, square, or behind point. She doesn't suddenly change that if she's going through a bit of a rough time. She knows that that's one of her strong shots, and I think Emily kind of just forgot that a little bit in worrying about playing all around the wicket, but hopefully she's got it back together. Now Erin Burns is back into the attack, switching ends, cut away on the offside for Georgia Adams. It's down the hill, backward a point, and that is 4 runs. It's not gone over the rope, but the fielder there is touching the rope as they are touching the ball at the same time. So that is 4 runs.
Yeah, very honest of her.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Like that. And applause as well from some of the crowd for being so honest as well. So Erin Burns starting her 4th over. 3 overs went for 8.
Would you have done that? That's the right way to play the game, and it's the right way to play the game.
Every time. Yeah. Especially with a lot of people watching you. And now of course there wasn't picture feeds around where I was, so that's even worse. That's cut away, but just a single this time for Adams, who moves on to 56.
Some people don't, do they? They don't say that I didn't go over the rope, but they go, I don't know whether I touched the rope with the ball or not, and they leave it to somebody else to decide.
They do.
Yeah.
That is still going on, you're right. 139 for 3. Windsor cuts it away, and she will get a single. See, that's the shot. Just score. Doesn't have to be quick. There's a lot of overs to bat still. There's a lot on this top order of the Vipers. As I say, with so many players missing, it's about batting the full 50 overs, and that's something they haven't always done this year. Adams just defends out on the onside.
It's like there's an algorithm for the matches today that I think 3 of them are at very similar stages. Just the Storm 99 for 6 against the Sunrisers, but everybody else in the 130s for 3 or 4.
Very similar matches then. Be interested in the second half of those. See where they go as Adams pushes that out on the onside. Be interested in the second half here as well, with the Vipers in a good position scoreboard wise. 141 for 3. Windsor back on strike. Burns with her off spin comes in again, flighted, driven by Windsor, but only as far as extra cover. End of the over. 34 overs completed, 16 to do. And the main partnership of the innings, which has been broken, 76 between Adams and Georgia Elwiths. That was broken 2 overs ago.
Yeah, 7 from that one. Katie Levitt going to continue. So spin twins at the minute. And Erin Burns, unusual for her not to have picked one up so far, but she's got plenty of opportunity left. 6 more overs in the tank if she wants. I think it's probably time for a change in the box again. Yeah, go have yourself a nice coffee or something, Kev, as here is Lev bowling to Adams. Pushes there to stir Callis in the offside. No run. And she comes again, launches this one, gone. She has bowled Georgia Adams. Now, how big a wicket could be that? Could that be at this stage of the contest? Into the 35th over, Georgia Adams going really well on 57. But that's a cracking delivery by Katie Levick. She's bowled a top of off stump for a leg spinner. That's just about spot on. We're going to get a chance, those of you watching the stream, to see the replay. Tosses it up. And yeah, she's gone back to try and cut that and missed out. An excellent effort. 57 from 82 deliveries in 89 minutes and 7 fours included. 141 for 4. Welcome back, Jane.
What a time to come back when Katie Levick chucks in a googly to get the wicket of Georgia Adams, who batted really well for a 57.
Yeah, 57 from 82. What did I say? 7 fours. Super effort. So, Abby Norgrove is going to be coming in at number 6. And there might just be a little bit more pressure on now if what Kev tells us with regard to the Vipers' recent batting holds any weight, and why wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think I came on last time and Katie Levick took a wicket, so I'm going to claim that one because, or Kevin can claim it for getting off commentary and putting the mockers on them, but a very good wicket for the Diamonds, and this is time now to turn the pressure on and make sure that they pick up wickets now rather than letting the Vipers get away and get some early runs, and that one almost got through as well.
Yeah, Abby Norgrove. What have we got? 600 and... where's she gone? 243 runs from 10 knocks this year and last at 24.30.
She defends that one back to Katie Levick. Levy's just unstoppable at times, isn't she? She just comes on and picks up wickets. She comes in for her 5th ball of the over. It is defended back to her.
Yeah, look, we love Lev, don't we? And she's, what a fantastic player she's been at this place. And, you know, we were talking about the Diamonds last match here. This conceivably could be her last appearance ever, possibly, at this ground.
Yes, and that is sad when you start putting it that way. But she's been a great servant to the Diamonds, to Yorkshire, to women's cricket. And she's still got a number of years in her, so I'm not going to believe it's her last appearance here at Headingley yet. So we will celebrate her contribution at the right time, and I don't think that's it at the moment, but we can celebrate 2 wickets for 22 off 7 overs and a real contribution in this game by removing McCacken and then removing Adams, you know. Yeah,
I'm not trying to hype that up, by the way. That's not media. It's just a possibility, that's all.
Yes, it is, yes. Yeah.
So Norgrove on strike to face Erin Burns with her off spin, cap on.
And remember when Erin Burns came in at the start of the season, they were talking about the spin twins.
Yeah, yeah, she is. There is a bit of turn for her as well. Slow turn, wide of off stump, and Norgrove cuts one out to the sweeper to move on to 2. So 143 for 4. Those 2 wickets, the run out. And then that was in the 32nd over, and then that wicket in the 35th over of Georgia Adams. How vital could that little period of 3 or 4 overs be?
Yeah,
another cut shot for a dot.
I can't see you've seen anything demonic in the wicket, you know.
No,
so
not at all.
Most of the wickets have come from poor shots rather than the wicket doing anything.
Yeah.
Sorry, the pitch. I can hear Dickie telling me off already.
The pitch.
The wicket's the 3 stumps. It's the pitch.
There was another dot and another one as well to follow. And it's Erin Burns has just got that nagging accuracy of the line and length that she tends to bowl. It's a little bit too wide, if anything, but Windsor has missed out on her favoured cut shot.
I think this pace of bowling is probably the hardest to get away because you've got to put all the pace on the ball, and that's probably something that Erin has worked out. So just line and length is what she's aiming for.
Floats another one up, driven straight back at her. Very tidy over by Erin Burns once again, and 1 run coming from it. Means that with 14 remaining in this Vipers innings, they're 143 for 4.
Yeah, I heard you say that the other scores were very similar as I came in.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. The difference is that I think we're 5 overs ahead of most of the other games. We must be rotating the overs around much quicker.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. Yeah, the Storm match, well, they've lost 6 wickets in that game. 30 overs gone, that's all, Storm and Sunrisers. Blaze have got through 33 overs, 142 for 5 now, so that great start for them has been stymied. And 155 for 3, the Stars against the Sparks after 31, so we're well ahead here on the over count.
Yeah, I don't think the cut-off time will be an issue as Katie Levitt continues from the Howard stand end. She's bowling to Windsor, who looked like she was about to punch that, and it ended up down by her feet. So that one didn't go anywhere for no runs. Levitt comes in again, and that one must have turned on Windsor. She turned a square, and she was looking to turn it onto the leg side, but I think it turned on her. This time she does get it out onto the onside, but straight to short mid-wicket for no runs. I love the way Katie Levick stands there, squares up as if to say, I'm coming at you now. It's almost like a gunfight at the OK Corral, but this time Windsor's punched that one through. It's gone through the cover boundary for 4 runs. Good shot from Emily Windsor.
Yeah, she's a bit like a sort of field athlete, something like a high jumper or whatever, where they want to get their feet right, or a triple jumper, long jumper, that sort of thing. And she sort of makes sure she plants her feet. It's almost like she just wants to make sure she feels spot on down at her feet before she moves into bowling.
Before she takes that long run up.
Yeah, must be tired coming off that that distance.
Once again, they rattle through the over, and this is quite a good tactic really as a fielding side, because the quicker you get through your overs, the less the batters look at the screen and realise, oh, we've only got 13 overs left. We need to get on with it. And sometimes when you're batting, you don't realise, and then you look up at the screen and you go, crikey, we've only got X number of overs left. We need to get on with it now.
Still going at 4 and over. I mean, you wouldn't want to throw away a couple of wickets now because you start worried about the scoreboard, would you? And bring in the lower middle in towards the tail. You wouldn't want to do that. I think you probably, as this is punched up to,
I think they got around 187 or something in the last game, so that's probably where they were. But Diamonds were 280, was it?
Yeah. Ball short of length is nicely helped around the corner here by Abby Norgrove, and that's going to be 4 runs. Well worth it as well. Erin Burns not happy with herself because she bowled that one probably about middle and leg, and with the turn it made it easy meat. Yeah, I think, you know, you're still going at 4 and over. You're thinking 200. That's still not a bad score. If you can just hold it together until the last 5 overs, say, then you can probably push the button a bit more, but you just don't want to risk it too soon and just lose a steady 3-4 wickets and then put your tail enders under some pressure to have to do that scoring. Wide of off stump there from Burns and missed. Halfway through the 38th, she's in again. Oh, that's a nicely played shot. She's just dropped it too short, Erin Burns this time. And Norgrove, a second boundary of the over. The field, there's plenty of them in the leg side, but she managed to loft that well above everybody, and well worth the 4 runs she gets.
Yeah, it's a poor ball by Erin Burns' standards, and she will know that. So be interesting to see what her response is to that ball, this next one.
156 for 4 now. There you go. Without needing to particularly put themselves under pressure. They've just had a couple of bad balls that have been put away, and that rate has just picked up slightly. Now she's nudged one into the leg side. No run. Burns in again. And once more, she's straight a bit leg stumpish now. Then big chance of a run out here if she don't panic. Yep, she's unlucky. She's very unlucky there. Abby Norgrove loses her footing at the striking end, and once Emily Windsor had made her mind up that she was going, there was only ever going to be one result realistically, and it is a run out at 156 for 5.
And no panic from the fielding team there. They just very calmly just threw it to the correct end. So many times at cricket I've seen that ball go into the wrong end and then there's mass panic. But I think that was Katie Levick who was short, fine leg, and throwing to Erin Burns. Little bit of experience there, comes in and with the slip at the batting end, then run out considerably. I don't think that was a difficult decision for Sue Redfern this time. I think that was quite straightforward.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, because she was hit a couple of good shots there, didn't she? You know, and the fact that she got 11 off 12 balls, you know, her strike rate was quite up there, 91.67 according to the scoreboard. That's not my maths, so if that's inaccurate, I'm not claiming that one. But thank you very much, scoreboard, for putting that up.
And Naomi Datani is appearing now for the Vipers. Having appeared for several teams previously. She is wearing number 11.
She must have a wardrobe with every different colour in the world of cricket equipment. I guess the pads and the cladding for pads is quite easy to get these days if you need a different colour pad.
So a change of bowling.
And the lovely shot to start with. Onto the back foot. It's wide outside off, and she's just pushed that through point for 4 runs.
Sophia Turner, isn't it? Back on, Jane, and just too wide of off stump first up.
Yeah, Sophia Turner, or even, yes, just changed on the scoreboard. There's a sprinkling of a crowd in as well.
Yeah, yeah, down to our left, northeast stand.
We've had a number of shots that have gone straight through that short, the point fielder. Fortunately, there's a cover fielder on the boundary, and that was just 1 run. But again, a little bit wide for the left-hander, who can easily place. She's got a good cut shot, and so helped herself to another run there for Datani. Windsor to face now against Sophie Turner. Lauren Winfield-Hill directing traffic, just moving fielders around a little bit with the left-right hand combination as Turner comes in, and that's helped round into the same area that the left-hander was hitting, but this time it's to square leg. So Datani is on strike again, and Turner will be trying not to give her that space outside the off stump. She's coming round the wicket now, so she's changing her angle slightly. The danger with this is it can always go down leg side and it'll be wide, so she's got to make sure she keeps it nice and straight, but it's still wide outside off, but the field is in place for that one, so it's just a single down to backward point. Backward point, third man. It's like tomato, isn't it, with some field placings?
Yeah, back over the wicket.
They're going for their second. The throw comes in, but safely home for 2 there. This is quite a productive over for Vipers, and taking a single off every ball, taking the 2s when they're there, suddenly you're up 6, 7 and over without too much risk.
9 so far off this. And that will remain so. So 165 for 5 after 39, 11 to go. Sophia Turner 5 overs for 27. And yeah, the run rate was 4 not so long ago, up to 4.23 all of a sudden. And that's heading in the right direction for the Vipers then. Datani will be on strike here. And Erin Burns is going to continue. Looks as though she's changing the angle of attack herself to the left-hander. What is she going to bring in field-wise? Well, she's sending Sophia Turner out into the deep at Cow Corner. There's already a leg-side sweeper in Abby Glenn, who's squarer on. 45 backward of square. Katie Levick at backward point. Emma Marlowe sweeping out on the cover boundary. In fact, the 45 backward of square has now been moved across. Square on the offside. Sturkallis show extra cover. Phoebe Turner winging her arms around with perhaps another spell in mind. Is at mid-off, and here comes Burns then. Right arm round the wicket. Datani pushing forward into the onside. No run. Cut-off time precisely an hour from now, but even the fellas had struggled to only bowl 10.5 overs in an hour. Unless it was the 1976 West Indies, perhaps, with those long run-ups. Something like that. That's pushed into the offside by Datani and fielded by Callis.
Or if you're trying to save a game, just slow it down.
Burns again. That's flicked away by Datani out to mid-wicket. Sophia Turner doing the fielding.
Bit sloppy in the field there, but backed up. No damage caused.
He's going to stay round. Yeah, staying round the wicket to the right-hander. Interesting. 3 fielders set back on the leg side now. Long on, cow corner, deep backward square. And she comes. Angles that one wide of off stump and is cut out to Abby Glenn for 1. 167 for 5. Checking on the other scores again at the end of the over.
As the plane goes overhead once more.
It's Burns, Datani steps back and cuts. She'll move on to 8 with that single. Emma Marlowe doing the fielding. So final ball of the 40th here. Burns to Windsor. Who steps into that and drives firmly. There's a fumble in there by Catherine Fraser, and they get through for 1. So 169 for 5. Tidy over, just 4 runs coming from it there from Erin Burns. Around the grounds, well, Sunrisers are setting things up for that win at Radlett because the Storm are 115 for 8 in the 34th over. The Blaze, well, they've certainly been tied up by Thunder in the back half of the contest. They're 155 for 6 now after 36.5 overs. And in the 35th over at Moseley, the South East Stars 180 for 3 against the Sparks.
Sophie Turner continues from the Howard Stand end, and that's a single to Emily Windsor off the first ball of the over. Field, this is where it takes a little bit more time when you've got a left-right hander in and the field has to keep moving around, adjusting for that left-handed or right-hand combination. Sophie Turner in, and big swish there by Naomi Datani, but straight through to Lauren Winfield-Hill, the keeper, for no run. Just got a little bit more lift on that one, did Sophie Turner. And not as much width. I think Naomi Datani likes a little bit more width on the ball so that she can swing her arms, free her arms. And that's a better ball as well by Sophie Turner, which is defended by Naomi Datani.
Yeah, what we're thinking is still 230s are possible, 220. Wouldn't have to break too much in the way of sweat to get there. Running the ball around, picking up the odd boundary.
Yeah, I think you'd be disappointed if you don't get 220, 230. Oh, there was another chance of a run out, but thrown to the bowler's end and safely in by Naomi Datani. A little bit of hesitation there from Windsor and Datani, and that could be because they've probably never batted together before, because Datani has just come into the side on loan from Lancashire Thunder. Turner in. Big swing by Emily Windsor, but straight out and covered on the boundary by Emma Marlowe and restricted to the single.
Yeah, struck it too well, really, didn't she? Yeah. Put it to the fielder too soon, and Emma Marlowe's got a good arm.
Final ball of this 41st over as Sophia Turner comes in, and yet again another swing and a miss by Naomi Datani. So that's the end of the 41st over. It's 172 for 5.
Yeah, just the 3 coming from it, and having seen the previous one go for 4, just a couple of good overs in this spell for the Diamonds, who had conceded 9 the previous one to that. It's just brought things back down to 4.2.
Yeah, and certainly as a left-handed, right-handed batting combination, you'd be looking to just rotate the strike on the, and then hopefully one of you would get an easy hit ball, as in, you know, somebody's going to forget that you're, or not be able to adjust their line because of the left-hand, right-hand combination, and suddenly instead of a 6 and over, you suddenly got 10 and over because you're hitting one of them for a boundary. Cricket's not a complicated game. We make it complex at times. So if they need to be looking to rotate the strike.
So Phoebe Turner is back into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end. Attempted Yorker first up to Emily Windsor, which was played out to mid-wicket. No run. Phoebe Turner's exploits the other day, not so far repeated here, but there's still time. Just under half her allocated overs remaining. And she's in here, wide of off stump this time. Emily Windsor probably a little bit too mobile at the crease there. She didn't feel like she was settled enough to play that shot.
Yeah, I often think that the younger girls actually try to hit the ball too hard at this stage instead of just trying to push it into a space and get up the other end and just, as I said earlier, rotate the strike.
Yep, she's tried a cut shot once again and missed out, so she'll be getting frustrated. She's on 14 from 26 deliveries.
You can almost afford a drop and run into that.
Yeah.
Anywhere around the bat. She
clearly, as Kev says, favours the cut. She could just lay a bat on it and play a late cut. She's got one down to third man every time. 172 for 5. Another good full-length delivery by Phoebe Turner. And fielded there by Stir Callis. They've got through for one this time. Tatani on strike. Should see a possible change of angle of attack. So third and fine both in place. Point, cover sweeper, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Straight mid-wicket and square leg side sweeper. She's continuing over the wicket here. And that one down the leg side, I think must have clipped the pad. Sue Redfern looks as though she's thinking, shall I or shan't I? But she's said no wide.
Unmoved. She's normally signalled by now, so I'm presuming it must have caught the thigh pad or the pad.
Comes Phoebe again, turned off the legs this time by Datani, down to long leg. Going to be one. And just one left in the 42nd. That was, in fact, was the last ball of the 42nd. So Phoebe Turner 6 overs for 27. And just the 2 from that 42nd over. So the point where they're trying to accelerate, just 7 runs have come from the last 3 overs.
Yeah, and that's where you could be getting frustrated now. Earlier we said that 220 would be a given, and yet if they keep going at this rate, then they're going to struggle to get up to the 200 mark, which is crazy because they've still got 5 wickets left. They've still got 8 overs left, so there should be no question that 220 should have been the target score at this stage.
Elsewhere, the Blades have lost the 6th wicket now. 164 for 6 after 39. Ella Claridge and Kirsty Gordon in for them at the moment. Three wickets for Morris for the Thunder.
First ball is worked out to the cover boundary by Datani for 1 run, and Sophie Turner. We've got the Turners on at the moment, which is confusing me a little bit. Is this Sophia or is this Phoebe? So this is Sophie coming in from the Howard stand end over the wicket, and there's I think that's a leg by there. Emily Windsor runs quite quickly between the wickets and is looking for the second, but Naomi Ditani had turned her back. There definitely wasn't two there. That would have been very risky if they'd tried the two. So they're just pushing it up. That's one more to the extras. Only 8 at this stage, so not masses. Driven out by Ditani, but no run there, straight to the fielder. And Diamonds are just hanging on to this and keeping the pressure on by restricting the runs in these latter stages of the innings. You would be expecting the ball to be flying around a little bit more at this stage. As Turner comes in, and that's hit out, and this time it's well stopped by their point fielder, and they run through for a single. Stir Callis there, who I think, no, Catherine Fraser, who made that stop there at point. Sophie Turner in once more from the Howard stand, and that's driven aerially and evades the fielder, the diving fielder, and that's a good strike down the ground for 4 runs over mid-on.
Yeah, struck it well, just over pitching I think a little bit, Sophia Turner, maybe just a bit too straight. So runs certainly coming in this over, 7 of them so far.
You saw the desperate dive there as well.
Catherine Fraser I think it was, wasn't it? Who's now been sent, having run back in, fielded the ball, run back in, no, you can go.
And Katie Levick has been brought up from deep third man into the circle. And she's gone for another heave over mid-wicket into cow corner for another 4. That was a little bit lacking of experience by the bowler and dropping that one short. But 2 good shots by Emily Windsor, who moves on to 23.
Yeah, it was a poor delivery on it, really, too short. And again, too straight. Got the treatment it probably deserved. So good over, productive over for the Vipers. Having got 7 off the previous 3, they took 11 from over number 43. And what can the Diamonds do to arrest that slump? Elsewhere, by the way, in the men's game, the 2s are in action, Yorkshire 2s that is, against Durham over at Scarborough. Yorkshire 204 all out in the first innings, bowled Durham out for 181 in reply. And the Yorkies 235 for 6 in the second innings at the moment. As in comes Phoebe Turner, wide of off stump. Ditani can't make any runs from it. Will Bennison, who made runs for the under-18s the other day in that final win against Middlesex, he's clearly in good nick at the minute, 89 not out. Noah Kelly, who recently made his first team debut for the fellas, 74 he made. Harry Duke 21. Dom Leach is currently not out, 20, 235 for 6. As there's an outside edge on this one from Ditani. She's trying to play that into the leg side and gets it down to third man for 1. Good to see, by the way, that Matt Milnes, I think I was right in saying, has played in that match. Yeah, he is playing. He's got 19 with the bat. Don't think he bowled during the Durham second innings, but Durham first innings, but he is making his way back towards match fitness. As Emily Windsor gets underneath this one, she's lofted it over the 2 fielders inside the circle on the offside, and it's mid-off who's out there to do the fielding. That is Rebecca Duckworth. They've got back for 2, 188 for 5. So trying to up the ante here, the Vipers, in the closing stages. 3 off the first 3 in the over. Phoebe Turner, it's wide of off stump. That's going to go for 4. Down through third man. Poor delivery, too much width, and Emily Windsor cut it away down through third man. Always looked like to have too much pace for the fielder down there. Windsor on to 29 now. This partnership worth 36.
Yeah, Levick's still got 2 overs left, and Burns still has 3 left. So would anticipate that, well, definitely Levick will bowl required number, so you're probably only looking at another over at the Howard stand end before you finish off with Levick and Burns, or even Slater's got 2 left. So Slater bowled quite nicely, didn't she, once she got into a groove earlier.
Here's Phoebe again. That's driven through extra cover by Emily Windsor for a single. Abby Glenn doing the fielding. So the 220, 230, the way things have gone in the last couple of overs, is still very much on. 8 off this over so far. Here's Phoebe Turner again, and that's going to be 6 for the first time in the match. Naomi Datani picks up a poor delivery off her legs, and that's gone sailing away over mid-wicket for 6 runs, and that's a very good over indeed for the Vipers, who've put 14 on the board within it. Windsor on 30, Datani 19. Quick 43 added here now, all of a sudden. 199 for 5 with 6 remaining.
It seems that anything that goes towards the long room, the members' stand and the east stand, is going very rapidly, and Naomi Datani showed there just how easy it is for her to clear the boundary. So the chances of getting runs down to that side are very quick. The other side is slightly longer, so less chance of that. But with that, Katie Levick comes back on from the Howard stand end. She's got 2 overs left, so obviously Lauren Winfield Hill will have to find 1 more over from that end of the ground. As Windsor moves her feet, dances down the wicket and just places it out into the covers, picked up by the sweeper for 1 run. Welcome back, Mr. James.
Thank you very much, Jane. Yes, it's looking a bit healthier for the Vipers in the last few overs. You were right, this partnership started a little slowly, but Emily Windsor has just passed 1,000 runs in this competition. Excellent. For the Vipers in the 44th game.
As that's helped round the corner by Naomi Datani. They've gone through for 1. They've come back for 2, but there's no third one there. So that's, again, a good start. Did notice just a moment ago that the 50s for the game were put up and they were around 70 balls, whereas the last 50 came up in 40 balls. So that shows you the acceleration that they've created in the last 40 balls.
Still think the Diamonds would be happy though, wouldn't they, with the way things are at the moment?
I would think so. I mean, as a batting team, you've always got to get them, haven't you? And scoreboard pressure is always there, especially when there's a 200 on the board. So they've still going to have to bat well, but you've got to back yourselves to bat well on this pitch.
Yeah, I just imagine Lauren Winfield Hill was licking her lips at this pitch at the moment.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure. And Sturkallis, of course, got her maiden century in the last game. As Katie Levick comes on, and there's a big swish there by Emily Windsor, who rocked back to try and cut it but missed it. So there was no run there.
Is that googly again?
I'm
That
not sure
Georgia
if that
Adams?
one was,
No?
but it definitely was against Georgia Adams, wasn't
good ball,
it?
wasn't it?
Really good ball. I think she'll be. And there she is, stumped. And that's the experience of Levick and Hill, Winfield Hill, that they just know that if somebody's dancing down the wicket, I'm going to just put it a bit wider, or just going to push it through a bit quicker. And it was she was out by a considerable amount. I see this on the replay. Just a little bit more flight, a little bit wider, and Emily Windsor just danced down with didn't have her head still, and as a result she missed that one and stumped well by Lauren Winfield Hill.
It's easy to say up here, but does she need to come down the wicket at that stage? The momentum was with the Vipers there the last few overs.
She'd hit some lovely straight lofted shots, one over mid-on and one over mid-off, and you think you've got the ability to just stand there and hit it well, so you didn't need to do that. Yeah. But, it's very easy, isn't it, from the sidelines, and we've got the advantage of being quite elevated here as well, so you can see gaps a lot more from up on high than what you can when you're down low. Nancy Harmon into bat.
Yeah, she's been in and out of the side this year. Kept her place though from the last game.
And that's that drop and run, which is a very easy, very good, well taken shot. As Katie Levick finishes her 9th over, 3 wickets for 32. Every first over that Katie Levick has bowled, this is her 3rd spell, she's taken a wicket. And that's where, as a captain, you're just so grateful to have somebody like that in your team.
Yeah,
when you can toss them the ball and know, or have the chance that there's going to be a wicket fall in this next over.
She's also very accurate as well, of course, which puts the pressure on the batters.
Yeah, I think she's now on 18 wickets for this season in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Jane, I'm sure you're exactly right. Yeah, 15 before today, yeah, of course you are. I knew you'd be on the ball. Of course you are.
I don't have things written down. I try to remember them in my head, but I thought she was on 15, so
yeah.
My maths said 3 plus 15 is 18.
Yeah, good return so far in this competition. More matches to play, of course, at least one at the very least, but I'm sure the Diamonds will be at least in the semi-final. 204 for 6 then. There are 5 overs left in the Vipers' innings. Vitally important. They've got the 200 now. I mean, that was in doubt for a little while,
Yes.
but now the next is around 220. That's the next target. Rachel Slater's into the attack. Worked on the onside by Nancy Harmon. Runs the first one quickly. I'm sure they'll take it on for 2. They do. And that's good running.
Yeah, very good running. That's the wider side, so to speak. So I think there should be 2 nearly every time, depending on how hard you're hitting the ball, and that's what you have to work out. Have I hit that one too well, or have I taken the pace off just a little bit that we can get 2 runs? And they ran very quickly there. Good 2 runs. Yeah,
just touch it on the leg side. Don't try and smack it.
Yeah.
206 for 6. Harmon facing Rachel Slater, left arm over, bowls again, and it's out there. It's driven hard down the ground, 4 runs. Nice shot, Nancy Harmon. That was nicely well timed.
She's been in and out. She'll be wanting to prove a point, won't she?
100%. Yeah, only playing her 4th game in this year's competition.
She's hit 7 runs off 3 balls so far.
Good start. Big gaps on the leg side, as Jane says. Now mid-on has been pushed back on the boundary below us. Let's stir Callis. Slater was walking in, but Nancy Harmon has seen something behind the bowler and has just pulled away. So 210 for 6 are the Vipers. Slater into a 9th over, 1 for 30. Ready again. 2 skips.
Yeah.
No, Doidge was pointing that out earlier. That's a quick single, or Harmon's not sure. There, the throw comes in the bowler's entry with about by a country mile. Ran, stopped, and by the time she started again, she was always struggling. Is that Erin Burns with a throw? Maybe
Yep.
only 1 stump to aim at. Maybe a
Yes.
bit much to ask, but
Yeah.
she'll be disappointed missing that. Well, once or twice the running between the wickets been a little bit iffy, but I suppose you can understand it in these later stages. Well, Ditani on loan for these last 2 group games. He's already doing a good job. 22 not out from 21 balls, facing the next delivery from Slater. Bowls. Ditani cuts it away on the offside. Extra cover is fairly deep, so it's a comfortable single this time. Good calling this time between the 2. Yeah, I was a couple of games ago. I was down at the Utilita. Wasn't the Vipers playing, but it was the men, and there was Nancy Harmon doing some extra training, which is always good to see, isn't it? If you see 1 or 2 players do some training on her own.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's very quick between the wickets. Slater comes in again. That's hung out there. It's driven down the ground, but Callis will get there, coming round to her left from deep mid-on. No, says Harmon this time. Taking charge of the run in between the wickets, which was good to see. Want somebody taking charge out there, Jane?
Yeah, you do, yeah. And I think, just the clear calling is what you need, especially when you've got a new player in. As I said earlier, Ditani is on loan, as you said, so they won't have run between the wickets together very much. As you get to know somebody, sometimes you don't even need to call, do you? But if you don't know somebody, then you need to call clearly.
Agreed. That's driven one bounce up towards extra cover. Sophia Turner there. So a dot ball to end that over. 46 overs bowled then of the Southern Vipers innings. And they are 213 for 6 here in this penultimate round of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Group Trophy matches. Big one here. Top against second.
Yeah.
Winners in 2022 against the winners in 2023 as well.
Correct. Yeah. I think there's always been a long history between these two teams, so it's always nice to have a competitive game.
Definitely. Do you know that first final in COVID year?
Yeah.
At Edgbaston?
Seems a long time ago that now, doesn't it?
It does. Well, I tell you, do you know the players still playing on both sides from that final? From a Northern Diamonds point of view. See if you can remember, Jane. I'll put you on the. Shall I put you on the spot?
No,
do you mind?
No,
would you rather not? No.
I've got a feeling it'd be Winfield Hill.
Yes.
Levick. I'm just going round the thing now. Well, it wasn't Burns because she wasn't there.
There's only one other.
Holly Armitage.
Well, she's not playing today.
Oh, Sturkallis.
Yes.
So you could have put me on the spot.
I didn't mean to. It was just a bit of fun.
Yeah, no.
So only 3 players in the Northern Diamonds lineup from that 2020 final are playing today, and there's only 3 in the Vipers.
The Vipers. I'm just trying to think who's in the list. It was probably Elwes.
No, I think she was injured around then, actually.
Windsor?
Yes.
Southby?
No, she was at South East Stars in.
Harmon.
It's a lovely shot over mid-wicket, and that is Nancy Harmon. That's one bounce, I think. It's bounced just inside the rope.
Yeah, one bounce.
Good shot. 217 for 6. 2 others. Windsor's 1. Harmon moves on to 13 from just 10.
Adams, of course.
Yes, yeah. And 1 other. Which might not be immediately obvious because she's still young.
Yeah, that's why I'm sort of thinking, oh no, who was there?
She would have only been 17 playing
Davis?
in that final. No, she was South East Stars back then.
I'm going to go through them all, aren't I, at this rate?
Well, you'll get it then quite
McCacken?
quick. Yes. Yeah, there you are. 3 players on each side, and that's only 4 years ago in that final.
I mean, there is a little bit of movement, isn't there? As you said, you know, when you were going, they were South East Stars.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of movement that way. But actually, most of the Northern Diamonds are pretty young, new players, really, rather than movement. The only movement would have been Erin Burns, potentially, who was with Sparks last year.
That's right, yeah. End of the over, 217 for 6. Harmon is 13 from 11. Datani is 23.
Katie Levick finishes her 10 overs, 3 for 36.
Great effort.
What a great performance.
Just a little bit of turn every now and then, just gripping a little bit in the surface. Not too much, but it doesn't need to be too much. You would have expected Lindsay Smith to be around, but she was playing for ND then.
Yes.
And Beth Langston played in that final, but she's missed out today. So there's a couple in and around there, but 3 players from each side playing today.
It's not that long ago.
No.
Slater comes in for 1 more over, and that's half stopped by Sophie Turner. And they come through for 1 run. Naomi Datani hits the ball quite hard, doesn't she, when she can free her arms?
I think I'll be honest with you, without being unkind to her, I think it's the first time I've seen her score runs. Obviously, she's mainly played against the Vipers, but that's probably the top score I've seen her get.
Yeah, she's certainly hit the ball well today. She's been allowed a little bit of space, but she's taken full advantage of that as Slater comes in, and that's worked round to fine leg, which is brilliantly fielded by Katie Levick. Katie Levick is ever reliable. Wherever you put her, she's reliable. She's not going to be your star fielder, but she certainly doesn't let you down. And at this stage, it's really important to try and keep the pressure on slightly to not let them get easy boundaries. Ditani eyeing up the shorter boundary on the leg side and has a good old swing round. You could almost see her looking for that just before she took the shot. But that's just a single there. It looks like we've got some people on the pitch. What are they doing? No, walking around the side of the pitch. You know, it's like, I'm surprised they've not been thrown out.
Outrageous.
That's swung round to a square leg where it's fielded, and there's just the single. There are some games here where you can't move, let alone be seen to be walking on the outfield as a non-player or a non-team member.
But the grounds people aren't happy. They don't like the players being on there, let alone spectators.
Actually, they're quite accepting the ground staff. It's another hit down the ground by Ditani, straight to long on for the single. 13 balls left to bowl in this innings. 2-2-2. Should we be hopping on one leg or something at the moment? Or
should be something, shouldn't there?
Isn't that the old Nelson, double Nelson, or not sure how you do it for double Nelson, whether you have to keep hopping in the air or something. David Shepherd. That's good swing round to square leg. Ooh, she's got that one in the face, I think, Emma Marlowe. But she recovers and they come through for 2. Just bounced up and just caught her on the face, I think, but she looks okay. There's no concussion protocols needed for that one. And that's the end of Slater's overs. 10 overs, 1 for 40.
Yeah, nice swing early on for Rachael Slater. Rihanna Southby going early on, caught in the covers. Abby Glenn for 13. Didn't quite get the front foot close enough to the pitch of the ball. Always looks like taking a wicket, doesn't she, Rachael Slater, with a new ball. Very handy.
Northern Diamonds have bowled 7 different bowlers, so obviously they need a different bowler on at this end now. This looks like Phoebe Turner, is it? No.
Well, the Howard stand there. Phoebe Turner.
Yeah.
It's Phoebe Turner. It's a long way away from this position, isn't it?
It is a long way.
Trying to see who it is.
It's a good position. We're slightly to the right of the wicket that's cut. But even so, we are looking down from, what, the 4th floor here?
Yeah, 4th floor of the pavilion.
So Phoebe Turner, then 7 overs done for 41. Comes round the wicket. Ditani smashes that, and it's half stopped by Turner. They'll still pick up a single, though. Ditani looks as though if he actually connects with any of those, it could go a long way. But there's not too many coming out of the middle of the bat, but the intent is there.
Yeah, she's certainly hitting some powerful shots today.
Yeah.
And Nancy Harman also. And with the short boundary on the leg side for the right-hander, she'll probably be eyeing that up, and it's important that Phoebe Turner doesn't drop it short, because if she does, I think we could say goodbye to the ball.
It's only a quick side of the ground, isn't it? And a shorter side, as Jane says. Slower ball. Harman drives. Ditani just gets out of the way quickly before she answers that call for singles. Misfield down at the far end. And they'll come back for a second. Is that Catherine Fraser down there?
Yes, and that's good alert running between the wickets by the Vipers pair there, who saw that fumble, misfield down at the long on, and just turned and came back for the 2.
10 balls left of the Vipers innings. Phoebe Turner comes in, getting bowled. Nancy Harman trying to swing that away on the leg side. May just have been a slight bottom edge, but nevertheless it was a good length ball. And Harman taking her chances to that short boundary side is gone.
Just caught the leg stump, didn't it?
Yeah, just watching the replay here. To the balls and...
Oh no, good ball.
Just nipped back a fraction, didn't it?
Good ball.
It's good bowling. Good length, straight. Harman taking her chances by heaving across the line. But a good injection to this Vipers innings. 19 from just 16 deliveries for Nancy Harman with 2 fours. So the new batter, I think it's
Freya Davis.
Freya Davis, yeah. Who's joined from South East Stars during the winter to bolster the Vipers' depleted seam bowling lineup. No Lauren Bell, no Mary Taylor today either, the young seam bowler, so probably even more important that Freya Davis is in the side. Did her exams at Surrey Uni during the summer, earlier on. I know the last time I spoke to her, she was waiting for her results, so I haven't spoken to her since. Hopefully they were okay.
Yeah. You sort of have your fingers crossed, don't you, in the summer when results are coming through.
Is it you? Sorry, it's you, Jane.
I can't remember now. Phoebe Turner's coming in, and it's well picked up, but they run through easily for the single. So the score moves on to 228 for 7. 8 balls left. They'll be looking at 240, I would think, at this stage.
Which is a few more than I was looking about half an hour ago.
Yes, it's funny how it goes in ebbs and flows, doesn't it? And in the end, it looks quite comfortable to get to that total, as that one's hit over point, and again it races to the boundary for 4.
Oh, Titani's doing a great job here. Hasn't really had much of a season, didn't get any runs at all for the Southern Brave in the 100. Top scorer 36 this year for Thunder in this competition. She's not far off that.
Yeah, and it shows you how quickly it races on the outfield out down to the east stand end. That's a wider ball there, which has been guided really down to a third man for the single by Datani, and that's the end of the 49th over. 233 for 7. Datani's on 32, not out.
Well, it's going to be a competitive total now, Jane. I think whatever happens, however this last over goes, it looked like they were struggling to get to 200 at one stage, 220 at one stage. Well, they've got past both those targets, and I still think the Diamonds will be reasonably happy. You're right. Anything over 200 has got to be got, and I think a lot will rest on Sturkallis and Winfield Hill. But even so, I don't think the Diamonds will feel that this is too stiff. There's stiff targets to chase, isn't there, and very stiff targets to chase.
That's right, there is.
I'm not sure it's in that land of very stiff. But it's a good one. Erin Burns to bowl the last over with her off spin. She's going to be bowling her 8th over, none for 28 so far. Bowling to Tatani, who's 32 not out. Burns is round the wicket. Tatani swings hard, goes along the ground up to mid-on. And it's picked up cleanly. Shouldn't be any more than 1, which there isn't. 234 for 7 now. Davies on strike as plane comes over. It's going to come over directly over.
Definitely going to finish in the cut-off time, aren't they?
Yes, there's no worries there. We're not going to go hungry.
No.
Waiting for the food to come. There's the plane going right overhead. Now's the time to have a nick behind. Nobody's going to hear it.
Yeah.
Now, that's a nice shot down the ground. One bounce up towards deep mid-on.
It's well fielded
cleanly,
there.
wasn't it?
Very well fielded.
Rebecca Duckworth there.
It had a little bit of a kick on it when it hit the outfield, and Rebecca Duckworth just covered it well and just managed to get that into her hands.
235 for 7. Tatani back on strike. Drive strongly through the covers, but there is a fielder sweeping out on the deep. Are they going to take the throw on? Or Tatani's racing back. Now she's having to hurry. She's going to be out, run out, gone. I'm not sure if she just slipped or whether she realised she hadn't got a bat in at the far end, but by the time she set off for the second, she was always struggling. And that is the 3rd run out of the Vipers' innings.
Good fielding this by Erin Burns, because she realised that Datani was behind. She could have gone for the bowler's end, but at this stage you would want to try and get out the big hitting batter out, who's on 33. So very experienced play there by Burns and Winfield Hill.
Now they were going back for the second, so I guess you'll get 1 for that.
Yes, should do.
Yeah, so that'll be 236 when the scoreboard eventually.
Yeah, run out 34.
Yeah. It's a warm round of applause. Naomi Datani, 34 from 31 balls. That's been an important innings down the lower half of the order, and the new batter for the Vipers is Ava Lee.
when you're on loan, you want to come in and have that impact, don't you? Especially at this stage in the season where people are looking at various contracts for different counties. You want to come in and have an impact. So that's a good innings there by Naomi Ditani.
So Ava Lee, 19 years of age, only turned 19 on Bank Holiday Monday in the game against the Blaze at Arundel. Celebrated with 3 wickets. Yeah, she does do a little job with the ball, but it's Freya Davis to face. And, that's cut away. Actually, it's not Freya Davis facing, it's Ava Lee, isn't it? Of course it is. So there are 3 balls left of the Vipers' innings. Getting to Tani out, mate, just have 2 balls left, sorry, thank you. Yeah, there is. Erin Burns was just about to bowl then and stopped.
She must have realised that you wanted to change your mind.
Yes. We'll wait for the commentators.
I'm sure they've got not a clue what we're saying up here, but...
oh, what's happening now?
Oh.
Umpires are converging and having a chat. I wonder what that's all about.
I've got a feeling there was one too many fielders outside the circle because...
no ball. Yeah, you're right, Jane. Is that a no ball for the one previous?
Yeah, I think so. I think it must be.
Yeah, it must be.
Wasn't sure you could do that, but obviously you can. If you're Sue Redfern, you can do anything really, can't you?
So there'll be at least another one added to the Vipers total. Wait for that.
Free hit, she's signalled.
So free hit for Ava Lee. Round the wicket, Burns bowls, tossed up. If Ava Lee goes in the air, doesn't matter if it's caught, it's not, it's just short of Rebecca Duckworth at deep mid-on. That's a single, takes the Vipers on to 238 for 8. Actually, now it's showing 4 balls gone. That's interesting. Maybe the scoreboard's just gone a little skew-whiff. That's probably what they were talking about. Now that's hammered in the air by Freya Davis. She's going to get lucky here. It's got in between Burns running back and the deep mid-wicket coming in. Perfect spot. Just a single though. 239 for 8. And we get to the last ball of the Vipers innings.
Or at least we think it's the last ball.
It could be. That's the scoreboard is again selling us a dummy now. She often does, Freya Davis, always chatting to the players. Now she's gone down to talk to Ava Lee, saying, don't worry, I'm sure she'll say, oh, don't worry, I'm running, no matter what. Just get a bat on it. Burns bowls. Ava Lee drives into the ground. They will pick up a single. It's good bowling as well. Lee almost yorked herself coming down the wicket, but it's a single to end the innings, and the Vipers 240 for 8, with Freya Davis 3 not out, Ava Lee 2 not out. Jane, your thoughts on that?
I think that's a good total by Southern Vipers. That'll take some getting from Northern Diamonds. They've bowled well. The outfield's pretty quick, so if you get 2 set batters in, then I think it'll be a lot easier. But you can't afford to lose early wickets, and you can't afford to put pressure on yourself, because scoreboard pressure, 240 is a total to have to get. I'm sure Vipers will be pleased with that total.
Thoughts of Yorkshire President Jane Powell. 3 wickets then for Katie Levick, 3 for 36 from her 10 overs. The only other bowler that bowled out was Rachel Slater, 10 overs, 1 for 40. The other wicket taker was Phoebe Turner with 1 for 50 from her 8 overs. There was 3 run-outs in the Vipers innings. Top scorer was captain Georgia Adams with a 3rd half century of the season in this competition, 57 of 82 balls. She shared a partnership of 76 for the 3rd wicket with Georgia Elwis. A couple of players got in and got themselves out. Naomi Ditani on loan, 34 from 31 down the order. There was 31 from Emily Windsor from 36, and also 31 from Elwis from 46. And Ella McGacken right at the top of the order as well, 30 for her. Vipers probably feel they could have got a few more, but nevertheless, it's 240 for 8, and we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just under half an hour.
by Sue Redfern and Jasmine Knight. Georgia Adams leading out Southern Vipers. Lauren Winfield Hill and Emma Marlowe opening the batting for Northern Diamonds.
Welcome back to Headingley, where we are about to get underway. The Northern Diamonds reply to the Southern Vipers' total of 240 for 8 in this top-of-the-table clash in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy contest. Penultimate round of fixtures in this year's competition. Northern Diamonds sitting top, Vipers second. Top 4 go through to the semi-finals. South East Stars and Sunrisers occupy positions 3 and 4 currently, but of course everybody's playing today. We'll keep you up to date. Georgia Adams to get things underway from the Howard stand end. Immediately she's bowling down the leg side to Lauren Winfield Hill, the captain and wicket keeper. And the Northern Diamonds haven't had to do anything to get the first runs on the board with an off spin, low arm Georgia Adams, and that's driven up to mid-off. And there is no run. So 240 for 8 then, the Vipers. Top scorer was a half century, 57 from the player bowling now, Georgia Adams. Oh, she's playing and missing outside the off stump. Rihanna Southby takes that cleanly and has the bails off immediately. The scoreboard's not showing anything actually, so I thought that was a wide. In fact, there's nothing being shown, not even a ball being shown yet, so maybe they're still having lunch. She's sweeping that one that's gone very fine. Goes to Ava Lee on the 45. Leg byes signalled by the umpire. I'm Kevin James. Jonathan Deutsch from BBC Radio Leeds is alongside me, will be alongside me shortly, and we've got Jane Powell, the Yorkshire president, former England player and England manager, who's around as well with us. So 2 without loss then, the Diamonds, to continue their position at the top of the table if they win this one, and a guaranteed home semi-final, as that's driven out on the offside by Emma Marlowe, and that goes to Emily Windsor in the deep. Emily Windsor hit 31 from 36 balls towards the end of the innings, as the Vipers innings just lost a little bit of momentum in the middle, and Naomi Titani on loan from Thunder, 34, quick fire 34 from her. It was the last wicket down. That's driven up to mid-off by Winfield Hill, and There is no run. So 50 overs a side. No more than 10 overs per bowler, if you didn't know the rules, as that's driven back on the onside as a plane comes over once more. And that's the first over done. 3 without loss then. Winfield Hill yet to get off the mark. Emma Marlowe has a single. The Blaze, who everybody's keeping an eye on because they sit in 5th place. They are the only team that can challenge any of the top 4. They were bowled out for 197 of 47 overs in their game against Lancashire Thunder. Welcome back, Georgie.
Thank you. Mid-sandwich. Trade secrets revealed and all that. Yeah, so 3 without loss after 1. Just got to get used to the conditions and all the usual stuff as an opening batter, and then see where you get as this innings goes on. It's never an easy chase, 240 plus. There's just that extra thing on the shoulder of scoreboard pressure. These two can both play. Emma Marlowe really has announced herself, I would have said, in particular this season. And she's on strike then. And the first ball of this over by Freya Davies is pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, 269 runs. Emma Marlowe, averaging just under 27 this season. That's better than her career average, which is 23. So improvement, as you say.
She's had the odd stint up in the comm box with us at previous matches when she was on the sidelines and learning the trade, but she's now very much out there and in one of the pole positions as she pushes one up to mid-on. I think she's definitely got a strong future ahead of her from what I've seen. Don't obviously see her with the ball, but she's good in the field and she's scoring runs in a variety of formats. Stands tall, very high backlift, vertical backlift really. And Freya Davies managing to keep her quiet so far in this over. 3 without loss.
Top scorer 55, Emma Marlowe, this season in this competition. Playing her 11th game.
Yeah, just settle a few nerves if they could put on a partnership of sorts for this first wicket. 31 put on by the visitors for their first wicket. Not a bad start, as there's a nice diving stop by Naomi Ditani there in the covers. Emma Marlowe opening the face. I think one thing that's come through from the matches I've seen Emma play with the bat is that she seems to be somebody with a good temperament, quite unruffled. Plays some nice strokes.
Yeah, that's what you need here, isn't it? 240 is not a bad total, but for me it still feels about 20 short on this pitch.
Yeah, good deck as Davies is in again. Bat twists around in Marlowe's hand as it makes contact towards the inside half of it. No run.
She's only 20 years of age, Emma Marlowe, so plenty of time. Playing a 27th this day game for Northern Diamonds.
Plenty of encouragement out there from the Vipers girls in the field. Chipper, I think you'd describe it as. Bit of something to bowl at. Marlowe turning another one into the leg side. It's a good start this by Freya Davies. And it was a good start because it was a maiden. 1 over, 1 maiden, none for none. 3 without loss after 2.
Yeah, Freya Davies brought in from the South East Stars this summer with the Vipers really struggling in terms of the number of seam bowlers they have on their books. She's picked up 10 wickets so far. This is her 10th game. Cost 33 apiece for Freya Davies, but Georgia Adams opening up, as he often does here, from that Howard stand, bowling a second over. 3 without loss, the Diamonds. And we've had 2 overs. Adams then bowls. Winfield Hill just quietly plays that back to the bowler. She'll be unfazed. Winfield Hill, 34 years of age, massive amount of experience. Turned away on the onside for a quick single. Goes out towards mid-wicket. And that will be the first run off the bat of Laurent Winfield Hill. Her competition this year. 343 runs at 34. But it's Marlowe facing. Length ball. Marlowe plays that back to Adams.
Did you say a 4-hour trip up yesterday?
Yeah.
Did you have a police escort or something? You got from your part of the world up here in 4 hours?
Well, it was 4 and a bit. Yeah, is that quick? Yeah, it was 4 and a bit actually, 4.5 actually. If I'm honest, that's pushed out to deep extra cover. Single to Marlowe. Yeah, when I say 4 hours, I think it was 4:30 when I switched the sat nav on. So, but it was late at night. It wasn't. Well, I say late. It was after the rush hour. I think it took me about 4:40 actually. If I'm honest. So there, I'm pushing it back now. This could be caught at mid-on, and that is the first wicket, and that's Lauren Winfield Hill. That is a massive bonus for the Vipers. Winfield Hill going for the shot over the top, just did not time that whatsoever. And that is a massive mistake from the most experienced player on the park.
Yeah, it's an area in the V that she's often been caught out in matches we've seen before, whether it be early or late on in a match. But she does want to hit it in those areas, and she's got that completely wrong, hasn't she? Right underneath it.
Freya Davies, safe hands. Oh my word, what a mistake. It looked like it was in the slot. Look at Rihanna Southby's reaction there on the live picture feed.
Yeah,
wow.
And in terms of the match, that is a huge wicket, because the Diamond's been light of a couple of batters. Would want a sizable contribution from the captain, and just the one puts a lot of pressure now on the remainder. And you've already, if you were calling this one in odds terms, you'd be saying that the Vipers would have shortened quite considerably after that shot.
Yeah, the old wasp. The percentage would have greatly increased, you're right. Wow. Rebecca Duckworth in at number 3, 23 years of age, playing her 10th Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game for the Northern Diamonds. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. Playing just her 4th game this year. It's a top score of 19 this season. Might need to greatly increase that if she's to help her side get over the line. That is a massive setback for the Diamonds. Now, just waiting for a bit of a break. Not quite sure. Sue Redfern is not back in her position at deep square leg quite yet. Is there something happening on the... Oh, Freya Davies, I think, is getting some... Freya Davies in the dugout just to our right is just getting a plaster, I think, maybe as she was taking that ball. That would be fairly new. Of course, and sometimes when the ball gets into your hands, if the seam is in a certain position, sometimes it can just actually just cause a little bit of a split thing, or a split finger or whatever. Anyway, she's okay because she's running back, racing back to her mark is Freya Davies, and she's actually got quite a long way to run. Right to left, and you'll see her just going back down to deep mid-on, or mid-on anyway, on the picture feed, and we're ready to go. So Rebecca Duckworth then to face Georgia Adams. 5 for 1 the Diamonds. And Adams comes in. Flighted, oh my word, that looks close to being LBW. Shout from Adams mainly. Duckworth looked as though she didn't quite pick up the flight there. Maybe just coming slightly across that at the same time. Just watch that replay again. Adams bowls. Duckworth's going right across that. My word, if that hasn't hit the bat, what is that missing? That must have been a slight inside edge. Just watching this again on the replay.
Yeah, I think she gets an inside edge.
Yeah, she does, yeah.
Through her legs, doesn't she?
Yeah, you're right, yeah. The second replay shows that clearly. Just as well for her, she got an inside edge. 5 for 1, 3 overs gone.
So, early drama, and not the sort of drama the Diamonds would have wanted. Clearly wouldn't say they're totally reliant on Lauren Winfield Hill. They do win games when she doesn't score, but it would have made their task significantly more difficult with her going for next to nothing. As Freya Davies, who bowled a maiden first up, has just been clipped off the legs by Emma Marlowe for 4 through fine leg.
That's a good shot.
She's got a very, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not unique, is it, Sue Redfern? But there's a particular way she signals 4, where she brings a hand in somewhere near the throat, really, and it's very measured how she moves the arm right to left to signal to the scorers. That's one of those things about umpires, isn't it? Remember Billy Bowden with his 6 back in the day. 6 signal as Marlowe cuts one to point, no run. And then you'd have the slow draw of the finger from a Rudy Kurtzen.
Oh gosh, yes, painful. Slow, but you're right. It's almost like umpires now. They need some sort of trademark.
Yeah.
You need something to be able to say, oh yes, that was the umpire that did this or did that.
Into the 4th over then, 9 for 1. Marlowe has 6 of them and is on strike here with a slip in place. That one cannons off the pad down through fine leg, and I would imagine Sue Redfern is going to give us her leg by symbol and a signal, and she does. One of those, so 10 up on the board. 10 up. Shades of horse racing there.
Is that a horse racing term?
No, 10 up was the name of a horse that won. It just, I've not thought about that for decades probably. Won the 1975 Cheltenham Gold Cup under the Irish jockey Tommy Carberry. In the snow, I seem to recall. As Freya Davies is in. And that's a thickish outside edge from Rebecca Duckworth down to 3rd man, 1 run. 11 for 1.
I think that is Rebecca Tyson down there, who's playing her first ever senior game in regional cricket.
Doubtless be a few nerves. Slow left armour. We'll get to see her, I'm sure, as that's a lovely presentation of the full face of the blade there from Emma Marlowe, but unfortunately for her, it doesn't bring her any runs. Punched up to mid-off.
Yeah, she's been a good addition, Freya Davies, for the Vipers. She lost her England Central contract almost a couple of years ago now, but she's a good influence on a lot of these players. Always talks to them, the bowlers as well, when she's at mid-off and mid-on, always chatting to the bowlers. She's very good.
She's in, right arm over, and punched into the covers this time, extra cover. And again, no run to complete that over, so 4 gone, 11 for 1. The Vipers at the same stage were 16 without loss.
So yeah, a lot resting now on Stuart Callis and Erin Burns. No Holly Armitage in this game, she's with England. No Bess Heath, although she didn't play the last game, Bess Heath, did she? So I don't quite know why that was, but she's with England as well. So big batters for the Northern Diamonds not playing in this one, and doesn't help when you lose Winfield Hill early on. So here's Georgia Adams to Duckworth. Duckworth is forward, trickles out towards extra cover, and there is no run. So the run rate from here required is just over 5 and over. As Adams tosses that one up, driven up to Davies at mid-on. No run. Adams into a 3rd over here. Remember, Diamonds coming into this game top of the league, and a win here will guarantee them a home semi-final. Duckworth pushes that back to Adams. And, well, maybe even a loss won't be a million miles away from that, depending on what the Blaze do. But, of course, you've got to factor in the Sunrisers and the South East Stars, who may yet claim a home semi-final if they have a good end. Now, that's a good shot. Backward a point. Goes out in the deep. Ooh, thinking about 2. Wins us around quickly as the ball went past Ella McGacken at backward a point. 11 for 1 then the Diamonds. Duckworth on strike. Sorry, Emma Marlowe's on strike. Tossed up again. Marlowe drives strongly up to mid-wicket. fielded by Nancy Harmon. Gave a bit of injection to the back end of the Vipers innings with a quick fire 19. That's short and that's cut away, and it's fielded by Rebecca Tyson. Back with a point. See her left arm spinner at some point. No, so she's wearing number 35. She didn't actually have a number assigned to her before the start of this game. She is 35. She actually was in the Vipers squad for the last game against the Central Sparks. But, getting her first outing today with no Lindsay Smith in the Vipers innings. She again is, well, she's not going to Ireland, but I guess she's just been held back by England ahead of the World Cup next month.
So Freya Davies is going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. It's been a largely cloudy Headingley day so far, but it's plenty warm enough out there for a game of cricket. Jess Woolston in the fluorescent green tabard. Looks like she's doing a bit of 12thers for the Diamonds, as that's pushed out into the offside by Rebecca Duckworth. The Tarney fielding in the covers, and there is no run. Into the 6th over then, and that run rate, as Kev mentioned already, beginning to go up above 5. Davies places those feet carefully, comes in past Sue Redfern, right arm over, Duckworth right behind it. No run.
Your last game is at Chestler Street, you said, didn't you?
Yeah, South East Stars on Saturday.
Oh, that could be some jockeying for positions in the top 4, that one. It's interesting, the Blaze play on Friday, so, I mean, basically the top 4 could be done and dusted by then.
Yeah. Oh, good delivery here from Freya Davies, which crashes into the pads of Duckworth. Maybe a bit of inside edge about it.
I mean, basically it could be done and dusted today if the Blaze lose, but if they don't, then the Blaze plays the day before everybody else, or a couple of days before everybody else. Could all be decided. But just semi-final, home or away to decide.
And what is the latest? They were bowled out for, what, 197 Thunder, 9 without loss in the 5th. Got a real good opportunity to beat them. That's a lovely shot by Rebecca Duckworth. She's had to be patient because Freya Davies has been bowling well to start with here for the Vipers, but she just got a little bit of room to work with. Hasn't gone hard at the ball, just timed it nicely through extra cover for 4.
It's a beautiful shot, isn't it? Hitting down and through. Or hitting the deck. Down and through. That's the perfect drive.
Freya Davies just taking her time, making sure she's ready for this delivery, which is a better one, but he's going to bring some runs again here. Will it be 4? Yes. And that's not the finest hour of Ella McGuckin, who is there in the covers. She dives and can't reel that one in. So Duckworth with a couple of boundaries in this 6th over. Just starting to get the Diamonds ticking. Aside from the Blaze, the South East Stars made good progress. 270 they're finished with. They're not due back on for another 5 or 6 minutes just yet, as Duckworth punches one square on the offside to complete the most productive over of the innings so far as the Diamonds go, because those 8 runs took them to 20 for 1. The other match, I mentioned the Storm, would have been bowled out for 180. Sunrisers 6 without loss in the early stages there in response.
This is moving day a bit, isn't it? In this competition. 13th game. Expanded competition this year. Everybody playing, everybody home and away, as they did in the Charlotte Edwards Cup earlier in the season as well. Georgia Adams from the Howard Stand end, the bottom end as we look. That's whipped away to mid-wicket by Marlowe. Nancy Harmon in the way there. There's no run.
Robbo Rog asking how Naomi Ditani is playing for the Vipers when she was in the Thunder team on Sunday. She's on loan.
For 2 games, driven up to mid-on. No run there. Yeah, she started at Sunrisers, went to Thunder, and now she's briefly, maybe, with the Vipers. Oh, she wrapped on the pad. That looks close. The umpire is not sticking her finger up. Georgia Adams just bends down there. She's
did look close, didn't it?
Did look close, even on the angle. It's Emma Marlowe watching the replay here, and what's? Oh my word! Oh my word! She's is that hitting Midland leg?
She's blessed there.
Yeah, it's cut away. Emma Marlowe for a single. That has to go down as a very, very close decision.
Yeah. You couldn't have been complaining if you'd have been given out there.
No. Anyway, we move on. There's Adams bowls. Duckworth is forward, and that goes out into the covers. Score remains on 21 for 1. I don't know if the umpire thought that perhaps there was a little bit, maybe going to be a little bit of turn, but the ball didn't turn. Duckworth pushes out to backward a point. That's fielded by Abby Norgrove. End of the over. 7 overs bowled. 21 for 1 are the Diamonds. Already Lauren Winfield Hill has been and gone for a single, and Emma Marlowe can perhaps consider herself fortunate to still be out there. She's on 7. Duckworth is on 10.
The bonus point situation in this comp, for those of us who have to scratch our heads and try and remember it every time we do a commentary, is that the winning team's run rate has to be 1.25 or greater times that of the opposition. So for the Blaze to win with a bonus point today, they're going to have to do pretty well with the ball, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Having scored just the 197. And as Mighty Mariners points out, if they do win but don't get a bonus point, then irrespective of the result here, they couldn't catch the Diamonds, so the Diamonds would still be through even if they lose this match. Freya Davies in and bowling there to Emma Marlowe, who turns it into the leg side, no run.
And I think that's the same with the Vipers, or are they? Actually, no, the Vipers are on 34, so no, that's not the case. They would have to lose one.
Yeah.
The Blaze, basically. Yeah. So a little bit easier for the Diamonds, not so easy for the Vipers.
They'd have to lose one if the Vipers lost their last 2 matches.
Yes,
yeah,
sorry, yes.
To clarify.
Yeah.
Here's Davies again. Nicely played by Emma Marlowe off her legs. There is a fielder out deep backward square. Emily wins it and returns it for the concession of 1. Usual email address, folks, by the way, is bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com, and it's at Sporting Lives 1. Or what are you on these days, Kev? You don't have your own.
We use yours. No, we use yours.
Yeah, that's a get out, that, isn't it? So 22 for 1 in the 8th, and Freya Davies in again. Ooh, slightly on the underside of that was Rebecca Duckworth, but soft enough hands to make sure it bounced well short of point.
Just had a message from one of our regular commentators down south of the Vipers. He said, "How's that not out?" At LBW.
Yeah, well, I think that was what happened, wasn't it? They said, "How's that?" and the umpire said, "Not out."
Simple as that.
But I'm not quite sure how. Here's Davies, and punched by Rebecca Duckworth up to extra cover, no run. Yeah, you can look at it until you're blue in the face. It looks out and not given.
You have to keep
and George
going.
Adams probably is blue in the face.
Probably still fuming.
Two to come in the over. 22 for 1. Davies in and bowling, and Duckworth stepping into that. Pushing once again to McGocken. Ella McGocken helping to get Vipers off to a pretty good start. She was out for 30 when the score was on 50. You may recall, folks, being bowled by that Katie Levick Googly.
She bowled well, Levick, didn't she?
Yeah.
Terrific.
Very
accurately.
Very solid. Davies in again. Duckworth again punches to McGough. That's consistent line and length, no doubt, from Davies. I think that's 3 in succession that were punched at the same fielder. None of them producing any runs, and just the 2 off the over in the end. At 22 for 1 they are after 7 in comparison to 23 without loss after 7 for the Vipers, so similar at the same stage.
Yeah, she's bubbling up to being a really good game. It's what Freya Davies does well, actually. She's very steady. Very steady bowler. Now, have we got a change of bowling? Yes, we have. We've got Naomi Datani coming into the attack to bowl her left arm seamers from the bottom end.
From the Howard stand end,
she is taking over from Georgia Adams. Georgia Adams is first 4 overs, 1 for 6, tidy stuff from the Vipers captain. So Datani has a slip. She's bowling to Emma Marlowe. She's up the hill and bowls, and Marlowe's wrapped on the pad, but that's pitching outside leg stump. I don't even think I'll need to look at a replay for that one, as Marlowe was trying to tuck that away through mid-wicket. Datani didn't actually bowl too much for the Southern Brave in the 100 competition. She's very much an all-rounder, but she didn't get much of a look in from that point of view. Here she comes in again then, and bowls to Marlowe. Marlowe flicks that away. She will get runs here, down to Emily Windsor at deep backward square. Just slides into that and allows the batters to come through for 2. Good awareness out there in the middle. Saw Emily Windsor was on the floor and decided to come back for a second. 24 for 1. Marlowe moves on to 10. And the Diamonds on to 24 for 1. 7 times these two have met in this competition. Vipers have won 5 of them, including 2 finals. Northern Diamonds have won 2 of them, including 1 final. 1 of them abandoned. So that's driven up to extra cut off the back foot from Marlowe. And there is no run. So 3 of the 4 finals that have been contested in this competition have been between these 2 sides.
Yeah, old adversaries.
Oh, yes.
I'm not sure about the old, but adversaries.
Well, it's only been, only 5-year competition, this, isn't it? Here's Datani, bowls. That's nicely guided to backward a point, McGacken Fields.
Yeah, as I say, nothing that you see from Emma Marlowe dissuades you from that opinion that she's a nice player and has got a good future ahead of her, I think. Yep. From the Beckwithshaw Cricket Club over in the Airedale and Wharfdale League. Same league as my club are in, just over Harrogate Way. Nice part of the world over there. If you ever get a chance when you're on a trip north. Only half an hour's drive from here.
Sounds idyllic. Idyllic. Nice shot off the back foot that finds, again, that ring of fielders on the offside. Georgia Elwes.
Yeah, Beckwithshaw Cricket Ground itself is sort of tucked away. It's not one of those sort of places where there's housing all around it. It's in a field next to the main road up that way towards Ripon, I suppose, Harrogate Way. Clay-based soil. I can remember if it ever rains when you're at Beckwithshaw, you struggle to stay on.
It's a nice drive, but only as far as mid-on. Tidy start from Datani. One of 2 players making their Vipers debuts today. 1 over for 2, 24 for 1, 9 gone.
I know you'll be a big soap fan, and you remember the old Emmerdale back in the days of Fraser Hines and all of that. Before they purpose-built a village to film the start of the programme, when there used to be lambs skipping around, and the classic double gable end silhouette that you used to see. That is only 3 miles or something like that, I would guess.
Okay.
From Beckwithshaw, so it's that sort of side of town, side of Leeds. Not that I'm a soap watcher, but there was a period when I may have done that. So 9 overs in, 24 for 1, and it is Davies in again, bowling then to Rebecca Duckworth, who was punching that one back to her. She's been very tidy so far. 4 overs, 1 maiden none for 14.
Well, I stayed last night not far from some ITV studios that had Emmerdale written on them by the Armouries.
Yep. An open, that's a lovely shot by Duckworth. She's pinged that one off the middle, square on the offside. Just a bit too much width from Freya Davies on this occasion. 4 runs.
That's a beautiful piece of time in there. God, what a great shot that is.
Yeah.
Again, she's playing it late. Playing it down and through. Perfect. Yeah, it had Emmerdale written all over these ITV studios, which was just down the road from where I was staying. Okay. I don't know if that had anything to do with Emmerdale.
Maybe. I wouldn't be an expert on where it's filmed these days, but they did purpose build a village sort of north side of Leeds yonks ago now, probably a couple of decades and more. Duckworth drops one into the offside no run. I can remember when I lived on the west side of Leeds, they did used to film the indoor stuff in a mill in the village I lived in called Farsley, and because you used to see quite a lot of the cast. It was in the Fleece pub over there on a Tuesday night when I used to go in for the pop quiz. You'd often see some of the soap characters in there. This one's wide of off stump, and Duckworth, nice square drive. Datani has suffered like quite a few of the Diamonds fielders did there from a bobbling ball in the wicket ends, and so she couldn't field that cleanly. They've got through for 1.
But you're not an Emmerdale fan?
No, that's just what I can remember from back in those days, and I probably did watch it sometimes back then, but no, I have honestly for 30 years I would have said.
Oof.
Nothing in the way of soaps of any note. Might have been the odd episode because it was on. As that's driven down the ground by Marlowe, and a diving Georgia Adams stop was good, because I think that probably prevented 4 there, Kev.
Yeah, I agree.
Not just the one.
Playing some pretty shots, these two, aren't they, really? The timing from both these players is lovely to watch.
Yeah. And it's Rebecca Duckworth back on strike. An attacking back lift of the bat as she pushes one into the offside. And there's no run, so she's 15. Emma Marlowe is 11. This partnership worth 25 since that first wicket, that of Lauren Winfield Hill, who chipped one ready to Freya Davies at mid-on and was caught off Georgia Adams for 1. 30 for 1 after 10.
Yeah, power play done. Well, the first power play anyway. Just slightly behind the Vipers, but there's not a lot in it. So, Northern Diamonds trying to put that Winfield Hill dismissal behind them, and these two, I have to say, do look very good players. You're right. Doige, Emma Marlowe, 20 years of age. Rebecca Duckworth, 23. They complement each other quite well, don't they? It's Titani again with a second over, left arm over from that Howard stand end. Comes in, no slip now. That's worked off the back foot. Half stop by Titani on a follow through. Ball trickles up towards mid-on. Georgia Adams is fielding there now. Freya Davies has been taken out of that position. She's down at fine leg. Diamonds 30 for 1. Need from here another. I'm just trying to look at the board. Does it say exactly how many runs from
211.
Here? Oh yes, of course it is at the bottom there. That's pulled away in the air, but safe over mid-wicket. Emily Windsor is out there. Moving round from forward square leg. Single to Marlowe takes on to 12, 31 for 1.
And again, evidence of the wicket end there, because that would have bounced on any other surface in the world, and it just landed and then shot along the floor, didn't it?
Awkward. They're practice wickets there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. All used, those last sort of 5 wickets on the end of the square, which goes virtually right up to the advertising boards. Length ball, which Duckworth pushes on the onside. There is no run. Yeah, it looks very worn. I think that's why it's the worn side of the ground, which is why the ball's been travelling a little quicker away to our left. It is a short boundary side as well, so that has to be factored in. But scoring boundaries on that side has looked reasonably easy at times, if the ball's being timed nicely, and it doesn't have to be timed brilliantly, just into the gaps. Ball just comes in to Duckworth there a fraction, hits the inside half of the bat. that run rate is, from here on in, is slowly creeping up. It's over 5 1/4 and over from here on in. It was just over 5s earlier on. Nothing too much to worry about, but have to be mindful of that. You don't want to be looking up and then all of a sudden it's over 6s and then look up again and it's more than that. Here's Tatani. Again, that's a good legs ball. She started well here, Tatani. 11 balls she's bowled, and she's only conceded 3. Good start from her to go with a useful 34 down the order when Hampshire were looking at Hampshire, when the Vipers were looking. Oh, no, it's
easy, wasn't it?
At this stage of the season, yeah. 34 off 31 before she was run out. She was, she didn't quite. I was looking at that again actually, and I think you probably spotted it as well, Doidgy. That's pushed an extra cover and there's no run. Good stuff here from Tatani. 2 overs, none for 3. 31 for 1 after 11, chasing 241. When she ran the 1, she didn't quite get her bat in over the line, so she turned back to put her bat behind the line, and that's what set her back a couple of yards at least. And she was comfortably run out going for a second, but I think it's one of those where it's easy to say afterwards, but you say, right, I didn't reach the other end, I've just got to turn and get in now, because that's the most important thing, and if it's called 1 short, it's called 1 short.
Yeah.
But she seemed determined to make sure that she got behind the line, and it cost her. She may have been struggling anyway because it was a little tight for a second anyway. Now it looks like we're going to get our first look at Rebecca Tyson, the slow left arm bowler who's been plucked from the Sunrisers' second 11 and who's played a handful of games for Hertfordshire this season. She's never played regional cricket before. She's 24 years of age, and I guess a like-for-like replacement for Lindsay Smith.
Yep, and she's slow left arm. She's nothing like a typhoon in that respect, as that is punched away into the offside by Emma Marlowe for a single. I refer, of course, for those who may be not aware of Frank Tyson, scary fast bowler as he was back in the day in the Ashes during the 50s. And she comes again. It's not a bad little start. She's landed a goal. Duckworth turning that into the leg side, and there's no run, so she's wide on the crease for those first couple of deliveries. Looked like she was a little straighter this time. Once again, Duckworth, well, should be well advised to have a look. Plenty of time left yet, even though that run rate is creeping up towards 1 a ball. Tyson in once more, and that's flicked away just beyond the grasp of the diving straight mid-wicket. Duckworth gets a single.
There can't have been too many Tysons that have bowled on this ground.
No, wouldn't have thought so. Wonder if he ever did. Here she is again, this time to Marlowe. Punches to Tatani in the offside, no run.
Let's see if I can do that. Try and find out.
Frank Tyson, did he bowl on this ground? Here is Rebecca Tyson, and that one is turned into the leg side by Marlowe for 1. So tidy enough first over from the left arm spinner. They haven't managed to get a name up on the board yet. And 12 overs in. It is 34 for 1.
Scrolling through very quickly. A lot of the test grounds he played on. Can't see Headingley at the moment. A steady start from Tyson, though. And they've got it down as Davies. Can't be right. Davies is right arm over. We do know that Tatani is going to continue, though, from the far end. He must have bowled. I tell you, I can find every single test ground apart from bowled at Scarborough. That's pushed into the covers. That's a nice shot. That's racing away. And that ball's going to win that contest. Again, great timing from Emma Marlowe this time. Just a push shot off the back foot. Just opened the face into the gap. It's a feature of these two players out there, these two young players. They've got the gift of some good timing. I'm going to find just about every test venue around the world apart from Headingley. Must be here somewhere. I'm probably skipping through too quickly. 38 for 1. That's turned away on the onside. Was it a leg by? Just wait for... No, a bit of a bat on that. 19 to Marlow, 16 to Duckworth, 39 for 1. Oh gosh, let me find Headingley, please, somewhere. Gosh. I'll have to do it properly in the future. Honestly, all grounds all around the world, but I can't find Headingley. There we go. That's a nice drive. Good looking drive up to mid-off by Rebecca Duckworth, but there is no run there. I'm going to stop looking because actually it's distracting me from the cricket. Anyway.
Yeah, Duckworth Lewis just gives you that idea of where they should be, and they're not so far off it. 44 it says at the minute, 39 for 1.
D'Artagnan again over the wicket, bowls, and that's guided. That's a good stop at a point by Abby Norgrove. Keeps the score on 39 for 1. Lords, Melbourne, as you'd expect. Oh well. Perhaps this was the only ground he ever didn't play on. So maybe she's the only Tyson to have bowled here. Here comes D'Artagnan again. Bowls, that's driven off a thick outside edge. It goes down to Ava Lee at third. Takes the total on to 40 for 1. Duckworth moves on to 17. Scarborough doesn't count, obviously. A few games at Scarborough he played.
Yeah, back in the festival days, no doubt, when he was turning up for 111 or another. I hadn't realised that the selectors used to all be there for
Did they?
Some of those festival games, yeah, and players often got picked on the performances there for tours and things like that.
Tom Pearce's 11, things like that. It's driven up towards mid-on. They're going to take a single. That's good. Very good running. Good aggressive running there from Duckworth. He was on to 17. She'll keep the strike as well at the end of that over. 13 overs gone. And the Diamonds, replying to that Vipers total of 240 for 8, are 41 for 1.
Yeah, you want to go have a breather for a bit? We've both been on. Well, Jane's been having a 3-course meal, manicure, shoulder massage, no doubt. As the president, she's been calling in a few favours, and she just thought, well, do you know what? We'll pop back and see that. Yeah, we got them, thank you. Yeah, extra lunches here. What about that, Jane? Thanks, Ruth.
I must have missed the 3-course lunch.
So here's once again Tyson, left arm round the wicket. Still haven't quite managed to catch up with her name on the board for some reason. Might be worth a trip up to the 5th floor to let the scorers know, the board operators at least. There's another dot ball, just launched aerially this time from Emma Marlowe. So 41 for 1. Jane Powell back alongside. She comes again, gives it plenty of air. She's not yet tempted anybody into a false shot, but you could see that coming. You could see a situation where somebody's going to lose their head here. She's certainly not afraid to give it a bit of air. Halfway through the over. And she comes again, this one's straighter and turned up to Davies going in from mid-on, no run.
It's funny, I was listening to you go and Duckworth moves to 17 and I'm like, no, Duckworth Lewis Stern is 47. But when you say Duckworth, the automatic thinking these days in cricket is the par score, isn't it?
Yeah. In comes Tyson again. First run of the over. Davies is still showing on the board, and they're getting it on towards the 10th over here, but actually it is Tyson's second. That was a single to Marlowe. Duckworth faces the last ball of the over, which is a dot. So after 14, 42 for 1, 199 more needed If I could just get you to move your mic up slightly so we can catch. There's no point in having your expertise on the broadcast, Jane, if we can't tell what you're saying. There
Hopefully that's in the right place now. I have this problem in cricket because, contrary to popular belief, I have a very small head. So whenever people give me caps or hats, it sort of buries me. So giving me these headphones is like dropping down. So I apologise, but hopefully people can hear me now.
That must mean Kev's got a big head then, because
no, not just in the commentary box, in cricket in general. Statani comes in and that's hit through the covers firmly for 1 run by Emma Marlowe. Interesting start with Lauren Winfield Hill. Was it Court Davis? Bowled Adams. It's almost like she didn't go through with the shot.
Which has happened quite a lot on the games we've covered over the last few years. She will just push it.
Yes.
Instead of really going through with it if you're going to play it.
And I think it's if there's no pace on the ball, it makes it much more difficult to score runs on this pitch, because you've got to move your feet and you've got to play positively. You've got to follow through with the ball. You've got to make sure that you're hitting through and making sure that you're getting full value for that swing. Datani's having a good start to her life with the Southern Vipers at the moment. Scored a good few runs and is now in her 4th over and keeping it reasonably tight.
Yeah, I bring less good tidings with regard to the Blaze and the Thunder, because the latter are 26 for 4 in the 12th over. So they could be in for a bonus point win, the Blaze.
Start to make it even more interesting, won't it?
It'd make it too interesting for whichever team loses this match.
Long way to go in this game yet. Still another 35.3 overs. 197 more runs needed, or another 9 wickets. But at the moment, the batters are batting to the field, as they say, rather than bowling to the field. It's batting to the field. Wherever there's a fielder, I'll hit it firmly to them.
Grace Ballinger has got 4 for 7 off 6 overs in that match for the Blaze.
She played here with the Northern Superchargers in the 100. And you see that with a bit more pace, dropped a little bit short, and it's firmly hit through square leg for 4 runs by Duckworth.
Yeah, cracking shot, wasn't it? All the time in the world, but you've still got to get there, back and across.
Yeah, middled it well.
Pull, yeah.
And that's the danger of the slightly quicker bowlers. If they don't get the right length, it looks like it's very hittable from the short ball. A little bit wider, that one, outside off, and reaching for it, but just guiding it to the fielder. So at the end of the 15th over, Diamonds are 48 for 1.
Yeah, 3.2. They've pushed that run rate at least above 3 now. Don't want to get too far behind and put even more pressure on themselves, but this pair going nicely enough.
What was the comparative score at this stage in the Vipers innings?
I missed some parts out, but I didn't miss this bit. After 15, they were 54 for 2, so not a million miles apart. As Emma Marlowe has just pushed one all the way down to long on for 2 runs. I suppose, given that this is Rebecca Tyson's debut in regional cricket, that might be a case for just trying to put some pressure on her, see if the nerves will get to her. She's started off well, I have to say. They have now got her on the scoreboard as well. after 2 full overs. Couldn't quite reel in that fielding effort off her own bowling, but she's been backed up, and that's a dot. So 2.2 overs for 8 so far. 50 up for the Diamonds for the loss of Lauren Winfield Hill. Short ball cut very firmly by Emma Marlowe. Good piece of fielding by Emily Windsor out there. She just couldn't quite reel it in at the first attempt, and that's enabled Marlowe to get back for a second. Good running.
Very good running, especially to that side of the pitch, because that's much shorter, or gives you the impression it's much shorter, that side of the pitch. So most of the fielders out there can reach that on the full.
Tyson in again. Marlowe opens the face, and 2 fielders positioned at point and backward point. It's the latter that does the fielding. Hard to discern if there's much in the way of turn for Rebecca Tyson here. Certainly getting it to hold its line when it pitches and straighten, as Marlowe cuts another one but misses out on runs.
It's getting a little bit of lift, so whether she's putting some top spin on it, I'm not sure, but it seems to be bouncing quite high, doesn't it, when she gets it up there.
She comes again, inside half of the bat for Marlowe, gets it away to Datani coming in from the deep backward square boundary. 1 run completes the over at 53 for 1. 5 runs coming from it, and that'd be good enough, wouldn't it? More or less.
She's bowling very well. 3 overs for 9 runs is pretty good start to your debut at this level. So she'll be one to keep an eye on, really. It'll be interesting to see if anybody does put pressure on her and what she does then. But at the moment, you'd be very happy with your new bowler only going for 9 runs off 3 overs. And with that 53 for 1, they're now just 1 behind DLS. So that always gives you that indication, doesn't it, as to how well you're tracking, so to speak.
Yeah, Georgia Elvis then.
And Georgia Elvis runs in with the ball very much in her left hand and only moves it to her right hand just as she's about to bowl. I'm always intrigued by bowlers who can do that, as to how do you know you've got your fingers in your grip in the right place, you know, the seam in the right place. But maybe they've done it forever, so they know. But she carries it in her left hand and transfers it to her right just before she gets it to release. That was pushed out, half stopped by Naomi Ditani, but they ran through for the single. Georgie Elvis, very experienced player, and I'm sure has contributed immensely to the Vipers' season. She comes in again, and it's pushed out into the covers for no run. Naomi Ditani attacking that ball, making sure that they don't even consider a single. Elvis comes in again, and again it's pushed out to Ditani. It's like if you're out there in the field, you'd be going, can we join in? Anybody else want to play? Because at the moment it's just the 3 people that are playing, Elvis, Duckworth and Datani. Elvis comes in from the Howard stand end, and that's worked into the mid-wicket area for an easy single.
'50 partnership been applauded.
So these 2 are building a partnership, which is great to see. The 2 younger members of the squad, after losing the early wicket of Lauren Winfield Hill.
85 balls for that 50 partnership, Jane.
A little bit on the slower side, but once you lose an early wicket, you've got to build it. So that's the end of the 17th over, and it's 55 for 1.
Yeah, just a couple from that over. If they just keep, well, playing sensible cricket, really, knocking it around, trying to put any bad balls away, then they should be there or thereabouts. Wouldn't want to put too much pressure on themselves. It's going to be Rebecca Tyson to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Duckworth on strike. Here she comes, left arm round the wicket, and that's a lovely lofty drive, one bounce, and 4 runs for Rebecca Duckworth, which will take her to 26, 59 for 1. Just in the slot, wasn't it, that?
It was, and that's the difference when you hit through the ball and go after it. They very nearly cleared the rope. That was not far away from a 6.
And it's meant that Freya Davies has been sent out to long on, and then Duckworth pats one into the offside, and there is no run. If you're just joining us, welcome along. BBC Radio Leeds. Kevin James of BBC Radio Solent, Jane Powell, president of the club, and myself, Jonathan Dodge, for this Diamonds Vipers match, which sees Duckworth push a single out into the offside. Earlier, toss was won by the Vipers, who wanted to bat first and put 240 for 8 on the board. Georgia Adams with 57 top scoring. Several other chip-ins as well in the 30s. Good effort with the ball by the Diamonds, Katie Levick in particular, as that's a nice cut shot played by Marlowe for a single.
And for the first time this over, I think Diamonds have overtaken DLS.
Yeah. Good shout, 58 for DLS, 61 on the board. Tyson 1 left in her 4th over. Going at just under 4 and over so far, but the run rate is beginning to just ever so slightly creep up in the right direction for the Diamonds, as Marlowe, in fact Duckworth I should say, pushed one out into the offside to complete the 18th over at 61 for 1, 6 runs from it, Jane.
Yeah, that was well, it was 1 ball, wasn't it, that was dispatched for 4 that makes that into an okay over for the Diamonds, rather than Tyson was going along at 3 and over, and suddenly she's almost at 4 and over from 1 single over, because 1 ball was dispatched for 4 and then the ball was manoeuvred for a couple of singles as well in that over. So, and sometimes things can change on 1 over, and that's why it's really important to concentrate all the way through. As Elwes comes on in again from the Howard stand end, and there's a thick outside edge that runs down to 3rd man for a single, and I feel like I'm competing with the plane there, so I'm not sure whether our listeners could hear that.
You loud Sheffield United fans, I don't think you had any problem there at all.
Ex-PE teacher, you had to have a loud mouth for that, didn't you? So, and again, I'm pushed out into the covers, and whilst Marlowe wanders down the wicket, down the pitch for a single, Duckworth sends her back. I get woken up every morning by the planes going out of Leeds Bradford, so I can hear them quite loudly from my caravan in Hawksworth.
Oh yeah, you're up there.
Yes.
Ah, very nice. Panoramic views across.
Lovely
towards
views
Bradford,
of the hills. Yes. Yeah. Not far from Baildon. So Baildon's Bradford and Hawksworth's Leeds. So literally, I could step over from where I am into the Bradford or Leeds, depending on which I fancy being in at the time. Elwes comes in, and that's defended well by Duckworth for no run.
Yeah, nearly bought a house in Hawksworth going back some years. Yeah.
It's nice, just 1 straight road. 1 straight road into Headingley.
You escaped there.
Yeah.
Up near, not far from Harvey and Sue Smith's stables.
Yes. Off the pad, and there's no run there. Elwes is keeping this quite tight at the moment. 1.5 overs, 3 runs only off that so far. It's just bowling a good line and length, just keeping it tight for the Vipers. But then she's picked up and it just evades the short mid-wicket, and that goes away for 4. And there's a narrow line between success and disaster in this game, and that was emphasised there. It didn't look like it was far away from the short mid-wicket in that position. So they move on to 66 for 1. And I thought we were going to see a replay there. Here we are. And she just cleared her quite a bit. I don't think it was as close as it looked from 100 foot up in the air like that we are.
Yeah, so we're going to see a change by the look of things at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, and it will be Ava Lee, who I think I'm right in saying this will be the first time I've seen a bowl. Bit of off spin. Let's have a look at her record so far. I've got so many windows open, it takes me 10 minutes to find the right one. She's in and bowling. First one to Emma Marlowe, who's on 30 not out and playing that one back. I've still got Middlesex's totals up from last week's men's game here. Where are you? Ah, there we go. Vipers. Nicely played cut shot by Emma Marlowe here. She's going to bring Emily Windsor into play out sweeping and pick up a single. Ava Lee. Wherefore art thou, Ava, on my list? It would help, Jonathan, if you got bowling rather than batting. I'll finish the over before I do. Another ball gets through there and is a dot. Ava Lee, here we go. 20 wickets in the last couple of seasons. My stats only go as far as an entire career. As Duckworth pushes one out square to Windsor to field again. 20 wickets at 23.2. And she's coming in at under 4.5 on the economy rate front, so she's making useful contributions with this off spin, and she's drawn a thick edge here from Emma Marlowe, which is going to go for 4 down to the Howard stand. A little bit unlucky, but I suppose if you were being hypercritical, you'd have to question her line there as an off spinner. It's going to cost a 4, 72 for 1, with 1 to come in the 20th.
It's interesting having a point fielder, isn't it? Because there's an off-spinner bowling. I was always told, leave that gap so that they're tempted to go for it. But that thick outside edge really helped, and that one's gone backwards of point as well. Well,
that's a really good effort by Emily Windsor in the outfield, because I think I was counting on that just getting through for 4, but she's saved a couple there. And I would think that Ava Lee's probably glad of that as well. Wouldn't want to concede successive boundaries, but she's gone for 8 in that over, which is just allowing the Diamonds here to get some sort of a foothold in this chase. They still want over 5.5 and over from here on in, but they're 74 for 1 after 20.
Yeah, and they're, as you say, just accelerating slightly. You know, it's not a pronounced acceleration, but they're just building this partnership. The partnership was only 50 a couple of overs ago. It's now 69 for the partnership, and the comparison on the board now after 20 overs. Southern Vipers was 75 for 2, Northern Diamonds are 74 for 1. So nip and tuck, just having lost the 1 less wicket as Georgia Elwes comes in, and it's played down for no run. Might have to fight again with the next plane that's coming in. And that's picked up, and that's swung over mid-wicket for a 1 bounce 4 from Duckworth.
Yeah, she picked that up really nicely, didn't she? A couple have gone out that way in recent overs. There was the one that just went beyond the grasp of the fielder. But in view of that,
the field is changed.
Yeah, she has done. I mean, she's certainly drawn herself the opportunity to push an easy single here. It's quite a strong reaction to what wasn't the ball she would have wanted to bowl, really, is it?
No, and it's interesting. I'm always a bit nervous of somebody who changes the field almost every time there's a good shot played or a bad ball bowled, and you can't do that you can't set a field for a bad ball, and yet the field is altered because she picked a pretty mediocre ball up and dispatched it. And as you say, there's a single for the offing on the leg side anywhere she likes. She's got a tight ring field on the off, and there's no run on that one. So you could almost say that it's working. Whether that's working in the mind of the bowler, so she's keeping it more on the off stump, I don't know. But no runs have been scored since that big hit over the leg side. As Elwes comes in again and plays that out to mid-off for no run. It's interesting what goes on in the minds or the heads, isn't it, of cricketers. You know, you sort of go, well, why have you changed that? Why have you done that? I'd love to understand sometimes why people do things as we change the field again. So we've actually got a wide open space on the leg side now, but with 3 fielders on the boundary. And yet she pushes it out to the offside. There's a shy at the stumps, which actually hits the umpire, and that's going to be a painful blow on the shins, that. But well done, you stopped an overthrow. Oh, she's struggling there. That would have been painful. Anything that, and you've got to try and be brave, haven't you, as an umpire? Like, no, I'm all right. Oh, sugar. That's painful. As Naomi Ditani goes over and shakes her hand and says, sorry about that, ump. Sue Redfern just going to check that she's all right. Wonder if we'll call the physio for this. Not sure what we're checking here.
No, I think she's saying she's going to tough it out.
Sue Redfern finds it highly amusing as she walks back, smiling away. But that was... and she's still hobbling out to square leg, but she's doing well. She's doing well. Well done, ump.
Had one of those in a men's 50 over game down at rugby school recently, where he was actually the commentator who got hit. So I was sitting in my usual seat to the left of Brian Holford, who was just doing about half an hour with me, and Will Luxton pinged one off his legs, and I said to, as soon as he hit it, I said to Brian, "That's yours," and he sort of sat there and froze as the ball was on its way to him, and it cracked him on the shin, and he clearly felt it. Dot ball to open this Ava Lee over, and that's a lovely shot. That's a cracking shot by Rebecca Duckworth, who's moving into the 40s now and is the senior partner in this partnership. 4 runs, well worth it as well. 83 for 1.
The strangest place I've ever been is the maidens in Mumbai in India, where they have about, on their field this side, they have about 4 games going on. So often the umpire has their back to a game, and it's just, that's a glorious shot.
Beautiful shot once again. Just a little bit too much width from Ava Lee. Now, is she going to prove the weak link here for the Vipers with the ball? She's only halfway through her second over. She's gone for 16 already. Is this just going to make skipper think, or is she going to give her further opportunity? Georgia Adams, she's
2 glorious shots though. Moved her feet to the ball, didn't she, and just stroked it through the covers.
This is good to see though. Georgia just going up and having a word, taking her time to explain what she's thinking, what she wants from a bowler. Oh, I'll tell you what, she nearly got reward there. She's unlucky. As
was that
Rebecca Duckworth, yeah, she fell over one, didn't she? Let's have a look at it again if we can. She's certainly fallen over one in using her feet. Not quite sure what the end result was, but other than a dot. Here comes Lee again. That's dropped into the offside by Duckworth.
That's good cricket when you've hit 2 through the covers to take the pace off and just drop it. And they took an easy single there, you know. That's really good quality cricket. You don't have to hit every ball out of the park.
And Headingley, she does just drop her head slightly, doesn't she? She delivers the ball. I think she's probably still got her eyes on what's going on. Sometimes you get, remember Paul Adams back in the day for South Africa, who dropped his head right down as he let go of the ball. As that final ball of the over come and gone. 88 for 1, Duckworth on to 46, Marlow on 37. Partnership now worth 83 is looking a valuable one. And the run rate, I think for the first time, Jane, is up at 4.
Yeah. Now those 2 glorious shots. I mean, if ever you want to see how to play a cover drive, then just rewind and have a look, because there were 2 excellent shots there from Duckworth, who just moved her feet and didn't overhit the ball, but just struck the ball through.
Georgia Adams back into the attack at the Howard stand then. I suppose I better step out and let Kev back in.
I'm not preempting anything here, but the ground staff are moving everything from in front of the covers, which is usually not a very good sign. Elvis comes in, and that's pushed out into the offside to the point area, and they come through for an easy single. And they're moving literally everything in front of the covers. Adams comes in again, and it's struck through the gap in the cover field for a single out to the sweeper. Duckworth now on to 47 as she faces the next ball. Marlow on 38. That's good captaincy from Adams to bring herself back on here to try and just turn the screw a little bit after a couple of loose overs. Oh, that's delicately placed. That was deliberately placed down through the 3rd man. It's not going to make the boundary. They've run 2, and they'll call it quits there.
Well, 2 young players who just seem to be growing in confidence out there in the middle all the time there, Jane. Terrific stuff from both these 2.
And Duckworth now on 49. I wonder if they get nervous when they get into the 48s, 49s, or whether they're just so, you know, sort of, oh, well, I'm just playing cricket, I'll just play the next ball, which is the mature thing to do, isn't it? Although, you know, watching Joe Root the other day when he was in the 90s, took him a while, didn't it, to get to the 100.
Well, I should imagine, in Rebecca Duckworth's case, this is only her 10th Rachael Heyhoe Flint game for the Diamonds, and her previous highest was 27. So she's absolutely smashed that. So I should imagine there is a few nerves there, but just the way these 2 are playing, they're just growing in confidence with every over. Ava Lee is continuing with her off breaks, and that's worked towards mid-wicket, fielded by Georgia. Always does really well. I've got a feeling Georgia Adams has said to Ava Lee, look, you've got to bowl straighter. We don't want too much going through extra cover. We want to see a little bit more hit through sort of mid-wicket area. As Lee comes in again and bowls, that certainly seems to be what's happening in the last 2 or 3 balls that she's bowled. That's gone out to Ditani at deep mid-wicket, and Marlow moves on to 39. 93 for 1 here, the Diamonds. That early setback of Lauren Winfield Hill seems like a million years ago, as these 2 are playing terrifically well. Lee bowls again. That's just pushed quietly on the offside. They're going to take a quick single. She was a little bit late, but it doesn't matter. Duckworth's half century. Enthusiastically greeted by her teammates.
Yeah, and greeted by the crowd as well. Suddenly you realise there is a crowd because of the noise of the celebration for the 50 from Duckworth. 50
off 71 deliveries with 9 fours.
As the partnership work moves on to 89 as well.
Terrific, isn't it? Terrific. They haven't put much wrong, these 2. Lee bowls again. That's played out on the onside. Definitely changing her line here. Could be a single. There's probably always a single, or most of the time out on the leg side, but it's 1 as opposed to 4 through extra cover, which was happening in Ava Lee's first couple of overs. 95 for 1 brings Duckworth back on strike. Flighted, that is driven out square on the offside. It was interesting what you were saying earlier about, you're right, with off spinners usually that point area is left vacant, but there's no turn.
No.
So it actually is a safer shot, isn't it? Actually opening the face of the bat here, but yeah, normally you would leave that sort of gap. There's Lee bowls, flighted again, driven, half stopped by Lee, deflected onto mid-off, fortunately for the bowler.
I thought that was going to be deflected into the umpire. I thought that was going to be our second umpire incident of the game, but it was deflected to mid-off.
So what have we had? 24 overs here. So we've got one more over before there'll be a quick refreshment break. Another round of applause for Duckworth's half century, which has just been announced in number of balls and number of boundaries terms over the tannoy. 96 for 1. This is good stuff here from Diamonds. Still need to score over 5.5 and over from here on in, but they're keeping it manageable.
Yeah, they are, and keeping the wickets in hand is crucial as you go through. The easiest thing to stop the run rate is to stop the opposition by taking wickets, as Adams comes in and wraps her on the pads, but going down leg side, so no run for that one. And the other thing that's happening is Adams, I think, is probably one of the bowlers in the Vipers team that can keep the run rate down, but she's now into her 6th over, so they'll be well aware of that as well. And that one looks close, and she played across the line, and she's out LBW.
Well, Georgia Adams has had her appeals answered finally. Very close LBW decision against Emma Marlowe when she was just 6. This time, umpire has decided that Duckworth has got to go. But what an innings from Rebecca Duckworth. Played really, really well for her at 51. Just the timing, Jane, wasn't it? But both of them, the way they timed the ball, effortless.
Yeah, they didn't try to force it by the looks of it, but just tried to stroke it. And a really good innings from Rebecca Duckworth, her highest score for the Diamonds, so she should be pleased with that. And the fact that the partnership, they put on 91 runs, you know, that's always talk about cricket batting in partnerships, because if partnerships can get a hold and build the score, then that's what counts. I remember when Holly Armitage scored 100, I think, last year, and I think it was Emma Marlowe only ended up with about 6 or not very many, and she was really disappointed when she got out. And I went to her and I said, that's brilliant innings, because if you'd been out, Holly wouldn't have been able to play with as much freedom as she did. And I think young players need to recognise it's not just about their score, it's about what the partnership have put on whilst they're out at the wicket.
Couldn't agree more. A wicket that the Southern Vipers desperately needed there. 91 they put on in 22 overs.
I think they're having their drinks break now, as it's so close to drinks.
Which is not a bad call. Another plane goes over, left to right as we look. Quite cloudy here at Headingley. I think it's filled in a fraction, hence why the ground staff were just getting things ready just in case below us, just pulling the advertising boards away from the covers just in case they needed, but no more.
I mean, normally the weather comes from that direction and that looks quite clear, but that direction is probably not as good. So
straight ahead,
whether it's changed direction today, because normally we'd be looking over towards Lancashire that way and going, oh, it's going to rain. Ooh. We can't see, but we can see everything towards that direction. Yeah. So maybe, well, I'm absolutely convinced the ground staff know better than I do, because they'll have their weather maps out and they'll be tuning into all the radars, so they'll know. So they'll be ready to go into action should the need arise.
Yeah, and they're not too near the covers, which is always a giveaway, isn't it? Well, the Lancashire Thunder aren't doing any of these two teams a favour at all here, because the Blaze, as we've said all throughout this game, if they win, they keep up the pressure, certainly on the Vipers. to get into the top 4. The Blaze bowled out for 197, but Lancashire Thunder, I'm afraid, are 62 for 6. As Adams continues with her over. Is it my over? I can't remember, Jane. If it is, apologies, I've stolen it.
Oh, no, that's okay.
That
I think that's Callis who's out there now, just struck that one through the covers, and she's coming up off the back of 100 in the last game. So you could see that with the first shot she played, the way she middled it and just put it out into the spaces. And Adams comes in again, and Adams is doing a bit of a Katie Levick, isn't she? Every time she comes on, she picks up a wicket. So they're the equivalent on each side there. So comes in for the last ball of the 25th over, and it's driven down the ground, but no run because it's hit straight to mid-off. So that's the end of the 25th over, and it's 97 for 2. And interestingly, whenever a wicket falls, DLS gets close again. So we're back to 94 for DLS, and 97 for 2 is where Diamonds are.
Yeah, and the Vipers are 101 for 2 at this stage. So it's all pretty much, it's all pretty close. It's all in the right ballpark in terms of a close game here. And you're right about Georgia Adams, because she's now completed 6 overs, 2 for 11 from the Vipers captain to go with her 57 top score in that Vipers total of 240 for 8. Now in an effort to try and shore up the runs from this Kirkstall Lane end, which has leaked a few in the last few overs, they have brought back Freya Davies with her right arm medium paces. She's going to be bowling to Stir Callis. That was a high score, wasn't it, that last game as well?
It was, yes.
Yeah. Callis just pushes that to mid-wicket. And there is no run, fielded by Nancy Harmon. Stir Callis playing her 47th this day game for the Northern Diamonds today.
And interesting that Adams is choosing to bowl Davies at this stage.
Yeah, so they need a good spell here, don't they? And also with Stir Callis in. Yeah, she's the next big wicket, really, isn't she? Davies comes in and Callis drives pleasantly up to mid-off, goes straight to Adams. Callis, you would expect, will look and feel pretty comfortable out there after that 3-figure score in that win over Thunder at Southport. Titani would have been playing in that game. I suppose she doesn't want to see Callis score another big score. Callis just tucks it away square on the leg side where Titani comes in off the boundary. Callis moves on to 2, 99 for 2. The Diamonds in the 26th. Lights are coming on here. Emerald-shaped lights. I never knew that, you know, initially.
The rose.
Oh, rose, is it? Oh,
yes,
sorry.
the rose,
the rose,
isn't it? Yes,
of course it would be.
The white rose.
White rose.
The Yorkshire rose.
Why did I say emerald?
Right. I'm not sure. I was trying to work that out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I just made it up. I actually made it up.
Said it convincingly.
Well, yeah, just sound convincing, even if it's wrong. That's driven up to mid-off, fielded by Georgia Adams. That's not wrong. But yeah, that's one of the things I learned. Doidgy probably learned that as well. Even if it's wrong, just say it convincingly, and people will believe you. Most of the time. Not all the time. Freya Davies into her 6th over here. None for 21. Captain Georgia Adams wants to keep it a little tight for 2 or 3 overs or so, I'm sure. There's a lovely drive by Emma Marlowe up to mid-on. Throw comes in. Doesn't even bother running the bat in, really. It was well wide of the stumps from McGacken. Another plane. They're getting a bit more frequent now, aren't they? As we get through to the late afternoon, middle to late afternoon.
I think they've been bringing school children back to school recently, but they're a bit late if they're coming back now.
I was going to say, somebody's sneaking in a couple of extra days holiday there. Length ball to Callis as that's pushed up towards extra cover. Yeah, I think, well, both my daughters are school teachers. One had 1 inset day on the Monday, the other one had 2 inset days, Monday and Tuesday. So for some school children down south, their first day is today. Back. End of the over, 99 for 2, 26 gone. And the Diamonds need another 142 from here, and they need to score those at fractionally under 6 on over from here on in.
Yeah, I think they just need to keep going, very much in the same vein that they're going at the moment. Adams is coming on again. You don't want to gift another wicket as Adams comes into bowl, and that's struck firmly down to long on for the single, and that's very safe cricket to play by Emma Marlowe.
Certainly is. Oh, hello, there's an applause here. Oh, it's 100 up.
100 up.
For the Diamonds, yeah. I always get nervous.
Very knowledgeable crowds we have at Yorkshire.
Yeah, they are.
You know, there's often an applause, and I'm like, what's that? And it'll be a 50 partnership, or, you know, and you're like, oh, that's what it was.
I always get nervous when I hear applause.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm darting around. What's that?
As Adams comes in again, and that's struck firmly, straight back. It did go to hand to George Adams, but it went firmly to hand and to one hand, and it just clipped it and went through still for 4. So that's how well that was hit by Sturkallis.
Averaging just under 30 in this year's competition. Helped, of course, by that 100. But she'll feel good out there, that's for sure.
I think, you know, when you score 100, you feel like it's a big ball, don't you, when you start to hit it? Played across a straight one and been given out. That will be an interesting... It looked like she'd gone down the wicket, so yeah, she's a long way away from the stumps. Oh, wrong one, wrong replay.
It's a square drive.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing as well there, Jane, as you know, that as confident as you can feel out there after scoring 100, it also sometimes makes you do things you perhaps shouldn't do early on.
Yeah, just keep it straight, just play straight.
You sometimes forget what got you to 100.
Yeah.
That actually you come out the next day. Here we go.
I know, that's fairly straight.
It's just gone on with the arm a bit as well, isn't it? That's yeah, I think that is the downside to scoring 100 previously, where you try and play the same way you did a few days ago, and that doesn't always work.
So Erin Burns comes out to the middle to join Emma Marlowe. And a little bit like Vipers with Adams and Elwes, the Diamonds will need these two to build a partnership.
Certainly will. Well, that is another bonus wicket. On Winfield Hill early, and now Sturkallis early in her innings as well. That'll set the Diamonds back a little bit. But Erin Burns, you're right, the overseas player, averaging 31 in this year's competition from her 10 innings. Top score of 49.
As Adams comes in again and driven firmly down to long off for a single by Erin Burns.
Yeah, big partnership, isn't it? Oh, it's a good game. It's a good game, this. 136 more needed.
Driven firmly back to the bowler as Adams picks it up, and Adams now has completed 7 overs and has taken 3 wickets for 17 runs.
Wow. My word, the Vipers have needed their captain today. Top scorer with 57, and now chipping in when they've really needed wickets. Winfield Hill, Duckworth and Kallis. The 3 wickets that have fallen, all fallen to Georgia Adams. Freya Davies is going to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. We bowl into Erin Burns. 36 years of age now, Erin Burns.
Yeah,
Australian.
She gives the impression that she's much younger than that, the way she runs around the field, and you know, it's just shows you that age is just a number.
Yeah, but it's top end, isn't it, really, for women's cricket? So that's a good, almost a Yorker there from Davies to Burns, who digs that one out. But there's not, there's not too many up that end of the age scale, is there?
I think she's well supported, and because it's difficult to be away from families and things like that, isn't it? So I think the more support that they can get, the better, really. And there's no reason why some of them can't go on much longer.
especially if you're enjoying the game as well, which she obviously does. That's another full delivery driven up to mid-off. So am I right in saying she was originally signed for everything just before the 100? Is that right, Erin Burns?
Yes.
And then...
she's been here most of the season, actually.
Yeah. But originally signed up until then, and then obviously there's been a second deal agreed or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, she went to Caribbean Premier League. She's getting round to see the world through her cricket, so why wouldn't you want to keep going, really?
That's for sure. Turns that away on the onside for a single.
And a useful all-rounder, you know, useful with the ball, useful with the bat, and a good fielder. So, and very good as a senior player to lead younger players as well.
Yeah. Played for, or played a couple of games for London Spirit in the 100. As Davies comes in again, that's driven to mid-wicket by Marlowe, but there is none there. And she was playing for the Warriors in the Caribbean Premier League. The Warriors are, I'm just trying to, what team, what? So the Royals are Barbados. I need to work out which is which. I didn't follow the...
No, I didn't either. I
CPL
just know that Erin and Lauren played for the same team out in the Caribbean Premier League.
Okay, I'll try and work out what the Warriors
there was only 3 teams. I think they were in the 3rd team. They finished 3rd.
Oh, right.
I don't think they were in the final.
Right. Let's see if I can work out. So Barbados Royals.
Trinidad, Trimbago.
Knight Riders. And the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. We got there. You got there. Just the 3 teams. I think that's the first year, isn't it, for the women's CPL?
Yeah.
I think the men's is going on at the moment. That's nicely played up towards mid-on. Nicely fielded by McGacken. Marlowe moves on to 43. 107 for 3 in the end of the 28th. So 32 overs left in... Sorry, 22 overs remaining in this game. And the Diamonds need another 134, and that rate required from here on in has just popped over the 6.
Yeah, I think it's key when Adams bowls. It looks like she'll be taking a break, so she'll have 3 overs left, and Naomi Datani is coming back on from the Howard stand end. But I think Adams is quite key in the wicket-taking scenario for Vipers and putting the pressure on.
Yeah.
I
got an email earlier from Paul Williams, actually, who said, do you think that 240 is a winning score? He's out in Portugal watching this and listening. I'll let you know after the game, Paul.
I think it's very competitive, if not a winning score. Pressure's on the Diamonds now as Datani comes in around the wicket and mistimed by Emma Marlowe to mid-on, and there's no run there.
Yeah, with each wicket that falls, you feel it's a decent total. I think when Winfield Hill went, I thought, well, that's worth 20 more. But what a partnership that was between Duckworth and Emma Marlowe.
Yeah.
Where it then felt under pressure, but you're right. Duckworth gone, Callis gone. It feels a decent total again.
As Datani comes in again. Marlowe goes onto a back foot. It goes down. Not sure what the umpire's going to give here. Leg by.
Slight defection. Thought it was unusual for Rihanna Southby to be missing those.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good behind the stumps, Rihanna Southby. Very neat.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, she is. Yeah. Good move.
Good hands as well.
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Nice soft hands. As that's played out to mid-wicket, and there's a single taken there. Erin Burns has sort of got the art of rotating the strike, you know, she knows how to work the ball around. And young Marlowe will learn a lot by batting with her.
Agreed. What was that you were saying in the break about games where you had to score every 3rd ball?
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. That's struck firmly, and that's a gorgeous cover drive by Emma Marlowe for 4 runs. Yeah, as juniors, when we were playing growing up, we used to play a six-side competition, and you had to play the game whereby every third ball, if you didn't score runs, then you were out. So you could be on 20 and play a dot ball, swing, miss the next one, and then there'd be a call from the scorers going, must score. And if you didn't score a run, then you lost your whole score. So you had to start from 0 again. And it really taught you about how to rotate the strike, how to push the ball for a single, you know, and make sure that you didn't play out ... You know, we're talking to Claire Taylor in the interval, and she was saying there's too many dot balls in women's cricket, and I think she's right. You know, you've got to just be able to manoeuvre the ball and get the ball going into the gaps where you can pick up a quick and easy single.
That's a great practice.
Oh, brilliant.
Isn't it?
It was great fun as well. Really great. And as fielders, you want to keep the pressure on as Datani finishes that over with Marlowe playing the ball down into Burns playing the... No, that's Marlowe.
Yeah.
Facing. And she played that down into her foot.
I mean, I think I'll always remember that. And if I ever get into a situation where I'm men or women, you know,
yeah.
I'm doing
it's
something
good
like that.
Training environment.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, another plane going over against the backdrop of some cloudy skies.
It's starting to look bright out there, but then I've remembered that they've put the lights on, so
Yes.
it's looking brighter because the lights are on.
But that's interesting, and I heard that discussion during the break as well. And I'm just wondering, Jane, that I thought when I first, obviously you've been involved with women's game for ages, but I only sort of started watching it from 2000 when this competition started. And I felt at that point that actually the women were quite good at manoeuvring it around. But do you think there's a situation now where always switches ends now, she's coming down the hill, bowls to Burns, who drives up to mid-off nowhere, in an effort, because the women's game is progressing so fast, that almost in an effort to progress, the women now are looking at more big shots.
I think the game as a whole
and
has
forgetting,
forgetting
the moving.
I do agree with you, Kevin. I think the game as a whole have gone to power hitting, and that's the focus in practices and all sorts. And they've forgotten about the manoeuvrability of the top hand. You know, we all know that you only have to move it a little bit, and you can hit it to mid-off, straight, mid-on, and you're not actually altering much. But to be able to manoeuvre it, therefore. Yeah. I think we've lost that because they're so keen to bring the bottom hand in almost that we're losing the finer points of batting.
Yeah. It'll be an interesting exercise. Stuart Royce, you got a hand on that as it hits the stumps at the bowler's end? No. That'll be a dot ball. It'll be an interesting that maybe this competition in 2000 and 2001, however many dot balls there was. I mean, I think you'd have to spend all winter working it out. And then this competition maybe this year and last year, and just work out just how many percentage of dot balls there is, because that's interesting to hear you sort of say that as well, Jane. That, but hearing that conversation, I hadn't thought of that before. And one of the things I always thought when I first started watching women's cricket is how well they manoeuvre the ball around in short form game. That's worked out deep on the leg side, and I always thought that's something the guys could work on, because T20 is power hitting now, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, it's 2 dot balls, the next one they're trying to bang out the ground, whereas that was never been the case with the women.
But and also, the women that we're looking at here today only play white ball cricket, so they don't have that chance to bat longer than 50 overs. So it is all about getting a move on and getting a shift on and trying to get your strike rate above 100. So that seems to be the important thing. But I think they forget that strike rate above 100 just means one a ball. Yeah.
Sue Redfern's having a look at Georgia Elvis's follow through there. Nothing too much concerning her by the looks of it, but she's aware of it.
Yeah, always a worry when your umpire's starting to do that.
It is, isn't it? You can do without that as a bowler. It's a hard enough game as it is as a bowler. 114 for 3 at the end of the 30th over, so 20 to do here at Headingley. The Diamonds need another 127 more to win. Emma Marlowe is 47 not out, Erin Burns is 4, and they need to score those runs, that 127 at over 6 1/4 of an over now.
Yeah, I guess if you were playing a T20 and somebody said, right, you've got to score 120, you go, okay, that's all right. It's just because it's 50 overs and you're thinking, oh, we're a long way behind the we're behind DLS for a start, so we're behind the score. But you know, I think mentally now you need to sort of put into your mind, right, we're playing a 20-over game and we need 120. That's won a ball. We can do this, you know. So it'll be interesting to see how they play this. I think Emma Marlowe will just keep ticking along. It'll be Erin Burns that will try to guide the youngster through the next. If they can stay here for the next 10 overs, then I think we'll be close, as that's a wide one, and it's well fielded down on the boundary. That was a loose ball, and it was helped round the corner, but it's just the single that was gained from it due to some good fielding down here on the fine leg boundary. I think that's Tyson down there.
It is, yeah.
Rebecca Tyson.
Yeah, we're trying to work out if Frank Tyson had played here. I think she's the first Tyson to play here. I couldn't see a Frank Tyson on this ground.
And that's another full toss, really, a loose ball. I think Sue Redfern is indicating it was below waist height, so it won't be a no ball, but that's firmly struck by Emma Marlowe, which brings up her 50. Well batted.
81 balls with 5 fours from the 20-year-old. She's played some glorious drives off the front foot in that innings.
Now, as a partner, what we used to say to each other as we passed was, right, double it.
100%.
But a lovely innings, you know, she stuck it out and she's still there, and she just played a lovely shot for 4 straight back past the bowler for 4 runs. So far we've had 1 drop short, 1 full toss. It'll be interesting to see what comes next. And there's an easy single there, well taken by Emma Marlowe as she pushes that back down the ground to mid-on. But the fielder was back at long on position.
Second half century of the season for Emma Marlowe. Closing in on her top score in this competition of 55.
It's interesting that as you just stay out there a bit longer and just push the runs, they've now got close again to DLS.
Yep.
They went way behind it. They were ahead of it, then they went way behind it, and now they're just 4 runs behind DLS. So that will encourage them just to keep ticking over. The lights are on, so, you know, don't know whether that means there's going to be some dodgy weather coming in. But you almost have to play to keep up with it just in case, as that's played firmly back down to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, well, they're in the ballpark, that's for sure. No problem. I'm just looking at Erin Burns. She's batting well outside her crease there, Jane.
Yeah.
Both feet.
And a lot of people do that until the wicket-keeper comes up behind the stumps and then they move back a bit. As that struck through the cover, that should be cut off by the fielder, but they'll come back for an easy 2.
Ella McGacken out there at deep extra cover.
That's quite an expensive over, that by Datani. He's bowled 6 overs for 29 runs now.
Marlowe's half century came from 81 deliveries and included 5 fours.
There we go, confirmation. Second half century in her 27th game, Emma Marlowe.
It's quite a record when you're only 20, isn't it, that you've played 27 games already. I think
incredible, isn't it?
That's the thing you see in the women's game, is a lot of youngsters come through quite quickly and quite early, and then they, you know, it's like Sophie Eccleston. You think, wow, I wonder when she retires. Well, she's only 25 or something now, isn't she? You know, she's still really young, and especially as a spinner, you know, you'd expect that they can go on for another 10 years minimum type thing.
Number 1 bowler, would you say? Definitely.
Yeah. It's the flight and dip that she gets as well as the spin.
Elwes in then. Medium pace hit, just chipped over her actually. And the ball trickles to Georgia Adams, who comes round from mid-off. Not particularly well timed by Emma Marlowe, and we haven't said that too often, because the feature of her half century has been just how well she's timed the ball. But not on that occasion. So Elwes is into her 5th over here. None for 13. Still 119 needed. Good game here at Headingley. Oh, she's playing a missing and she's bowled. She's bowled. It's gone through the gate. It's hit the top of off. And that is another big wicket from the Vipers' point of view. Elwes has picked it up. And she goes for 52, Marlowe. Just watching this again on the replay. And, oh, it's just nipped back. That's just nipped back down the hill.
Ball,
and she's driving on the up.
Yeah.
Oh, Emma Marlowe to 2 Diamonds players getting to half century and then getting out very quickly. 51 Duckworth, 52 Emma Marlowe.
Yeah, that's a real shame because, as you say, she'd done all the hard work to get to the 50 and then just appeared to lose a little bit of concentration and opened her shoulder just a little fraction too early, which meant that there was then that slight gap between bat and pad, and the ball went through the gate. It's so easy to say to youngsters, keep sideways, but it's so easy to just open that left shoulder and see that gap, because if you open that left shoulder too early, then you can't bring the bat through straight, and the ball just went between bat and pad there.
Catherine Fraser is the new batter for Northern Diamonds, who just had her bat tested for being the right size. Did you see that? Yeah. I think that's the first time I've seen that actually done that close up. Just a little bat-shaped thingy which it has to go through.
We'll get to the stage where you do with other sports where you have to test everybody's bat or implement before you even start a game, won't we?
That's right. Test the spikes, test this, test that.
Part of me thinks, you know what, if you've got one that's weighs so heavy that you can hardly lift it, that's up to you, because I think there's swings and roundabouts, aren't there?
I agree. Yeah, some of the bats are around these days, Jane, when I see them.
The middles are like unbelievable.
Scary. Now, Elwes bowls to Catherine Fraser, I think has got a
could be 2 there if they ran quickly.
Not convincing. What's Sue Redfern going to signal? No, inside edge. Oh no, it is leg by. I have to say, I'd walk up to a fence and pick up a post, and it'd be thinner and lighter than some of these bats they use. It's scary. And I presume that's the same in the women's game now as well.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. You know, I often say to them, "Cracky, what?" And they've got like £2.10 bats, and I'm like, wow, £2.4 was the heaviest I'd be using.
Like rulers. That's pushed out on the odd side.
Well, I think I read that Don Bradman's was 2.4 or something.
Was it? Oh, that's light,
so I was like,
isn't it?
right, I'm going to use that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you really? Solely on that?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I thought that it was about right. I played a lot of hockey as well, so when you switched over seasons, it felt quite heavy, because your hockey stick was light, but then everybody told me I had a heavy hockey stick, so it's interesting, isn't it? It's just what you got used to, I think, really.
That's driven out square on the offside by Catherine Fraser. End of the over. No, not quite. So I didn't realise there was different weights of hockey sticks as well.
Yeah, you could pick them up and they'd be different as you went, and different weights, you know, so more weight in the head and
Okay.
Yeah.
Every time I watch that in the Olympics, I think, I'm glad I never played that sport. That would frighten the life out of me. If somebody was, those short corners and the way that ball gets fired in. Oof. Here's Elwes. And playing a missing outside the off stump is Catherine Fraser. Good over there from Georgia Elwes. Another Georgia has taken the wicket. 3 of them to Adams, 1 to Elwes. 124 for 4. And we've had 32 overs, so 18 remain. 117 needed by the home side here. And that run rate required now is inching up. It's now 6.5 from here on in.
Starting to get away from the Diamonds now, so they need a couple of really good overs to get back into it, because if not, then I think the Vipers are starting to take the game away from them.
Just having a look at what the Blaze are doing in their game against Lancashire Thunder. They're going to win that, that's for sure. 88 for 7 Thunder now. Needing another 110.
Change of bowler again. Is this Ava Lee coming back on?
Yeah, switching ends. So the Blaze look like they're going to get a win. Put the pressure on the top 4.
As Ava Lee comes in from the Howard stand end, and that's pushed down the ground for a single. It looks like there's an easy single every time down the ground, so they need to be a bit more creative, I think, as they go through the next few overs.
So Ava Lee it is. He's into her 4th over under a bit of pressure after her first 3 went for 21. And that'll be a single up to mid-on by Catherine Fraser, 19 years old, playing just her 7th list A game for the Northern Diamonds. High score of 21. Oh, I've got to move over, and I've just remembered that Deutsch's favoured left-handed position is not to be messed about with, as that's turned away on the leg side. As I move all my kit over to the right, as well as myself, they're going to pick up 2. And the Diamonds move on to 128 for 4. He's also got to have my microphone as well. Anything that will drop the money in my pocket as well at the same time? Might as well fleece me totally. 128 for 4. Right, here's a quick change after this delivery. Driven out to extra cover, no run. Back again.
I'm not Diana Ross or Shirley Bassey, honestly. Headingley.
Oh, that's gone fine. Cut shot there by Erin Burns. That'll go over the rope just below us. 4 runs takes the Diamonds on to 132 for 4, and they need 109 from here.
Yeah, which feels like it's going to be tough work now with, you know, just the scoreboard pressure as much as anything. Not saying the girls aren't capable of scoring the runs, because I think they are, but got themselves into a little bit of a pickle. And disappointing really that both Rebecca Duckworth and Emma Marlowe got themselves out immediately on getting to 50.
Yeah, it's a turn to mid-wicket and there is no run. It can often be, you get to a milestone, don't you, and it's like, oh, you breathe out. Yeah. It's almost like relief, and you kind of, it's almost a bit of loose concentration. After concentrating so hard to get to 50, it's almost like a release, and then you start just doing little different things, whereas you should actually play the same way. But that's easy to say from here. And often referred to as 100 the same way. A lot of players get out just as they've got 100.
Yeah, maybe a little bit easier to pallet when you've got 100 rather than 50.
That's true, but it's no less annoying, I shouldn't think.
Georgia Elvis then from the Kirkstall Lane end with the floodlights in full bloom. 3rd of this Diamonds innings to go. It's a good delivery. Sue Redfern immediately shakes her head in the negative. Catherine Fraser, though, couldn't lay bat on ball there.
Let's watch this again. This would be worth another look. And
yeah, good shout, I think. He's hit her in front of the leg and is going down.
Didn't look as close as I thought it was going to look.
No, Elvis in again. Driven, but straight back to the bowler. No run. It has continued, as we expected, to play well throughout here. Absolutely no evils in the pitch whatsoever.
No, it's been a good pitch. It's been a very good pitch.
Fraser waits. Elvis in and nicely driven up to mid-off. Georgia Adams doing the fielding on bended knee, 1 run.
Well, there's a lot of experience out there for the Diamonds, and at the other end there's not too much experience, so I think Burns will have to do quite a lot of marshalling this partnership. Good shot from Catherine Fraser though, that last one, that last drive.
Burns then, playing across one, a little bit close to the body maybe. She replays the shot as if she was trying to find Naomi Datani out there in the deep. 20 balls she's faced now, the magical 20 for her 15. She's obviously now in and well set after 20, Kev.
Yeah, she's got to work hard here if she wants to win the game.
She drives this one up to Adams. Fraser giving her good support. They get through for 1. Didn't quite time that, I don't think. It sounded very woody.
You know, this is why you have your overseas players. No matter, no matter who it is, no matter what side it is, you have your overseas players for tight situations. Because you're hoping that they can do something a little more that your homegrown players can't. Not all the time, but I think this is a time when Erin Burns might be earning her money. Yeah.
This one pushed into the offside by Fraser to complete that 34th over at 134 for 4. Comparison with 141 for 3. So just that little bit behind it, the Diamonds. And Duckworth Lewis is a nod to that, isn't it? 1-4-5 up there on the board.
Yeah. Don't want to get cut too much adrift. The Diamonds need to keep just things moving along. Elwes is doing a good job. 6 overs, 1 for 16. Just need to shore up that far end now, the Vipers, just to put a little bit more pressure on. Averley, 4 overs done for 29. I think she'll have 1 more over, but if it's not economical enough, I think they will have to replace her with somebody else. Averley then with her off spin. Bowls, and that's hit down the ground. That's a good shot from Burns over the head of Georgia Adams. In fact, she hasn't hit it as well as I thought she would have done. It literally plopped over the head of Georgia Adams. I thought it was going a lot further.
Yeah, you could tell by the way she turned and started to chase it that it wasn't going to be that far from her, so she's obviously clothed, hasn't she? A bit of a 9-iron.
It was a bit like Lauren Winfield Hill's dismissal. She didn't hit quite as far, but it was in a similar direction. Similar shot. That's driven along the ground this time by Burns, straight to Adams, no run. The weather is okay after the groundsman had us all worried here, getting the advertising boards away from the covers. They're nowhere near. Lovely reverse sweep. That'll go for 4. That's a beautiful shot, Erin Burns. Nobody down at point. At third. With Freya Davis at backward of point. Absolutely nowhere near in that direction. Good shot. That may force a change in the field. It has already. Georgia Adams has already answered that shot and has put Rebecca Tyson on the 45. 140 for 4. Burns moves on to 22 from just 24 deliveries. Can she play the knock the Diamonds want? 101 needed. And we're in the 35th over now. Adams is having another chat with Averley. Another field change. No deep cover now. That's an interesting move. Not sure there's been too much to have gone out there.
No.
From Lee. If she bowls straight, there shouldn't be too many shots that get through that ring of fielders on the offside. It allows Adams to put a deep mid on back, and there's a deep mid off as well. Burns goes for the sweep on the leg side. It's one bounce to Emily Winslow. Does particularly well. Palms that away. Was never quite sure where that ball was bouncing. Didn't quite reach her on the full, but she does well. Getting her body behind that one to make sure it didn't go over the rope.
Yeah, it looked like a goalkeeper's save, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it?
Dive into her left.
142 for 4. Burns is on to 24 from 25. Averley bowls again. Burns works that into the gap on the leg side. This big gap on the leg side. Windsor again in the game.
Not sure who the Southampton women's goalkeeper is. Sort of Peter Shilton back in the day for the fellas, diving away to his left.
Yes, yeah. I'm not sure they'll be calling her quite yet. But a few more of those, you never know. That was a particularly good stop. 143 for 4. 98 runs needed by the Diamonds. Lee again. Nice use of the feet there, but Fraser finds Adams at extra cover. End of the over. 35 gone, 15 to do. And that run rate required from here on in is just over 6.5.
Yeah, so that was productive for the Diamonds. 35 overs in, 9 off the over. A few more of those would help them, but at the moment it is the Vipers to lose here. Although the Diamonds are 1 in front of where they were, but of course they didn't have the scoreboard pressure first time around. It's still worth, it's got to be worth a wicket in a situation like this. Something like that.
Good game.
Good game, good game.
It's good game, it's good game. That's a good impression, that.
Didn't they do well? Meanwhile, Elwes in, and that's turned around the corner by Erin Burns. A tumbling stop out in the distance, and they get back for 2. It still looks vast. In fact, somehow it sort of makes it look a little bit big, having the boundary pulled in and so much greenery around the outside. Elwes in again. Flicked off the legs this time by Burns, who'll pick up a single out to the incoming Datani. Light's still pretty good with that little bit of artificial enhancement. A few more words of encouragement perhaps from Georgia Adams as Georgia Elwis turns and makes her way in again. A little flip of the ball from one hand to the other. Good delivery, just wide of off stump. It's had Catherine Fraser flashing at that. She's not made contact, and she's just chewed up a few deliveries here. 2 off 10 balls, which is not easing any pressure on Erin Burns or herself either.
Yeah, the Vipers have got to keep her on strike as much as possible.
Elwis again, and turned to the leg this time by Fraser. Can't get it past the straight mid wicket.
Try and keep Erin Burns away from the majority of the strike. Let Fraser face the majority of it. She's up to it, which I'm sure she is, but at the moment you've got to put somebody under pressure, and she's the most obvious one.
Here's Elwis again then. 2 to come in the 36th, and once more Catherine Fraser. She's bowling well to the field. She's got set plenty of fielders in front of the batter's eye line, if you like, in the batter's eye line on both sides of the wicket. And she's getting it right up there and saying, if you're good enough to get it past, good luck to you, but you're going to have to take a risk or two here. Fraser waits, and there you go, lifts her head. Bit of frustration maybe as well. Wasn't the best timed flick into the leg side, but she's got a single. 3 from 13 now for Catherine Fraser, so there's a bit of focus on her here to just try and keep it ticking. I think in situations like this, if you're not timing it that well, you just got to try and find a way to push one, haven't you, and get your favoured player back on strike. And as you said, Kev, you know, the Vipers want to give her as much strike as possible at the moment, and they've managed to do that by giving her one off the last ball as well.
That's right. And of course the trick here is to make sure the field is set well, that if she wants to get away, or feels as though she wants to get it away, she's got to place a sort of a shot she doesn't particularly want to play. Interesting, Georgia Adams now is back into the attack. Probably feels these next few overs, I would think she would bowl 3 out here. So that's effectively 6 overs between her and Elwis. Now she's done well there, Fraser. She has found the gap on the leg side, which will bring Erin's into play. 6 overs here of a tightish Elwis and a tightish Adams. It could make the difference between the Vipers winning or losing this game. 93 needed, and that run rate is pushing towards 6 3/4 now from here on in. Burns on strike. She's doing a good job. 28 of 28 facing Adams. Flighted. She's gone for the sweep, but it's gone straight to the 45. Fielded by Abby Norgrove there. Dot ball though. This feels a very crucial period of play here. Diamonds having lost 4 wickets. Flighted, and Burns turns it away on the leg side. It's only a single though. 149 for 4. Burns moves on to 29. Brings Catherine Fraser back on strike. Good practice for her, the upcoming World Cup in Malaysia next month. I'm sure Scotland will be in a few tight situations. And there, she's flicking that away on the leg side. She's put her front foot in front of the stumps. Not out, says the umpire. A call for LBW from Georgia Adams mainly. Leg by signalled. Brings Burns back on strike. 150 up for the Diamonds.
Thunder, by the way, 110 for 8 against the Blaze. It looked like picking up a bonus point there.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Off the back foot there, Burns. Doesn't really time that. Yeah. I think if the Diamonds wanted a bonus point here, they'd have to score these in 40 overs, so that's obviously not going to happen. I think that's how it works. If it's not, apologies. There's a drive on the onside by Burns. And she will pick a single off at the end of the over. She won't mind that too much. But it's been a good over for the Vipers, because only 4 runs were scored off it.
Sunrisers, by the way, they need 51, but they've only got 5 wickets left. They've got plenty of time to get them. But are they running out of ammo? And the Sparks, they're going to struggle to beat the Stars. 125 for 5. Not even halfway towards the runs required in exactly half the time and with exactly half their wickets lost. So pressure on them as well.
Stars will be improving their position in the top 4, if that's the case.
So I reckon if Vipers win this, they're guaranteed a home semi, you would say now?
Yeah, I suppose it depends on what the South East Stars do. I think you're probably right.
Well, if they win, then let's get the table up. These are the worst days, the permutation days, aren't they? So if the Stars win, a 4-point win takes them to 35. As back into the attack comes Tyson. Rebecca Tyson flicked to leg by Burns first up, no run. So 4-point win takes them to 35. 5-point win would take them to 36. They'd still be behind the Diamonds, with the Diamonds to play on Saturday up at Chesterley Street. Vipers win this and pick up 4. 38 takes them to top. Single by Burns out into the deep. So Vipers top, Diamonds second. Stars would move into a close third. And then it would depend on Sunrisers and Blaze, wouldn't it?
Yeah, who finishes 4th. But it'll all be to play for you two guys, I think. Who's to get us a home semi-final?
So wow. Plenty on that game on Saturday.
Yeah.
Tyson again, and Fraser has got this away fine to short fine leg. Will pick up 1.
Well, I have to say, Rebecca Tyson in her first game, her first ever regional game.
Vipers play Blaze in the last match, is it?
No, we're playing Sunrisers
in the last match. So you could have a bearing on that.
That's true. Could help you guys
as well. Yeah. Here's Tyson, swept. Oh, firmly. It felt like it deserved more than that, but Naomi Ditani was in very much the right place, and the ball bounces 5 yards back off her. And she feels it. That's going to hurt.
Just as well it was straight out of that. That was right out of the middle of the bat. Well, I have to say, my first view of Rebecca Tyson, she looks steady. It's got a nice little action. I'm not sure she'd be the biggest turner of the ball. It's difficult to tell today, of course, because it's not a particularly big turning wicket, but she's got a nice little action there. Nice flight.
She's just been sent Ditani to deep backward square leg, and a reverse sweep attempt by Burns was certainly carrying some element of risk, given that the field's all up on the 1, if she'd not got it right. But she got it so badly wrong that it didn't matter. Final ball of the over. Run rate mounting up for the Diamonds, and that's going to be out. Yep, outside edge, gets underneath one, Erin Burns, and with that you think the Diamonds are really seriously struggling now. She's gone for 31, caught by Freya Davies at backward point, and so it's 153 for 5, the Northern Diamonds, needing a further 88 to win in the last 12 overs precisely.
Yeah, there's a bit of pressure building up there. And Erin Burns there, just guilty a little bit maybe of the pressure situation. Went for the big shot. That may just have gripped a fraction in the turf. The fact that has come off an outside edge. But nevertheless, first wicket for Rebecca Tyson in regional cricket. First wicket for the Vipers. And, well, that'll make her feel very, very good indeed. She's contributing to this Vipers side, who, with that wicket, looks as though they're starting to get well ahead in this game.
Yep, Phoebe Turner coming in at 7 for the Diamonds, and when the player who was looking the more fluent goes like that, you've got Catherine Fraser, who really ought to be trying to take the senior role here and moving things along now, while Phoebe Turner just eases herself in. But when you need 7.33 and over, there's not a lot of time to ease yourself in, really. There's no cause for panic, but you do start to want to make sure you pick up each and every single you can possibly get, Kev, and then pick up those boundary balls as well and take your opportunities that you're offered, because you will get them in 12 overs.
Yeah, I mean, what you haven't got is you haven't got an Emma Marlowe out there at the moment going along nicely. You haven't got a Rebecca Duckworth out there that was going along nicely. And, of course, Erin Burns as well. He's a big player to be back in the pavilion. So you haven't really got anybody that's able to just manoeuvre the ball around whilst your new batter comes to terms with the situation. You've got 2 batters out there now trying to come to terms with the situation, and that starts eating up a few deliveries, which then, of course, starts making an already pressurised situation even more pressurised. Somebody chances their arm and gets away with it, it'll all be different. Here's Datani then, round the wicket. That's driven on the up to mid-off, and that's a good stop. Then they'll take a single anyway. Who's that flat out on the field there? That may be Freya Davies again. 154 for 5 at the start of the 39th. 87 needed. And that run rate now over 7 1/4 and over. So it is increasing quite quickly now. So Phoebe Turner ready to face her first delivery. Datani 6 overs, just over 6 overs, none for 30. Coming up the hill again, round the wicket. Trying to cramp the right-hander up for room, although it's wide of the off-stump. That's nicely played by Turner. Just guiding that out into the deep on the offside, where Ella McGacken fields. Turner off the mark, 155 for 5. Yeah, it's one of these two needs to play a substantial innings here for the Diamonds, who come into this game off the back of, was it 6 from 7? 6 wins from 7, and one of those was abandoned, if you include that as well. 6 from 8. That's pushed out on the onside. Fantastic form they're in.
Yeah, I mean, not that they listen to me, but if I had any advice from them from here on in, it's just to score as many as they can, because net run rate could, you never know, come into play in those deciding places. So bat every single ball of your 50, even if you come up short. Don't throw it away and lose by more.
Agreed.
By playing silly shots and trying to win it. If you can't win, then just lose by as little as you can.
Phoebe Turner works that full delivery outside off stump down to third, where Ava Lee fields. 157 for 5. Yes, because the Vipers' run rate is slightly better than the Diamonds. So if they win this game, they'll not only go top, but will keep a slightly better run rate. Which, with 1 round to go, and the permutations we've just been talking about, may yet prove crucial as to having a home semi-final or not. As Tatani comes round the wicket, driving his Fraser, goes out to wide mid-on, but again it's only a single. 158 for 5.
Yeah, well-known local journalist was telling me only last week that he wasn't sure that they'd win either of these last 2 games of Diamonds, and felt that they'd be playing away at Southampton in the semi-final. It might be proved right, yeah.
If I'm honest, I'd rather you come down to us than us come back up here again. If I'm really honest about it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
As much as I love being here. And that's pulled away. That'll be 4 runs over mid-wicket. Now that's just what the Diamonds need here. Good shot, Phoebe Turner. Just short of a length there from Datani. Heaved away. Couple of bounces for 4 away to our left. 162 for 5. That helps things a little bit. 79 needed from the last 11.
That would be a road trip, because I think that comes up at the end of the match against Leicester. So 4 nights in Leicester followed by a night in Southampton. What more could a man want?
You're a lucky man if that's the case.
2 of the great night spots.
Are you still making use of all the nighttime facilities, economies these days?
I'm not sure about nightclubs, but you know, bar. Yeah. Who doesn't like to pass the time talking cricket in a nice bar? So when I'm on the road, that'll happen. Georgia Adams, meanwhile, is gesticulating to have the field moved here for Rebecca Tyson, who is about to bowl the 40th over of this Diamond innings. 162 for 5. First delivery of it, turned into the leg side by Catherine Fraser, who has now faced 20 deliveries for her 8. And there are obviously days when you can afford that, and she might now go on and pick the pace up and start to strike it more cleanly, but it's not been happening yet, and she's got underneath this full toss. Drops short of the fielder out in the deep. Is that Nancy Harmon at yeah. Cow corner. 1 run. So Fraser on to 9. Phoebe Turner 6 from 3 by contrast. And is on strike. In comes Tyson, flicked away backward of square. Datani's giving chase, and they're not going to be able to turn that one into a 2. 164 for 5. Tyson in again. Good use of feet this time by Catherine Fraser, who drives it downfield for a single. But they're going to need, well, at least 1 a ball from every over. So if they can pick up 6 singles and pick up an odd boundary, they might give themselves a bit of a chance. But it's slipping away, this one. 76 more needed. Another floater, which is turned to leg, and these are the ones that they've got to try and turn into 2s. But oof, dear me. Phoebe Turner was just a half stride behind Catherine Fraser. She just hesitated herself, did Fraser, and those of you who've ever been out there doing that running between the wickets thing will know that if your partner does and you don't go, and then a good throw is released, you could be in peril. She got away with it. And it's Turner on strike, but having made that one into a 2, and there's a dot to counter it for the very next ball. 167 for 5. After 40, just a 5 from the over.
74 needed, 10 overs remain in this game. 5 wickets in hand for the Diamonds. Rebecca Tyson still not frightened to give it a bit of air. She literally looks as though she just bowls the same ball all the time, but just relies on a good rhythm to just get the ball in the right areas and waits for the batters really to make all the headway. But she's bowled very steadily today. A good debut from somebody that's never played regional cricket, let alone making a Vipers debut. 6 overs, 1 for 22 in what is a pressurised situation for both these sides. A lot at stake. The Diamonds can sit back a little bit if they win this one and enjoy a home semi-final. Vipers still making sure that they actually qualify in the top 4. Just want to make sure. Datani to continue from the Howard stand end, the bottom end as we look. Comes in and bowls to Catherine Fraser. Fraser pulls that away on the leg side, hasn't really timed it. Goes for 1 out to Emily Windsor again, who's permanently patrolling that boundary away to our left. Fraser moves on to 11, 168 for 5 at the start of the 41st. Tense situation.
Making me nervous.
Well, I'm a little nervous because you know we both want our sides to do well. I mean, there's a good chance that both these sides are going to qualify, but it's you guys, whether it's a home semi-final, whether the Vipers, I just want to see them qualify. It's pulled away again, goes a little quicker out to Emily Windsor. Phoebe Turner moves on to 10, 169 for 5 now. The Diamonds. Thunder are 9 down now against the Blaze, still 71 short, so the Blaze are going to win again. It's just whether they get a bonus point there, I'm not sure. But 4 points anyway takes them on to 31, takes them above the Sunrisers. That's pulled away in the air, down towards deep mid-wicket. It'll fall just short of Nancy Harmon out there. She's digging it in a bit here, Datani. Trying to hit the deck here. So 31 points now, the Blaze. Same as the South East Stars before the start of play. So they move into 4th, the Blaze, with 1 round to go. That's pulled away. She's definitely bowling short of her length here. That's not timed as it goes out on the leg side. Fraser will pick up a single. Once more, a plane goes overhead. We fight the plane noise. 169 for 5. She's going to dig it in and like that. She's got to hope that any of those pull shots are not middled, because that will go for 6 if they are. Titani in again, bowls, and That's a little fuller this time. Heaved away on the leg side. Again, not quite timed. Nancy Harmon comes round, does well. They will pick up 2. Moves smartly to her left down the bottom end of the ground. Fraser moves on to 13. It looks like they're just having a heave here at Tatani, almost every ball. 169 for 5, is it? Or has the scoreboard got stuck a little bit? Just wonder if the scoreboard's got stuck. I think that might be a couple more at least. Because Tatani's bowled more than 2 balls in this over. Here she is again, bowls and flighted, and she's missed out on the drive. There's Catherine Fraser, and that's the end of the over. Now I'm sure the scoreboard will catch up here in a minute. Tatani has bowled 8 overs, none for 44, and the total is, the Diamonds total is 171 for 5. 173 for 5, there we go, we're caught up.
Any advance, folks?
Yeah, well, the Wi-Fi's just kicked back in. Fraser's 14 off 26 and Phoebe Turner's 11 off 8.
It's going to be Rebecca Tyson to continue. Duckworth Lewis reckons the Diamond should be 180, so they're kind of bridging that gap slightly, but that will go astray once again. Phoebe Turner stepping right across, and I think she's been bowled off stump there in trying to scoop one away down to the leg side. She's picked the wrong delivery to do that with, and she's gone for 11, 173 for 6.
Yeah, she's come right across the stumps there, isn't it? Her front foot's way outside off stump, and that's clipped the top off. Just came over a little too far, trying to hit that fine on the leg side. Again, there's the benefit of just bowling straight. Doesn't matter what pace you bowl, doesn't matter what the match situation is, just keep it. And I have to say, Tyson just keeps it simple. Doesn't try bowl arm balls, doesn't try bowl quicker balls, doesn't try and toss too many up. She just bowls virtually the same ball the whole time, and she's been rewarded. 6.1 overs, 2 for 22.
Abby Glenn then, by the looks of things. Next in for the Diamonds. Big job to do here because Catherine Fraser certainly not playing with any fluency really. 14 off 26 for her. And that's just not helping, is it, with the pressure out there. She's not been able to score at even the one a ball. So Phoebe Turner gone for 11. 2 for 22 for Rebecca Tyson. Very promising first outing for the Vipers, and first ball faced by Glenn. Punched into the offside, and they're through for 1. Freya Davies doing the fielding.
I mean, what she's done is she's filled Lindsay Smith's shoes absolutely perfectly. I mean, you would expect Lindsay Smith with figures like this. So she's not been a miss at all today.
She comes again, full toss. Oh, should have had 3 for straight back at her. And that just pretty much typifies things for Catherine Fraser with the bat. Full bonger, put it anywhere you like on the park, hit it straight back to the bowler, but the cricketing god's on her side on this occasion. And she's turning this next delivery square on the leg side. And we'll get 1. But again, 4 gone in the over. And only 2 runs added so far. Going up for 8 and over now needed off the last 8. And with just 4 wickets in hand. Tyson in, outside edge. This time from Abby Glenn. Is he going to have the legs to make the boundary? Yes, just through third man. I'll take him any which way. The Diamonds at the moment. 179 for 6.
Well, Abby Glenn has a top score of 53 not out in this competition, so she can definitely play. So maybe she might be the answer here for the Diamonds. 62 needed.
You're probably going to need to get most of those 62, I think.
Yeah.
Here's Tyson again, final ball of the over. She's gone back foot this time, and she times it nicely. Pushed it straight out into the covers and picks up a single.
Yeah, it's still not over yet. Catherine Fraser, you never know. I mean, she's swinging hard. If one or two balls get located in the middle of the bat, you never know, things can change quite quickly. But in fact, they're ahead of the Vipers at this stage. Vipers were 174 for 5 after 42. Diamonds are 180 for 6. They've lost one more wicket, but they are ahead in terms of the number of runs. So certainly all's not lost. The Vipers at the back end of the innings started to show a little bit more intent. Emily Windsor, Datani, Nancy Harmon, especially Nancy Harmon with a little cameo. That may yet prove the difference, but at the moment the Diamonds are there or thereabouts, and they've been like that. They've never been ahead. You never felt they've been ahead in their run chase, but they've never been too far behind. So 8 overs left. Georgia Adams back into the attack. 3 for 20 for her. And she's moving Tyson over from the leg side onto the offside in case Abby Glenn plays a reverse sweep. That's where Tyson's been placed for that shot. Flicked away by Abby Glenn out towards deep mid-wicket. Harmon out on the boundary. Just a little square, sorry, a little straighter than where Emily Windsor is, behind square on the leg side. She stays on the boundary, as does Windsor, as does Datani at deep mid-on. Cut away by Fraser on the offside, picks up a single, moves on to 16, and the total moves on to 182 for 6 in the 43rd. Run rate required from here on in, still hovering around 7 3/4, just under. It's been just over 7 for a little while. Adams in again, full delivery, driven straight to mid-wicket. Oh, it's not picked up cleanly, but McGackin recovers well. Score remains on 182 for 6. It's Abby Glenn facing Georgia Adams. Adams in again from that bottom end. Bowls and pulled away, and it's gone through the hand this time. It's not actually McGackin. But anyway, nevertheless, it could have been picked up. Should have been stopped, perhaps. I think that's Abby Norgrove. There it is. 183 for 6 now. Fraser back on strike. Adams again, short. Oh, she's missed that one. Fraser's just a little too far away from that, trying to cut that away on the offside. Body weight's just taken her too far away from the ball. That's a dot ball. Field changes. Abby Norgrove's going on the 45 on the leg side. So big gaps on the leg side in front of square if she wants a single. Fraser tries to flick that away, and it's called a wide. Bonus run there for the Diamonds. 184 for 6 now they are. Adams in again, flighted, and she's heaved that one away, got inside edge. There'll be runs, probably only 2. Could have been several ways of that, either going for a boundary or a wicket. In the end, it's 2 runs off an inside edge to end that over. So Adams has completed 9 now. She's only got 1 over left, 3 for 26. Glenn is 8 off 6. Fraser is 18 off 31. Diamonds are 186 for 6. They need, off the last 7 overs, another 55. And, well, it's still a game. There is still a game here, that's for sure.
Yeah, no slip-ups, though, for the Diamonds. Catherine Fraser's 18 off 31. You can't help but looking at that with no boundaries yet in 31 deliveries and think it's just adding that extra pressure. I'm sure she'll be fully aware of that out there in the middle, and not saying she's not trying her best at all. Clearly is, but just one of those days where it's not working for her today, and it is working a little better for Abby Glenn, because she has moved into double figures with just her 7th delivery. 12 off 7 now with that 4 that she's just struck wide of mid-on.
Good shot.
Yeah.
Takes the pressure off at the start of the over.
Yeah, Freya Davies started really well, didn't she, from this end, and then just got collars for 2 or 3 boundaries late on in her earlier stint, if I can get the teeth in. So long on has been dispatched. Ella McGochen down beneath our commentary position. Nicely played by Glenn, who steps away and pings this one out towards point. And I think pretty clearly, Kev, the way she's striking the ball since she came in, as we were saying when Erin Burns was out there, really, Catherine Fraser, I know she's got a few against her name, but she just really needs to be trying to push one here and let Abby Glenn have a go.
Yeah, she looks dangerous.
Here's Freya Davies again, and she's pulled that one, hauled that one away. You can see a couple of times the head goes right across the offside. She's losing a bit of shape, isn't she, through that, and ended up, again, sort of clothing it a bit.
Yeah, she's a little tight out there, isn't she, really? Just feels the pressure a little bit, you can see it.
So that was a single. She has at least done that job and got Abby Glenn back on strike. Partnership worth 19 so far as Davies is in. Glenn got a good contact on this. That's 4. Georgia Adams, I should say, out there at mid-off, but wide of her. 17 already to Abby Glenn from 9 deliveries. 3 of them inbound, or 3 boundaries.
Yeah, she's the danger player as far as the Vipers are concerned here. 17 off 9. Good striking.
45 needed, but there's only 38 deliveries in which to get them. And she pulls a single out to Datani by the Western Terrace. Deserted Western Terrace today.
There's nobody allowed in there, is there?
No, a few jeers from the Western Terrace when you were playing back in the day.
Oh, everywhere, not just there. All around the ground. They didn't know where to look.
Here she comes again, Davies, and Catherine Fraser has got something on this up to long on. One of her better strikes. And fielded up there by McGochen again. End of the over. So Davies none for 36 from her 8. 198 for 6. 36 deliveries to get 43 for the Diamonds.
Yeah, from a Vipers point of view here, and we've got another situation, a bit like when Burns and Fraser were batting. They needed to give Fraser the strike as much as possible. Now we've got a similar situation here with Glenn and Fraser. They've got to try and get Fraser facing the majority of the deliveries. She might break free, but at the moment that would be the plan. 6 overs to go. 43 needed. Adams bowls down the wicket, and it's just short of mid-off. Bounces once to Freya Davies, so it does well actually to get behind that. That could have so easily have sneaked through the hands and gone for 4. Fraser moves on to 21. 199 for 6 now, the Diamonds. Adams again bowls. Glenn works it away on the onside. It'll only be a single. 19 she moves on to from 11, and that's the 200 up for the Diamonds. So 41 more needed. 34 deliveries. Belated applause as Adams comes in again. Fraser drives hard straight to Davies, but they'll come through for a single. It's a better timed shot from Fraser. 22 she moves on to. 201 for 6. Halfway through the 45th. Adams in again. Glenn drives out on the onside. Again, it's just a single, but that's all right. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking along here. 202 for 6 now, the Diamonds. And 39 runs are needed. Adams has 2 balls left of her spell, and I've got to disappear in a minute at the end of this ball. That's cut away on the offside by Fraser, and that is a dot ball. I'll leave it to you, Dorji.
Yep. Catherine Fraser, 22 from 36. And all gone. She has been bowled. It looks as though off stump has just been knocked back. Georgia Adams with a 4th wicket, and Catherine Fraser's, well, I suppose, slightly indifferent stay at the crease comes to an end. You've still got to appreciate the fact that she put 22 runs on the board, but at no point really during that knock did she look like she was playing with fluency. 22 off 37 deliveries probably backs that up given the situation, and it's 202 for 7 in the 45th over. Welcome back, Jane.
Hello. It's interesting, isn't it? You know, you need 7.8 is the required run rate. If somebody says we can get to the last over and you need 7.8, you'd sort of go, yeah, we'll give that a go. So 7.8 and over when there's only 1 over doesn't seem very many, but there's still another five overs. So to consistently get that is the important thing now. And from a Diamonds perspective, they'll be pleased that Georgia Adams has finished her spell, 10 overs, 4 wickets for 30 runs. That was a great spell from the captain. She's led from the front with both bat and ball today with 57 runs and 4 wickets. Certainly carried it most of the team as she's gone along.
Yeah, I think there's probably no doubt about a POM in this match. Win or lose, really. But I don't know, if the Diamonds did manage to get across the line, then somebody like Abby Glenn you would think probably be instrumental in getting them there. Rebecca Tyson's going to continue, 7 overs, 2 for 29 for her on debut at this level.
And that's a great hit.
Yeah.
By Abby Glenn.
Smashed away wide of long on, and she really has picked that up nicely. So 24 to her from 13 deliveries. She's just giving her team a bit of a sniff. Duckworth-Lewis says they should be on 210 at the moment. They're on 206 for 7. 35 needed off 29. And well, they've always been just behind it, you feel, because of the chase. Oh, now then, big opportunity for a catch here, and that's it. Abby Glenn has gone, and with it, probably the Diamonds' hopes of winning this. And it's raining, and just at the wrong time to lose a wicket because they were just behind the DLS. And that's going to make that position worse. She's annoyed with herself. I'm not quite sure. I think probably, Jane, the fact that she's played that shot is probably rain-induced, if you get my drift, because a boundary at that stage might have just got them in front on DLS with the rains coming. And I think they've probably got that in mind, or she probably had that in mind, but has not executed it as well as she could. Great effort from her, 24 off 14, but it's now 206 for 8.
Yeah, shame that was, because she just hit a lovely 4 and then almost tried to force it too much, you know. And it's interesting when rain comes, because you've got half an eye on DLS, but you've also got to play each ball on merit, and that wasn't the ball to try and hit out of the park, and as a result she got a thick edge and got caught at backward point. It would appear that they're pushing on through. Did see Robbo, the groundsman, running on and speaking to the umpires, and can't see them by the covers at the moment, so I think they're happy just to continue play.
But that, in terms of DLS setback, and Katie Levitt's got an inside edge on this. She should get back for 2. She's dawdled the first run. She is coming back, and she's going to get back for a second. 208 for 8. Duckworth-Lewis, though, went from 210 to 219 immediately on the loss of that wicket, and that's how much it can hurt you. And yeah, I just think she was probably thinking rain, try and get in front on the board, and unfortunately, as Jane says, not concentrating on the ball that was bowled to her. And now Katie Levitt, all the pressure on her, and she can't get that one away back past the bowler.
Yeah, and you can't blame 10 and 11 coming in now, because they're not renowned, they're not in the team for their batting, but they will give it a go, and that's a good strike by Katie Levitt just for the single.
Yeah, up to long on. So she's off the mark. Sophia Turner, who came in just before her, is yet to face a delivery. She's been watching that wicket and those few balls from the other end. 2 to come in the 46th over here. Whatever happens, it's been a cracking game of cricket. Shame that the rain has come at this point to potentially spoil it, and she fires one wide there. Rebecca Tyson, and Sophia Turner's first ball, well, she can't get bat on it. So end of the 46, 209 for 8, 32 needed off 24, with your second last pair at the crease.
And Rebecca Tyson has had a great introduction into the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. She's bowled 8 overs, 3 wickets for 34 runs. That's a pretty good debut, you would say.
Yeah, super effort. Freya Davies. What a time to be able to bring your opener back on from the Howard stand end. 24 balls to get 32. Katie Levick is going to have the honour here with her back to us.
So Freya Davis coming in from the Howard stand end. Katie Levick plays that firmly back to the bowler, but there's no run there. It's definitely raining out there, but I think everybody's content just to keep playing. As Freya Davies comes in, and that's struck quite firmly by Katie Levick over the top of the short cover, and they're going for 2. And if nothing else, then Sophie Turner is a good sprinter between the wickets and makes that very easily. So that's 2 runs to Katie Levick.
There we go with the 1648 from Belfast.
And that's struck firmly by Katie Levick. I'm doing her a disservice. She's just hit that through mid-wicket for 4 runs, and the score drops. Score required now drops down to 26 from 21 balls. You've got to say this has been a good game.
Yeah. Yep. Vipers still favourites at this stage, with Diamonds down to 8 down. But it has been a cracking game of cricket.
Not seen much of Lev batting this season, so and she's struck it again firmly, but this time it's straight to a wide-ish mid-on for the single.
Elsewhere, Thunder have made it up to 155 for 9, so they're still going. And so, run rate wise, probably going to need the calculators out for that, Kev. Central Sparks 177 for 5, needing 94 still off 15 overs to beat the Stars.
Freya Davies comes in, and she's bowled Sophie Turner. A little bit of an anticlimax there after Katie Levick's exploits in the previous few balls, but a good ball there from Freya Davies, and just cuts that one back in and takes the, I think she hit the middle stump on that occasion.
Yeah, let's have a look at it once again.
Oh no, off stump.
It's not a great shot, is it, I'm afraid, from Sophia Turner.
No.
Trying to whip it away through the leg side, pitched outside off.
It's very much about planting your front foot and then playing around it instead of just keeping it nice and straight.
So she faced just the 2 deliveries for her naught. And last batter is Rachael Slater. A good one to win from here, 25 off 19 with your last pair at the crease. It's been done before, of course, but still a good one to win.
And a cheeky single taken by Katie Levick. It was a leg, no, it wasn't a leg by. She's must have got an edge on that one. But it's like, well, I'll let you have the strike, says Levick, and just sprints one to get down the other end.
It was given as an extra of some sort because they put the extras up, and Rachael Slater says none off 1, but didn't see the signal either. Was it a bye? Was it a leg bye? Wasn't a wide anyway, because they're not replaying the delivery. So 217 for 9. And in that respect, the Vipers have been pretty tidy, just 3 wides in the entire innings so far. And it's going to be Rebecca Tyson from the Kirkstall Lane end. That's played quite nicely Off the middle of the bat by Slater, and they should get back for 2 here. The throw is coming in. They do. So 22 needed off 17. You'd still always rather have the runs on the board at this stage. Can't afford any more mistakes here, the Diamonds, with just this final wicket. And that one hoisted down the ground by Slater. Used her feet quite nicely to get to the pitch of that. 1 run down to long on. She's on to 3. 21 off 16 the equation. And she comes again. That's hammered, but at that wide mid-on comes straight mid-wicket. Katie Levick can't get a single, so 21 off 15. Tyson in again, floated up, driven down the ground by Levick. There's going to be 1 here. (20 off 14 the equation. Tyson in again, leg stumpish, missed. Oh, they could have done with a contact on that, couldn't they, from Rachael Slater? That was your gimme ball of the over, leg stump, and she missed it. 1 to come in the over. 20 runs needed from 2 overs and 1 ball. Was better bring Kev back in with an over or 2 to go, as that is going to slip through the net, through the offside. They're going to pick up 1 and now back for a second off the outside edge of Rachael Slater's bat. She's got 5 to her name. It's 223 for 9 and 18 needed off the final 2 overs. Katie Levick on 9. And Tyson 3 for 40 off 9 overs. Nine and over, I reckon that is, from the last 2. It certainly is. So a bit of thinking to do here, as you'd expect for the Vipers, just to make sure they get it right. And the only thinking the Diamonds have got to do here is to make sure they watch every single ball from their hand, try and get some bat on it, and hope it's good enough. They're only 1 behind where the Vipers were at the same stage, but it just shows you how vital those last couple of overs were that went for a few runs. Phoebe Turner and Erin Burns, I think, bowling the last couple of overs for the Diamonds. They kicked on. It's going to be hard work getting across the line from here for the home side, but that's not to say they can't do it.
And the rain continues to fall. If you're watching on the picture feed, you can just about see, if you squint your eyes, to see the rain falling. Is it me? Freya Davis bowls, and it's swung away on the leg side by Katie Levick. Will be 1. They'll stay at 1. And 16 runs now are needed. 17 runs are needed. 11 balls remain. Scoreboard's very quick, right on the money here. 224 for 9. Not quite all over. Wonderful stuff here. We thought it would be a close game. We are getting a close game. Diamonds would probably wish they were about 8 down max, not 9. Rachael Slater, 5 from 5, facing Freya Davis up the hill, bowls and swings that over the head of Davis. It's going down the ground. Titani should get there in time, does. Slides into that one as she slid the ball over the rope. She has. And that's gone for 4. Well, you can hear what the crowd thought of that. That is a badly needed boundary at this stage of the game. 13 needed from 10, 228 for 9. Gave herself some room there, did Slater. And I think the conditions probably had as much to do with that, with the ball going over the rope as much as anything. Good sliding conditions. Here's Davis bowls, and again it's worked away on the onside. Windsor should pick that up cleanly, keeps it down to a single. 229 for 9 then. Slater's doing a good job, 10 off 7. And now the Diamonds need 12 from just 9 deliveries.
Yep. You'd want to be quick between the wickets here.
You do. And bank on the fielders, perhaps just finding the ball a bit like a bit of soap on the outfield, so put the pressure on the fielders.
Yeah, just a lovely area there in the onside. If you don't get a great contact on it, get a boundary type ball, you just want to push it in there and back yourself to try and get back for 2, but whether or not they will.
12 needed from 9. It's Davies to Levick. Levick drives on the onside, runs here. Is there going to be 2? Tatani runs in off the boundary. They think about 2. They're taking 2. Are they? No, they're not. And that was a good call, actually, by, was that Levick at the far end, to say no. Otherwise, I think that would have been a run out.
Yeah, could have been a 2 there.
Well done.
Probably should.
Well done, Tatani, to keep that down to a single. So we've got 8 balls remaining, 11 needed, 230 for 9. Slater on 10 facing. Ball drying at every opportunity here with the rain continuing to fall. It's not heavy, but it's uncomfortable. Now, that's another on the onside now. Nancy Harmon in behind that one, picks that up cleanly. And that's just another single, but it's okay from a Diamonds point of view. Keeps the scoreboard ticking over. 10 needed from 7. Pressure now for both these sides. Pressure for the bowler. Davies into a last ball here, 1 for 51. Katie Levick, 11 from 11. 10 needed from 7. Here's Davies' last ball up the hill, bowls. Levick just tries to swing that away on the offside. They'll get a leg by. The ball literally trickles out about a yard out on the offside. Leg by signalled. Levick will keep the strike. We've got 6 balls remaining in the game, and the Diamonds at 232 for 9 need 9 to win, and of course 8 to tie.
Of course, yeah. Tie could come into the equation. 2 points presumably for a tie. I don't think I've seen a tie in this.
I presume so.
We better check on that. There we go. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy tie points. Ka-ching. Don't know, because it's brought up things like by Rachael Heyhoe Flint.
That's not ideal.
At a well-known online provider. Sunrisers lost.
Yeah, and Blaze won. So those two swap places in the table. Yeah,
I don't think there's been a tie in the competition for us to try and work that out from that. Let me go back again and try other avenues.
Well, what a big moment for Rebecca Tyson, playing her first regional game. Here she is bowling the final over of the match.
Yeah, to Levick, who uses her feet, comes down the track. They're going to have to go for anything here, and fortunately for them, have scrambled through for 1, because it feels like Rachael Slater might actually be more likely to find the strike power to hit the boundary than Lev here. Katie Levick 11 off 12. Rachael Slater, 12 off 13. Slater 11 off 8. 8 needed off 5. Or 1 wicket for the Vipers to go top. Tyson in. Oh, she's got a reasonable contact on it, but only can get it up to long on for 1. There's no chance of getting through for a second there. Got to really back up well, haven't you, from the non-striking end, and give yourselves the potential opportunity, if you can touch down quickly at the other end, to come back for that second, but not able to do so there. 7 off 4. Here's the requirement, or 6 for a tie. Tyson. Levick using her feet. She's hit that straight at Georgia Adams. She was going to let them have 1.
You've got to stop that as a bowler.
6 needed off 3, yeah.
You've got to stop that. You've got to make more of an effort.
5 for the tie. Boundary would be very good here for Rachael Slater. Goes without saying, if she can find it somewhere, wherever. Outside edge. Clean strike over the bowler's head. Who cares, really, from the Diamonds' point of view. She struck one through the offside there, and she's got the boundary. Super shot from a number 11, that. So 2 needed off 2. No point in celebrating yet, because another ball could see the end of the match. Wow. And it could be a 1-run defeat.
What a time to score a boundary. Oh, my word.
You've got to feel, actually, for Rebecca Tyson, who's bowled really well for her first go here, 3 for 47, but she's now clearly going to be probably fraught with a few nerves What's happening with the field? Well, not a lot is the answer there. Extra cover's just moved in a few yards closer. Can Slater get this away and get at least a tie out of it? Oh, no, she can't. And Katie Levick could be run out here. She's not out. Would you believe it? 2 needed off the last ball for the win. Or could we be in for an amazing tie? That was a great effort by Tyson, you've got to say, right up in the block hole. I think partly Rachael Slater using her feet as well and made it into a Yorker and couldn't get it away for runs. Still, no, well, Georgia Adams is wondering what to do here. Does she need to make a change in the field? She hasn't. Datani came in off the boundary about 10 yards before the last ball, and she remains in that position at cow corner. But it's still saying 2 from 2 on the board.
It's now saying 2 from 1.
Yeah, 2 from 1, I think he's right. DLS, they're bang on that, 2:39 for 9. Last ball of the match. Tyson to Slater. She's got it away past the infield. It's going to be at least a tie. Will Levitt get back? She's coming back for a second.
Wrong in.
Will Slater get in? She does. The Diamonds, unbelievably, have got home in that match with a last wicket partnership of 25 between Katie Levick, who made 13 of them, and Rachael Slater, who made 18. I can't believe that, to be honest with you. It looks set up for a Vipers win. Jane Powell alongside also shaking her head in disbelief. Kevin James probably thinking the same, because, well, the Diamonds absolutely have cemented their place in the semi-finals, and they will now get a home tie, we think, having got across the line here and been top of the table before the match had got underway. The Vipers are going to scratch their heads. Georgia Adams, I mean, look at her, poor Georgia, walking off the field in disgust, I'm sure now, because she won't be able to believe that game's got away. She's played brilliantly today. She made 57 and took 4 wickets, could have done absolutely no more, and is a strong candidate for player of the match in terms of solo achievements, but clearly that means nothing to her, and she is floored. And a great game of cricket, as we've been saying throughout the back half of it, has come to the conclusion that I don't think the three of us really thought it would for long enough. 241 for 9, the Diamonds get home by a wicket.
Well, terrific entertainment, wasn't it? For those that were here, absolutely enthralling last hour or so, where it looked as though the Vipers were just favourites, but not by much. But you never felt the Diamonds really got in front, and it was their game to lose. In the end, it was the Vipers' game to lose. And all credit to the Diamonds. That is a terrific win. And every one of those Diamonds players down there in the middle, they'll be absolutely elated. And I think from a Vipers' point of view, I think they feel they've lost that at the death. But listen, terrific stuff. And that's why I've made a 4.5-hour trip up here to watch entertainment like that. Brilliant. Well,
they did, and you'd have to go. You'll go back to that last ball if you're a Vipers player who's involved in what went on there, you know. And that's a learning process, isn't it? That's one of those things. Key thing, Kev, you're going to learn from that match. Maybe that's the first time you've ever been in that situation in the field, but the way that shot was played, there is no way, if we're being honest, there's no way that game isn't anything other than a tie. You don't get any more than 1 run from that final ball, do you? So that's something that they've got to learn.
It was the wrong end to throw.
Yeah.
You don't throw it at the far end when there's 2 needed, and it's a regulation pick-up at mid-on running in. You throw the nearest end.
Or you could have almost picked it up and just run into the stumps anyway, without needing to have the risk of getting the throw away.
But
it's done
pressure.
now.
That's pressure.
Yep, it's done now. Jane Powell, thank you very much indeed for your input once again today, and I hope it's not the last time this season, because it looks like the Diamonds have progressed, and Kev James, well, cracking game.
Go to the last game.
And we'll wish you all the best on your
thank you.
journey home, and we'll probably see you again before the end of the campaign by the looks of it.
Yeah, can't wait to come up again if that's what the case is.
And to you folks for joining us on the stream or on the BBC Sport website and app, thanks for your company as well today. We'll say goodbye from Headingley. A 1-wicket win for the Diamonds guarantees them a semi-final place and a home tie. But there's still an opportunity for them to get an extra practice in against another good side in the South East Stars, and Paul Shaw, former England women's head coach, and myself will be up at Chesterton Street, the Riverside, on Saturday for that, a 10:30 start. You'll be able to find us on the Durham County Cricket Club stream for that one, and the Diamonds possibly, but certainly look for us on Durham. And of course, you know that we'll also be on the BBC Sport website and app. Hope you'll join us for that. From Headingley for today, goodbye.